think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I slept so much better last night. I couldn't sleep for weeks. I was trying to figure out, look, Browns have a preseason game against the Bears, and that's going to be, on the 15th of August. And this is keeping me up in January. I'm like, who is going to start? Who is going to be the starter for the Browns? And boom, yesterday, like the clouds parted and the heavens descended on us and said, Deshaun Watson shall be your starter against the Bears on Saturday in meaningless preseason football, but maybe not so meaningless if you're trying to find a starting quarterback. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a heavenly version of Baskin and Phelps. He is Jeff Phelps. I am Andy Baskin. And Dan Manigan is here today. I don't know if Meredith's with us or not, but I hope Meredith's with us today. But if not, it doesn't matter. We are all here to satisfy the need to know that Deshaun Watson is now going to be your starting quarterback on Saturday. Jeff, the revelation is here. Hallelujah!
Great news, huh, Andy? And then Shedeur will start the next game against Buffalo. Okay.
All right.
Let's
there you go. All right. Hey, we got a team.
That sums it up right there.
Charles Robinson's going to help us break it down at high noon. Daryl Ryder at 1 o'clock. Man. I'm happy that we now have a starting quartart. I just don't even care who it was.
For one game.
I don't, even if it's for one game. Jeff, we've been sitting here for weeks. How are the reps going? And the install's in. And blah, blah, blah. You're just like, it's verbal diarrhea. It is. And so now we actually have somebody that we can kind of sink our teeth into and figure out, okay, what will Deshaun look like against the Bears to start things off? He'll have the first-team offensive line. He'll have these wide receivers that we're looking forward to watching, and we'll get the opportunity to see Deshaun in action, and it feels like it's been a million years. It's been, 2? Or missed one full season.
Missed all of last year.
So he gets back on the field, and we'll see how he will be. I don't have high hopes or expectations for either quarterback. Sorry, guys. Not trying to be Debbie Downer. I kind of just think I don't know what to think because I just don't have a whole lot of confidence in either one of these guys. And I wish I could have confidence in Gabriel, but I don't. So
you want me to turn that frown upside down, Andy?
Jeff, please turn my frown upside down.
Deshaun Watson is healthier than he's been in several years. Shedeur now has some experience under his belt. They'll get out in real games or close to it here in the preseason, and we'll see what we have. There. Let's see what you have.
Okay.
Because Will Levis is only one phone call away.
Is that what I think someone who's going to be starting for this team.
Golly, where's Anthony Richardson?
Isn't going to be here until midseason.
Oh, I don't know, Andy. We got a lot of quarterbacks here right now. I
just have this sinking feeling in my stomach that both of these guys are going to be in. We're not going to get. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to close my mind off to that section. Goodbye. You're closed. I'm going to believe that Deshaun Watson can lead this team to victory this year at this point. And then if that doesn't happen, then it'll be Shedeur Sanders.
But we don't know if he's the starter, Andy.
Well, he is this week.
Okay.
And then you have to ask yourself, what are you doing next? What are you going to do for the joint practice?
I don't know if I had to wager. I would wager that Deshaun ends up starting, week 1. So
I would have said that too.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, I would say that too.
If I had to wager.
I
don't.
Dan was at camp yesterday. Dan, are my reservations about what we're about to embark on here correct, incorrect, or I just don't. I don't have a good feeling at all about this quarterback situation, and I'm also trying to say to myself, hey man, it's going to be a little rough in the beginning. I can't imagine that Deshaun's timing is going to be in rhythm when we see him on Saturday because he hasn't played in so long. You got all new offensive
660 days.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I actually went to go look that up. I'm glad you had it.
I don't know if that's official. I just know it's 690 something if he starts week 1. So I figured, okay, subtract a month and do lazy math.
Okay.
That's pretty much how we were doing. Sometimes bar math is the best math. Just round everything up and figure it out from there, and it's close enough. So I will say when it definitely comes to being at training camp, you will hear Todd Monken from the restaurant down the street. And you'll hear Mike Rutenberg from probably 2 restaurants down the street. Those guys are loud, they're energetic, they're everywhere, they're correcting everything as it goes. Like, they will stop practice at a given time and walk up to the quarterback and go, "You're not doing this, you need to do this." And they're very direct with these guys.
Well, that's the idea, right?
Right. It's very cool. Well, it seemed more often and blatant than it had in previous years. We'll put it that way.
Well, they're different guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're
different styles,
guys.
different things.
Kevin wasn't a yeller and a screamer. Monken's more vocal.
Stefanski would yell and scream sporadically, but not as much as Tom Monken.
Yeah.
You are right. There were some nice throws. There were some less than nice throws as well. You know, you definitely covered the gamut.
The one thing to remember about practice, and it's always fun to watch, but you never know for sure exactly what they're working on. You got to throw that caveat in there. It sounds like BS, but it's true. You don't know exactly what they're working on, exactly where guys are supposed to be. Let's see what they look like in something that resembles a football game coming up on Saturday. And I think we can start to draw even more conclusions. You know, it's always enlightening, I've always thought, to watch and to observe and to see, you know, what guys do. But it starts to get real when you start going up against another team that's interested in knocking you to the ground. So let's see what happens on Saturday. You know, is Deshaun going to be great? I'd be stunned. But I sure hope, and there's the possibility. I mean, we don't know how bad that shoulder was for the longest time. We don't know how bad, you know, the Achilles injury obviously shuts you down. Mm-hmm. But, you know, maybe he's actually healthy for the first time in years. Maybe that helps. I don't know. Maybe Shedor's learned a lot. We'll find out. He's playing the third quarter.
Well, he was asked yesterday and really didn't have an answer.
Well, but, okay, he might not have an answer, but maybe his play does. And we'll see it coming up a little bit on Saturday. And
I'm looking forward to seeing these wide receivers, especially. I want to see what kind of continuity this offensive line can have, but I think the coaching staff and Todd Monken has been preparing us to know that things may not look perfect or even close to perfect on the offensive line by the pre-snap penalties and some of the things they're doing in practice. I'm expecting like 100 yards in penalties at least on Saturday. I think that's probably a fair estimate for a team that's walking out there for the first time and an offense that should be wearing "Hello, my name is" tags. You know, unless we see something from the running game or something that we can kind of count on that we've seen before, or Harold Phantom. But again, it's a preseason game, so it doesn't really matter. They're going to have to work out a lot of these kinks before the season starts. After going there yesterday, Dan, is my anxiety justified?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
I'll leave it there. Yes.
Yeah, but let's be honest. You don't need to see practice to be anxious about this quarterback situation. It's not good.
Oh,
I mean,
I know.
We knew that before the training camp ever started, and it was just reaffirmed for Dan. You know,
for every ball that you looked at and went, "Wow, that was a nice pass," there was another one that you were like, "Ooh."
But guys, seriously, and I don't mean to make excuses or to be naive about this, but let's see what happens in games. You know, I mean, you guys know I haven't felt good about the quarterback situation here in a long time.
Well, I don't know.
Probably since the trade for Deshaun, and thinking, all right, well, let's see what this guy can do. And I didn't feel good about it then. But it's like, well, okay, he does have a track record. Well, we've not seen that here. We've not seen it. He's played in no more than 7 games in any season he's been a member of the Cleveland Browns. And then he didn't play at all last year. So, A, all the off-the-field issues. B, hasn't been able to stay healthy. C, hasn't played that well. That's a bad trio, Andy. But that doesn't mean that it's absolutely doomed to failure when they put him out on the football field. Let's see. Am I optimistic? Nope. But I'm very willing to give it a chance, and let's see what we have. If it weren't in my head that they're absolutely drafting a quarterback in 2027 in the first round, I'd be real concerned. But I'm not, because I think they will.
I just don't want them to be in that position. I don't want them to have to draft a quarterback, but all eyes, all arrows are pointing to that we're going to have to just sit through the season and see growth and maybe have, little things to hang your hat on as you move forward. Maybe Jared Verse is a guy that you look at and go, oh, man, this is definitely something. I'm excited that they brought him in. And if you had to trade the best best defensive player in the league, Jared Verse was probably a good guy to get. Harold Fannin showed me a lot that first year. What a surprise he was. Look at him. He could grow and mature into being one of the best, tight ends in the game. Man, I'm glad they spent that money on Denzel Ward because, maybe he's going to be able to maybe stick it out for a couple more years here. We'll see. It's weird to see how he's like the elder statesman on the team. Other little things here
Young
and there.
man's game, Andy.
Yeah, just looking at other little things for the Browns and just trying to say, okay, I'm going to hang my hat on this. I'm not going to get caught up in wins and losses. I'm not going to worry about making the playoffs. I absolutely hate thinking about these things before they even touch the field for their first preseason game of the year. Because I do think the talent is there. I think there are a lot of things to look at on this team and say, okay, Carson Schwarzenegger, what will he do in his second year? Quinshon Judkins, I'm excited about that. So there are all these little things that you can be excited about. I'm scared that there's not going to be a whole lot of gel on offense. And if you can't get to 22 points, 23 points a game, it's going to be a long season. And that's my fear. So now and I wasn't trying to set this up to be Johnny negative on the whole thing, but
too late.
We know that Deshaun Watson's going to play the first half of the game. And we don't even know if he's going to have the offensive line with him for the whole first half of the game. Those guys might get pulled while Deshaun's still out on the field.
Well,
and then Shedeur will get the start in the next game next weekend against Buffalo. So, what does that mean? What does it mean?
What really matters is 1 month from today, and that's September 13th when they open the regular season. So we'll see what happens here in these 3 preseason games, the 2 in particular. Whoever they name as the starting quarterback, I wonder, will he play much at all in the 3rd preseason game? I would think not, but you never know. Who knows how Todd Monken wants to do it. But they still have another month to get this thing figured out. I won't say get it good because I'm not expecting that. But, we're all excited about the skill position guys. We're excited about at least some healthy bodies on the offensive line. I don't know that you're excited about the quarterback situation, but that's where this is. And it's a month to go. First thing that they've actually decided is that Deshaun's going to start the first preseason game. That's all you got. So let's see what happens.
All right. So, Dan, are we good? Are you good? I'm okay with this. Like, I do want to see Deshaun. I'll be honest with you. I wanted to see Deshaun start this game from the get-go because I wanted to see how healthy he was. And I want to see if he's able to I trust him more than I trust Shedeur at this point because I know he's played in games before. I just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, physically you don't have any idea.
Yeah, just as far as body of work in the league, I was okay with Deshaun starting this first game. I'm not ecstatic. I do want to see there's a part of me that knows that if Shedeur is your starting quarterback, man, that opens up a lot of avenues for this team in the future when they go to the draft. But in my mind, if there's any shot to try to be legit at winning, I kind of feel like Watson's the guy. And so, but at least we get to watch this play out in front of us.
I continue to have absolutely no interest in watching Deshaun Watson play quarterback for this team.
Well,
just have none.
Well,
dip, zero, zilch.
Then you can tune in after halftime.
And we'll figure that out. You tell us. Now we know Deshaun will start the first game of the preseason. What does that mean? Are you good with it or are you upset? Do you think they should have just said, why are we wasting our time? Shedeur should have every snap at this point. Why are we doing this? What is the deal? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month,
you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power. And from that point on, guys, I was a Ram guy. Right? And for power, there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anybody else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? People would laugh. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're using chat or something to research your next home improvement project, you can forget all the prompts. I've got all the details on a company you can trust. For replacement windows and doors without any hassle, just look up Window Nation. They're the real deal. Homeowners across the country love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all styles of windows, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It's a whole lot of savings on top quality windows and doors. Get a free quote at windownation.com. And did I mention Window Nation backs each window with a lifetime transferable warranty? That's on top of team members double and triple checking their work from initial measurements to final installation. Reach on out to Window Nation today to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. And don't forget, this month you could save 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments until 2028. Get a free quote at windownation.com. That's windownation.com. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Hrini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports. This 2020 Sports brought to you by Bookman & Son Fine Jewelers. No pressure, engagement ring shopping at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping's made easy and comfortable. Find out more at bookmanandson.com. Joe Adele put the Guardians in front for good last night with a 2-run homer. His second homer in as many games in 16 career outings at Comerica Park. Adele's gone deep 5 times. Adele and chatting with Guardians TV and how he enjoys playing in the Motor City.
Put up good swings here, and I've had moments here, and so I'm excited to come back and be with this ball club and be able to do it for this team. So it's awesome.
Guardians closing out their 3-game set with the Tigers this afternoon. Parker Messick gets the start. He is 9-6, 2.57 ERA. First pitch is set for 1:10. Major League Baseball back in Iowa tonight for the Field of Dreams game this evening. Minnesota Twins taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. MLB back in Iowa for the first time in 4 years. Browns head to Chicago today, getting ready for their preseason opener this afternoon against the Bears. Browns going to have Deshaun Watson start at quarterback for the game. Head coach Todd Monken looking for Watson to play the first half. Shedeur Sanders expected to play the third quarter. Then Sanders will start next weekend when the Browns entertain the Buffalo Bills. First full weekend of NFL preseason football gets going tonight. Among the games, Cincinnati Bengals playing host to the Detroit Lions. Also tonight, Pittsburgh Steelers playing host to the Green Bay Packers. NBA releasing the entire 2026-27 schedule this afternoon, 3 o'clock. Already know the Cavs will start their season at Philadelphia against LeBron James on October 22nd. Also know the Cavs will entertain the Detroit Pistons on the afternoon of MLK Day, January 18th at Rocket Arena. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Meredith Kane is here today, and she is the happy voice you'll hear at the other side of 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan also in the house today as well. The big news yesterday, Deshaun Watson will get the start against the Bears on Saturday. He'll play the first half of the game. Shedeur gets the next start and will be the second quarterback in on Saturday as we watch this battle unfold right in front of us, as we've been talking about for weeks now, to see who the starting quarterback would be for the Cleveland Browns. Jeff, why do you think that if you're Todd Monken, you go with Watson over Sanders in the first one? Like, how far ahead do you think he must be? Or is he not far ahead and it's just a competition?
I have no idea. How's that? I have no idea. Is Todd thinking that Deshaun is the guy who's going to start the regular season and he wants to get him out there and maybe take the reps against Buffalo in practice and then Shedeur starts the game? Or is he going to start Deshaun, get that out of the way, give Shedeur the reps against the Bills in practice, and then start Shedeur and then just put Shedeur right in as the starting quarterback? I don't know, Andy. I'm not going to try to interpret, but we're going to talk about it. I'm not going to try to interpret he's starting Deshaun. Does that mean that he's going to tell us soon enough? Our eyes might tell us soon enough. Deshaun goes out on Saturday and looks like garbage, then okay. And the Shedeur looks good. I think that's all we need to see, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. Or if they both look good, well, then we'll see what Todd decides.
Yeah, I think
it's just, Indy, it's not like you're picking between, how about Troy Aikman and Steve Walsh when they were both good young quarterbacks with Dallas?
Right.
That's not what we have here. We have a young guy who didn't play very well last year for whatever reason. Say whatever you want. Didn't get reps, whatever. Didn't play very well. Let's just be frank about that. And then we have another guy who's not played anywhere near what he played with another team since he's been a Cleveland Brown and has had significant injuries. So, pick one, Todd, and let's go.
I still wonder why we get, and if you look at the stats, why so many, it's like the people that want Shedeur to be the starting quarterback are just so adamant. And I give you credit. I mean, look, if that's who you think your guy is and you think he can help this franchise win, knock yourself out. The stats tell you he's not. And what we saw last year. Now, again, but guys
as rookies,
I'll give it to you. He's
they deserve
a rookie.
A grace period. They do. So I let's see what he can do.
But can we talk about how unrealistic it is that fifth-round draft picks normally don't get a grace period?
Yeah, I know, but, Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Oh,
Tom Brady was pretty good.
Okay, too.
Yeah, I know. Andy, trust me. If I were the guy who was putting this team together, I would have different quarterback options here. But I'm not, so they don't. I would pick up the phone to this day and call the Indianapolis Colts. I'd much rather see Anthony Richardson take snaps than Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. I would rather see Will Levis take snaps. I would rather see Dan's guy, Jimmy Garoppolo. Dan, it's not Dan's guy. Dan just loves saying handsome Jimmy.
Yes.
I'd rather see Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. But those guys aren't here. So the guys we have, of the four guys who are here, who I'd love to see emerge and be the guy is Taylor Green. That's so unrealistic, it's silly. But I wouldn't have put this quarterback group together. But Andrew Berry did. That's where we are, and this is what we have. And so my fingers are crossed that one or two or three of the guys can actually do a good job. That'd be great.
All right. Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback on Saturday. Your thoughts at 216-474-0092. We start with Tony in Columbia Station. Hi, Tone.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
You couldn't have teed up my talking point better. This quarterback room, and Watson will be the starter for much longer than any of us want or think should happen. This quarterback room is set up with the goal in mind of getting the best draft pick possible in next year's draft. And here's why. There are, very realistically, 12 of the 32 teams that will be in the market for a new quarterback in next year's draft. And we can't screw it up like we did last year. We had Mendoza, if you remember, and then we won our last two games, which were, rah-rah, yay, we did it. But it screwed up that draft position. We weren't in the driver's seat for the number one pick, and we blew it. And we can't do that again. So the quarterback room is set up with that goal in mind. I guarantee it.
Here's another thought, Andy. Tony, thank you.
Tony, thank you.
Here's another thought. If Shedeur started in Chicago and Deshaun started in Cleveland in Game 2 against the Bills, what do you think the reception would be for Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, meh.
Could be worse than that.
No, I don't think it.
I don't know. If
there have been
not,
so many times
Shedeur is not starting,
I've walked into that stadium, and as we walk from, and Meredith will probably agree with me on this too, because I think Meredith tends to be with Tyvis and I. We when the show is over, we walk from the lounge that we do the show up to the press box, and we always stop to see how the introductions go and hear how the fans are going. It's almost like a ritual for us, and we'll stop and listen to see how the fans react to certain people being introduced, and then we go up to the press box. I just kind of feel like at this point, especially in a preseason game, I don't think anyone's booing at this point, and they'd be like,
I don't know about that. Well, you can be sure that Shedeur will be warmly received.
Yeah, I think Shedeur will be received
against Buffalo.
I agree. There's no negativity for him, right?
Well, no, there is from some fans. Every quarterback.
I don't know what
every quarterback here has negativity from some group of fans, except for Taylor Green, because nobody knows who he is.
Yeah, I don't know how can you boo Dylan Gabriel either? You may not like him. I think, truthfully, if you don't like him, you just
boo him because he's not Shedeur Sanders.
Say anything.
They booed him last year because he wasn't Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I don't know. If you make mistakes and maybe that's why Deshaun gets booed, because of all the stuff prior to and not being able to be out there. But there have been times when Shedeur has played like, you know what, Jeff? Maybe that's about it. I can't go past that. Maybe hurt. That's kind of been the whole. If you want to put his career in Cleveland in a nutshell, maybe. Oh, what's that? Oh, maybe he's getting healthier. Oh, maybe. It's like a cartoon. Paul is in Palm Bay, Florida. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good. Trying to figure it out. We got a quarterback at least for one game.
Where's Palm Bay? Down by Miami?
No, we're we're pretty much Melbourne Beach and Cocoa.
All right.
My point is, in 1980, guys, my brother takes me to a Browns game. I leave with Brian Sipe, Dave Logan, and Ozzie Newsome's autograph on a Brownstown poster. I still have that poster. If I drop that poster back to pass, the same thing's going to happen to Deshaun. We are talking about a bag of potato chips. What happens when somebody hits him? So I don't think there's a competition. I think he'll be done by the first preseason game.
I don't hope that you're right, because who wants to see anybody get injured? But Paul, it's certainly a consideration. You know, you got his shoulder dinged up, and the Achilles messed up twice. There are obviously issues there. But also, if either guy's holding onto the football and the offensive line doesn't do the job, any quarterback can get hurt. We know that.
Yeah, I mean, we could be down 2 quarterbacks real quick if they're hanging on to the ball too long.
Here comes the Dillon era.
Yeah.
Well, I just think he's a bag of potato chips, and it's a waste of time even talking about him. So, guys, I love listening to you. I just wanted to call in and say that. My
Appreciate
brother
it.
ruling me for life, by the way.
All right. Paul, thank you. Make sure it sounds. Did we call him?
Oh, but we gave him the opportunity to talk, which, that's kind of what we do here.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's go, Chuck, Cleveland Heights.
Hey, what's up, Andy?
What up?
Hello, Chuck.
Nothing much. Listen. Hey, good morning, Jeff. Didn't forget you.
Thanks.
I was just wondering, we've been in this rodeo before. We've had some number one. How many number one picks have we had since '99? Not just picks, but in the first round quarterbacks. I mean, can you guys look that up after I hang up? But I'm just saying.
We can tell you off top right, but keep going.
Tim Couch.
Yeah. I remember Couch. I mean, Baker was in first round. He was like what? But anyway,
Johnny Manziel.
My point is, it's no guarantee that any college kid, number one,
Brandon
whether he's
Wheaton.
number one or whatever, is going to translate over into a good quarterback in the NFL or with the Browns. And then two, who knows if the kid want to come here? So I'm just saying, everybody said, well, number one pick, let's pick a quarterback. Who's gonna guarantee he's better than what we got now?
Please, dear God.
That's all I'm saying. You never know, man.
No, Chuck, you're right. You never know, but
it's a gamble.
But you have to follow your theory. Then you have to be thinking that one of these guys is the answer.
Well, yeah, give it a chance. I mean, it's just let's go number one. Let's go get a quarterback. I mean, if you do get a quarterback, he's still got to learn. And they shouldn't rush him right out there. Maybe that's what destroyed DTR. Maybe they should sit him for a year.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's why I'm hoping Taylor Green doesn't see the field.
Let Shador get a year and a half in, half of this year, whatever, and then all of next year let the young guys sit behind Shador. Then go from there.
Reasonable thought, Chuck. Here's why everybody's thinking quarterback next year. And it's because we don't have an obvious quarterback for the future. And the Browns picked up trade assets for next year, picked up additional first-round pick and other assets, and it's supposed to be a better quarterback draft. Everybody's just connecting dots. And it probably should be, Chuck. Probably should be.
Yeah.
Chuck, thank you. Appreciate it. Baker Mayfield, 2018, number one. You was talking number one overall. Miles was number one.
No, he was talking about quarterbacks in the first round.
Well, that's just – I thought he was talking about overall. Otherwise it was just him and Baker. Oh, man. I don't talk – who knows? Maybe next year too. All right, so you have a quarterback. Your thoughts? Look, they named Deshaun Watson the starter for preseason game number one. Do you think he's going to be the starter for game one when the season starts at Jacksonville? And if that's the case, and he did decide that Watson was the starting quarterback at this juncture, how far ahead do you think he is if he's going to make that decision? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, let's talk cabinets for a second, huh? How about that? Maybe you're thinking about renovating your kitchen.
Games end the 76ers October 22nd. We also know the Cavs will play host to the Detroit Pistons on MLK Day, January 18th at Rocket Arena. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Our buddy Daryl Ryder is going to join us at 1 o'clock today. You can catch Daryl and Lance Reisland's daily Browns training camp recaps on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Reisland break down the storylines from each and every day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch that recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick, 8:40, the time for that one. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. That's the number to get in. We're talking about Deshaun Watson getting the start in the first preseason game of the year, a game you'll be able to listen to right here on 92.3 The Fan and the Browns Radio Network. That is coming up on Saturday, so we're looking forward to bringing you all the action that you can listen to, especially when you're out and about. And you want to tune in and hear what guys are doing. You know the radio team here at 92.3 The Fan has got you covered with all the play-by-play action on that Browns Radio Network. Charles Robinson, NFLBlueBook.com, longtime NFL writer, one of the best in the business. He is going to join us at high noon, and then Daryl Ryder at 1 o'clock a little bit later today. No Todd Monken press conference because the boys are off to Chicago. They're leaving a little bit early. They're going to have a team dinner tonight. We still have not found out where it's at. I'm thinking they're going to go to a nice place and have a buffet. Makes life easy, doesn't it? It's a lot of steaks to throw down,
Probably
isn't it?
so. Or just, rent out the ballroom right there in the hotel.
Yeah, I'm saying they're not. I'm saying they're leaving the hotel. They're all going to put on a nice little jacket.
Regardless, they're going to have food. They're not taking jackets.
Yeah, I think you have to wear a jacket to fly.
Yeah.
Jeff.
It's Todd Monken's rule.
It's preseason. Yeah, it is Todd's. You're right. You're a good point on that. Good point on that. Okay. So we've been asking you at 216-474-0092, what do you think? I mean, here we go. Deshaun Watson is going to start the first preseason game. Does that give him the edge then on being the regular season starter? Where is this all going is the next question, especially when you look at the rest of the roster and think, you know what, man, there's some good young talent on this team. And maybe, just maybe, Chris Rose was with us yesterday, said that people are looking at the Browns a little bit differently, but they've got to figure out the quarterback situation. And, I think maybe in the back of everybody's mind, they're like, well, it doesn't matter if Shadour's here now or not. It doesn't matter if Watson's here now or not. It doesn't matter if Gabriel's here now or not. It's all about the next draft and where they might be going forward with that. I don't see a scenario like one of our last callers said where Shadour becomes a starting quarterback for this year and next, and that you draft a quarterback and let him learn. If you are going to, first of all, if you have to couple both of your first-round picks to move up for next year, and you're in that situation, that guy's probably going to be starting as soon as possible. So I don't know how any quarterback on this team right now would be in that position to kind of hang on to this gig for a while. Maybe you're bringing a veteran quarterback next year, especially with Watson probably off the books for next year. Or not off the books, off the roster is probably the better way to put it. For next year and trying to figure out. I just don't see that scenario. Do you? Can you see the scenario where Sanders is a starting quarterback this year and he goes into next year as a starting quarterback, but yet they draft a quarterback?
Oh, absolutely.
Too? I think if they draft somebody, they're starting right away.
Oh, maybe. But
no one sits around.
If Shadour plays and does okay this year, why would you rush the young guy on the field if you don't have to? That's a debate for
a year from now.
Yeah,
it could be 6 weeks from now too.
Could be,
and we'll see where that all lands. Again, the news came out yesterday where you're looking at it, and Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback. What do you think of that? What does that mean? Does that mean that Watson is ahead of Sanders? Is that where we're at in the argument? Is that where we're at? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That's the number. We're going to take some more of your phone calls here in just a few seconds. Also, in a few moments, Jeff, I don't know if you saw it, but there's some of the values of the franchises came out. Sportico did their yearly thing talking about where teams and what they're worth and where they're at. I mean, I'll just tell you right now before we even get into the conversation, And I think most people know it. The Cowboys are number one in franchise value. But I do want to get your thoughts on what you think about what's going on with the quarterback situation. Tommy is in Fort Myers, Florida's lighting up the lines today. Hey, Tommy, how are you?
Pretty good. How's it going there?
Good. What's a good word?
Well, I have a unique take here now.
Okay.
I want to start I'm going to go from the number 4 quarterback and go up to number 1.
Okay, go.
All right, you got Taylor Green. Now, what you don't want to do is put him on the practice squad because you don't want to lose him. And you want him to be active because he may be able to help you in all different parts of the game, right?
I brought that up yesterday with Jeff. You thought the only place he should be active is at the quarterback spot, just learning quarterback.
No, I mean,
he's talking about like running on a 4th and 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't explain what you're saying.
Tom is thinking quarterback packages specifically.
Well, he should be you're right. He should be the 3rd quarterback. That's why I'm starting like this. He should be the 3rd quarterback. If for nothing else, you can use him on those special plays.
Yeah.
And if everybody gets to play this year, he's probably going to play too.
Yeah,
but
the problem is that third quarterback is always inactive every week. I mean, they rarely have. But go ahead. I mean, he's in a unique. Go ahead. Finish your next two thoughts. I'm going to spend a lot of time on Green. Keep going.
Okay, and then last year they spent that draft pick on Dylan Gabriel to be the backup quarterback, right? That's what everybody pretty much thinks, right? Well, he should be the backup quarterback. He seems to be the most prepared of anybody to come into the game at any time with exactly what you want your backup quarterback to do, right?
Yep.
Sounds like they're hitting that one right on the head of the nail. Now, you're not going to keep 4, so basically you're going to have to trade Sanders. You're just going to have to, because if you keep him, is he the backup quarterback? You already got the backup quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And is he really a backup quarterback? Who knows what's going to happen if they put him in the game? And plus, with all the noise around him, it would never be the rest of the team would be affected if he's not sitting on the bench. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Again,
Tommy has some sensible thoughts there.
The thing is,
what are the Browns thinking?
Who knows what's going to happen if you put yourself – if that's the way you're looking at him and you're saying trade him, what's the trade value there? If you don't know, what makes you think another team's going to know?
Well, if he's not the starting quarterback, Andy, does it matter what the trade value is? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a legit point. I mean, you're hoping that you get something, and then you got to pray that he doesn't have a great career.
Probably get a late-round pick, maybe a 4th. You know, if you found a quarterback needy team.
So what you're saying is, though, if you're saying that a year later that his value has gone up if he ends up as a 4th-round selection for somebody else.
Great.
I see what you're saying.
Great.
I would think you're probably looking at 6 for whatever it's worth. Is someone going to give you more than what you paid for him, knowing
Andy,
that you don't?
I hope he's great and you don't want to trade him.
Yeah,
that's the hope here.
Paul's in Cleveland. Hey, Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, Andy. Hey, Jeff.
Hey,
good morning.
What do you think?
So the more I think about it, whether or not he's primed to be the starter or not, it's just about losing. Going back to last year, they know they can't put Dylan back in the game. They can't do that, so they got to go with another loser, and that's Deshaun Watson. I said it before, the eye test is there. Like, we see it all through training camp. I caught it last year with Dylan Gabriel. We saw it in training camp. He was terrible. Turning the ball over, he was terrible. Throws are off cue. He's terrible. Deshaun Watson, the same thing. He's terrible. I think we do need to see more of Shedeur. He didn't have a great year to the end of the year, but he didn't play the whole year. He didn't start the whole year. I just think we need to see more. Give it a shot. Maybe we can save some picks here.
All right, so what do you need? I agree with you. Save the picks, and I hope he's a starting quarterback for that reason alone. What do you need to see to have confidence in him? Where are you on your confidence meter with him? 0 to 10. How confident are you in Shedeur?
I say 8.5. I give it 8.5. I'm confident because he's progressing. You know, last year he turned the ball over a lot. Here in training camp, he's not turning the ball over that much. I think he had, one interception, maybe 2. Not sure if I'm up to date on QB tracker, but the percentage is there. The completions are there. The big plays are there. You know, we got a good line of receivers on the team now. I'm not so sure about the offensive line, but everything is there. He's progressing. I think we just need to see more.
All right, fair enough.
But if it's about winning, don't put him in the game. If it's about losing, we go ahead with Shedeur. We go ahead with Deshaun.
All right, I like it. I like the way you think.
I don't like it.
Paul, thank you. If it's about winning or losing, I understand what he's saying, though.
Well, but you're assuming that Deshaun's going to stink, and I don't think that's fair.
I don't.
Now, do I have confidence in him? No. But the guy, you know, the last time we saw him, he was coming back from a shoulder injury, and then he busted up his Achilles. So let's just be fair about this. Let's see what the guy can do. I mean, these are the quarterbacks that Andrew Berry determined were going to go into this season. So let's see them, and let's see them in a preseason game. And if whoever starts in the regular season, if they're not very good, then put the other guy in. And if that guy's not very good, then put Dylan in. But this is the quarterback group that they decided to go into the season with. So until we see that Deshaun Watson can't play anymore, let's assume he can play. Until we see that Shedeur can't complete passes in the NFL level and he holds the ball too long and is not going to be as good as he was in college, then let's give him every chance to be as great as he can be. You know, I think people are going way too negative on both of these guys. I wouldn't have put this group together, but this is the group that's here. So until they show us they can't do it, let's see what they can do.
Take one more real quick. Michael is in Vermilion. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful.
Cool.
I was listening to that last caller, and he pretty much had it, except for one exception. Sanders is their starting quarterback. They got Deshaun out there to be our practice dummy to test our line out. Then he's going to end up on the practice squad if he's not hurt.
I don't, Michael. Thank you. Logistically, I don't think that happens. Deshaun's not going to the practice squad.
It's a thought, though. You think any team would claim him off the practice squad? I don't either. Menigan shaking his head no. That if you're actually looking for something, could you put him on the practice squad?
That's my question. I don't think he's eligible for it.
Well, he might have to say, then you'll have to release me. And the Browns would say, okay. See, this is the thing.
He is technically
he is eligible.
Yes.
Under the rules,
you can put veterans on the practice squad.
And no one else would touch him.
Nobody would go and grab him because they'd have to pay him.
Mm-hmm.
See, veteran eligibility. The NFL allows a limited number of veterans with any number of accrued seasons on practice squads. I thought he had too many years.
Started on the practice squad.
Yep. And they kept putting him back there every week.
Up and forth. Yeah, I forgot
Remember,
about that.
they kept moving him.
Service time alone does not disqualify someone.
Oh, the fun that's ahead.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe that is the answer to all of our questions. I'm going to continue on with this for a moment here, too. I also want to talk about this, the value of the Browns themselves. We're going to get into that in the next hour. Charles Robinson at noon, Darryl Ryder at 1 o'clock, all straight ahead, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long.
My dad was a coach, and my uncles were coaches. My whole family's in coaching. So from when you're a kid, you see, because you pull from everywhere, and then you just put it together and you go. It's not rocket science.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This football talk right here on 92.3 The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I'm still having trouble imagining that that Deshaun Watson could end up on the practice squad. That was something we just talked about last segment. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Charles Robinson will join us at high noon. Darryl Ryder at 1 o'clock. So we'll get all the lowdown on what's going on with the Browns and maybe perhaps get a little bit more insight into the decision to make Deshaun Watson the starter. How can I do this in one sentence? Talk about Deshaun Watson being the starter for preseason game number 1, and then in the same sentence talk about Deshaun Watson ending up on the practice squad to start the season as well. I that just is a testament to where we are in this quarterback dilemma for this team. I hate the fact that we're here.
Can I be the bearer of bad news on the practice squad thing?
I was already bearing a back.
Can't do it?
Can't do it?
You would have to release him and then re-sign him to a practice squad contract. He would have to clear waivers, which he would clear waivers, but you would have to release him, therefore pay him a whole bunch of money, and then pay him the, $15K a week, I believe it is, on top of that for being a practice squad player.
And what does that do to the cap, too, on top of that?
Did they do that with Flacco last year?
So they signed Flacco initially to a practice squad contract.
That's right.
That's right.
His first contract was practice squad.
Okay.
And then when they made it official, they handed him, I forget the amount of money.
All right.
But what's the difference between that and cutting him?
Cutting him, you would tell him to go home, never to be seen again. Re-signing him to the practice squad would then have you paying him, I think it's like $15K a week or something like that.
You wouldn't be re-signing him to the practice squad.
Right.
You would just play the other guys.
Right.
Okay, good. That conversation lasted all of 6 minutes, and that's probably about as long as it should.
Would you agree with this, though? Something's going to happen with these 4 quarterbacks that's other than, okay, here's the order of the quarterbacks, and we're going to try and put one guy in the practice squad, Taylor Green. Don't you think something's going to happen? Either a trade or, something out of the ordinary is going to happen. It's funny, I just got a text from a football coach whose opinion I respect greatly.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, one thing to come out of these 4 quarterbacks, Dylan Gabriel will have the longest career. Crazy, but a 10-plus year backup is a nice gig.
I kind of feel like Gabriel's the guy that...
It's a great point.
It's one of last year's draftees.
The new Colt McCoy, man.
Right? I think there are probably coaches out there that look at Gabriel the same way that we see him, as a career backup. Browns know that if they're going to draft a quarterback next year, that they're going to put so that Gabriel might have the most, as far as trade value, may have the most trade value of the 4 quarterbacks.
I will tell you, Andy.
Especially if you look at him as a number 2 quarterback.
I'm not crazy about smaller quarterbacks. I'm as intrigued at seeing Dylan play in Todd Monken's system as I am in seeing Deshaun or Shedeur play in Todd Monken's system. Let's see what the kid can do. Maybe he's really good in Todd Monken's system. Who knows? All I know is that we don't have a quarterback right now that here's our guy. So as long as they're all here, let's see what you got. Let's go.
All right. Well, you may like this one. Dan is in Cleveland. Hi, Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Once again, I'm a guy who thinks out of the box, and I think I have you haven't mentioned this yet, but a solution for Taylor Green, how you keep him on the roster, and off of that, you're going to lose him if he goes to the practice squad. Now,
I would agree with that, by the way. I would agree.
What?
He said he agrees with you. Keep going. Yeah.
Jeff, yesterday you mentioned that at the Combine, Taylor Green, of all the players, registered as an athlete at the 99 percentile, correct?
Correct, yes. Dan. Yep, number 1 quarterback.
Now, I've mentioned this in prior calls. The Browns have done this already, and I don't know if they're thinking about it, but they should, to keep him on the squad and you can still develop him into the future as a quarterback if you should want to. But back in '64, when the Browns won the championship, Paul Warfield played 3 years at Ohio State, never in his life played wide receiver. He got to the Browns as the number 1 pick, and they put him at wide receiver, and they won the championship, and he's in the Hall of Fame. I'd take Taylon Green and be our last receiver on this squad. Replace Cedric Tillman or somebody with him. With his athletic ability, with Denzel Boston, teach him the wide receiver, and in the meantime, so you got a guy that can play 2 positions, and think of Taylon Green on the goal line with Denzel Boston, with any one of the quarterbacks we have.
Yep, Dan, thank you. I brought that up yesterday with Jeff. We talked about that. Terrell Pryor, kind of the same situation, right? He became
turned out to be
pretty good receiver too.
Yeah, he had some moments.
Yeah.
I personally want to see Taylon Green at quarterback.
I do. But
if he shows he can't play quarterback at the NFL level, and he's a freakishly good athlete.
Athlete is an athlete. You can find somewhere for him if they can help you.
But if he can play quarterback, I would prefer him to play quarterback.
Joe is in Strongsville. Hey, Joe.
How you doing, guys?
Hello, Joe.
Basically, I think Monken's going to play both quarterbacks this year, to be honest. I think he truly just wants to see what these guys have, and he does not care about the backlash he gets from the public. I mean, this is a guy that would go on the field when he was here in 2019 and talk about how dysfunctional his own employer was. He does not care what the fans think, what Shador fans think, Deshaun fans think. I think Monken truly just wants to win games. And I think if it doesn't work out with these guys, I think we have to take a swing on a quarterback high in the first round. None of these late round guys that are undersized and can't play the position, or like a Brandon Whedon, a former baseball player that didn't make it. No, we need a high first round pick. That's where all the good quarterbacks typically come from. No more late round picks.
Joe, I'm sorry. You're making way too much sense.
We got to run him for that, don't we? We got to run him. Sorry for making sense, Joe. Thank you. Had to let him go.
Way too much sense.
I'm going to take a couple more phone calls. I don't want to get into this valuation thing. Corey is in Gainesville, Florida. Florida, again, man. We are hot.
Third call from Florida today.
Nice.
It is hot down here.
I'm coming down in a couple weeks, dude. Put the air conditioning on.
Yep. My question is, what happens if Deshaun gets hurt here in the next 4 weeks or even 5 weeks into the season? What happens with his contract at that point?
Oh, you're happy, right? Insurance picks it up again.
He gets paid.
Yes.
He gets paid.
Yes, he gets paid. Everyone gets paid, and then you have your 3 quarterbacks. I think my look at the thing is they want to see what's going to happen, see if he is healthy, see if he can make it. And if he comes out and he lights out the first 3 or 4 games, at that point I'm sure there's going to be other teams that are looking for a trade. So at that point you could either trade him, or if you want to keep him, or if he's not playing good at all, then you have Deshaun and you have Shador and you have Gabriel to finish up the season. But I think that's why he's probably going to be the QB1, is because they want to see if he's healthy or not, and to see what happens.
Thank you.
Something out of him.
All right, Corey, have a good day. Stay cool in down in Florida. I thought you brought up a good point, Jeff, though, that if we get into this thing, right, and I mean, both these quarterbacks have a little bit of a tendency to hang on to the ball too long, right? If you're hanging on to the ball too long.
Well, we've seen that in the past.
Yeah.
Again,
you do that
until
with a new offensive
until we see
line?
them on the field in a new offense. Let's figure it out.
I'm just on paper. If I said to you, quarterback holds ball too long, probably maybe even a breath too long, new offensive line. Unfortunately, I think that the equation there ends up leading to equals injured if you're hanging on too long with a new offensive line. They're going to get pummeled. Kevin is in Cuyahoga Falls. Kev.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
We are hanging in, my friend.
Kevin.
Hanging in.
Hey, quick fun fact before my Browns take. The men, again, a couple days ago mentioned some guys at the Brewers game playing a Weber grill and a flute.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were the Violent Femmes, by the way. I don't think he mentioned that. So
Look at you.
I was a big
Nice job,
fan
Kevin.
back in the day. Love those guys.
How
Nice
can
job.
I get? I can't stop singing.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
yes.
you go, Andy. You know it.
I
yeah.
know it. Yeah. They're out
Hey,
of
so-
Pittsburgh too, aren't they? I think they're out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great guys.
Hmm?
Hey, so again, I can't say I'm overly excited for the Browns, so I guess let me throw it out at you and correct me if I say anything that's wrong here. We're hanging our hopes on a wide receiver core, which is predominantly going to be rookies. We got a running back who's coming back from a leg injury that we're hoping can get back to what he was.
I haven't talked a lot about that, but that is true, yes.
Yeah, we got an offensive line who's never played a single game together, and none of them were on this team before, so all new guys, all 5. And now we got a quarterback room, which is made up of Jeff's old van that we're hoping to squeeze a mile or two out of and something. I can't get super excited. And on the over-under, was it 5.5? I'm going under with that. So, and of all those problems I laid out, to me, the quarterback room is the worst of all. I mean, it doesn't give me a lot of excitement, let's put it that way. And unfortunately, my anticipation with all the guys is not real high. So maybe they could prove me wrong, but man, I just think this is a team playing for 27 and using those draft picks and get our franchise guy in the draft next year. And hopefully these other good young guys we've got coming up can supplement that, and years in future we become something what we want to be.
All righty. All right, Kevin, thank you. Appreciate it. It's been some pretty good talk. If you want to hop back in on it, 216-474-0092. Jeff, I do want to talk about a story that caught my eye yesterday, and it has to do with franchise value. And I found it extremely fascinating. I read it in The Athletic. It's Sportico is the one that puts out the franchise valuations and their rankings. And the Cowboys easily are the number one team here in net worth, because the Cowboys are coming off, 7-win seasons without making the playoffs, but it doesn't affect their value. Like, winning and losing has nothing to do with value in the NFL. That's the beauty of this whole thing.
That's correct.
Right? So they're at $15.5 billion, a 21% increase from last year. They went up. They won 7 games, didn't make the playoffs, and went up 21%. Man, that star is worth a ton. 21%. Your Browns, and I'm not going to make you wait around on this, they were one of the highest jumpers in percentage. In fact, only beat out, they were tied with the Broncos, and only Seattle went up in percentage. Seattle, 46%. The Browns, 40%. The Browns' value here, I take it back. Arizona, this is insane. Arizona, who's 28th, is 41. Jacksonville, who's 29th, went up to 42% value upgrade. The Browns, according to Sportico, are worth $8.6 billion with a B dollars. You'd have to win 8.5 lotteries from last night. By the way, you didn't win, did you?
I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah. Dan? No?
Not I.
Somebody won $50,000 in Ohio. I saw that. I don't know where it's at, though. I probably should check my tickets, don't you think?
No.
Why? Why would I not? Look at you, so negative. If you don't believe your lottery ticket is going to win, why should you buy it at all, Jeff?
Because I like contributing to the educational system in the state of Ohio. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much.
I'll be here all week.
Just here to help the kids.
And the people.
All right, I'm going to go back into this valuation. We'll talk about that. Plus more Browns. 216-474-0092. Charles Robinson at noon. Darryl Ryder at 1.
will be hosting the Pistons on Martin Luther King Day on January 18th at Rocket Arena. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find us on YouTube. Oh, the joy. Carmen, Lima, 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, Andy, that's us. 10 to 2, an afternoon drive. Wilson, Peterland, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Hey, do you remember that moment in the movie The Jerk when Navin finds his name in the phone book?
Well, Andy, how can you forget that moment?
I'm just making sure you know. I just want to make sure you know, because
tear to my eye.
Not only is the new phone book's here, but the Emirates NBA Cup schedule is now. Oh, now I see where we are. Man, I can't believe I slept on this one. I forgot about it. It starts on October 30th, so I don't know if you have plans that weekend or not, but I want to make sure you're on board.
The Cup starts that weekend?
Yes, the NBA.
They're playing it that early?
The tournament tips off October 30th. That's what I'm looking at.
I thought the Cup was in December.
Nope. Your Cup has runneth over.
The final is in December. They begin playing it early.
Yeah, okay. The final is December 4th and 5th.
Be still my heart. The anticipation is getting to me.
The quarterfinals, Jeff, write this down because you need this.
Get a pen.
Friday, December 4th and 5th. Semifinals are the 8th and or 9th. And then they are going to play the championship at historic Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis on Friday, December 11th.
Seriously?
Yes, at Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis.
They're going to play that at Butler?
Well,
that's kind of cool.
That's real cool.
That's cool.
Is it really? Isn't that the house that Hickory built? Let's be honest.
I've been there. It's a really cool floor. The Cavs practiced there years ago, and it's a really cool floor, and it's one of those floors that is sitting on it's like a mattress, and it's not sitting on a mattress, but the floor is, because it's built on springs.
What?
Yeah. Go look it up.
The floor is, and then, I mean, maybe that's why.
The floor is, it's like softened because it was on springs. It's like a foot tall.
Is that why Jimmy Chip was able to cheat?
Jimmy didn't cheat.
I'm telling you, man, there should be some kind of investigation.
I'll make it.
There's just no way Hoosiers should have played out the way it did. I think someone was on the take.
I'll make it.
I think Barbara Hershey got some extra cash or something.
You know, after
maybe she was on NIL money.
In the regional whatchamacallit beforehand, you know, Ollie made the free throw.
Yeah.
But if you've watched, the kid who has the half court, 3/4 court heave
just misses.
Just barely misses.
I know.
He clanks it off the back of the iron. I mean, that thing almost went in, and they're acting like they already won. They didn't defend.
I don't know how they won that.
Norman Dale would tell you to stop the ball.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
I don't know. I think maybe he was on the take. Maybe he would have made that shot.
Apparently punching players and on the take.
How much money do you think Hickory they had in the Hickory slush fund to make that happen?
For the NIL? Well, they already showed you free haircuts on game day.
Oh, that is true.
There were free haircuts on game day. It was an Indiana high school. It was a.
Is that worse? Is that worse than LeBron's?
They broke the rule. It was a violation.
Is that worse than LeBron's
getting a
remote control Hummer? Yeah.
Sure.
No, just the remote control one, not the real one. Does that matter? Anyway, they are in Group B, because I know you were sitting around trying to figure out, which is a little interesting because the Sixers are in there. You have the Knicks, the Sixers, the Heat, the Pacers, and the Cavs. I've already spent more time on this than I thought I would. Sorry. Didn't mean to be that guy.
Spent more time than I was hoping you would.
Glad you addressed it so that I don't have to.
Well, I mean, we really didn't talk at all about, the Emirates NBA Cup and the Cup history. I mean, because you just got to make sure the Cup is, protecting the integrity of the game.
Somebody has to, Andy.
All right, can we go back to this valuation thing? Because I'm still, blown away when you look at, again, Sportico put this out.
This is amazing to you for some reason.
And I don't know why. I just think, do you really think the Cleveland Browns are worth $8.6 billion?
Well, apparently.
The cheapest team.
How do I know?
The cheapest team in the league right now is how much?
Probably
what team?
Probably $3 billion.
What team?
I have no idea. Carolina?
Dan, want to take a guess? Cheapest team in the NFL right now?
Probably not Jacksonville because of the international stuff, right?
No. And the fact that they're putting that dome on top of the stadium. Did you say that they're retrofitting the dome on top of Jacksonville Stadium?
No, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Like what everybody was talking about of like put the umbrella over Cleveland Brown Stadium. At the time it was that.
Yeah.
That's what Jacksonville's doing.
I will tell you this. The Browns are worth more than Jacksonville. Who is the cheapest team in the NFL? See, we're looking, maybe you won the lottery last night a couple times over.
Trying to go through them in my head. I'll say Pittsburgh, but I don't feel good about it.
You're close. Close. If I say you're close.
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati. Cincinnati you can pick up for, song and dance. $7.4 billion. And they went up 35%.
Good to own an NFL team.
And Mike Brown still makes those guys walk across the street for practice. Come on. It's not quaint like in Green Bay. It's kind of weird in Cincinnati. I'm just saying. I know they're in our state. I know I should be friends with them, but I'm not. I still look at this deal, Jeff, like the Browns are worth a little bit more than the Packers. According to this, worth more than the Vikings, worth more than the Ravens, worth more than the Bills, worth more than the Panthers, the Lions, the Cardinals, the Jags, the Colts, the Saints, and the Bengals.
So what's your point? Why are you amazed by this?
Because I just can't believe that a team that has had such little winning. I think we're the only team in the last 30 years that hasn't won their own division. Right? 30 years?
Passionate fan base, great new stadium on the way.
Is that what and they're up 40%. 40%.
Well, teams are all up. No,
if they're worth,
no team's valuation has dropped.
No, what was the least was 34? What were the even the Bengals were up 35%. I'm looking at the Raiders are only up 28%. Ooh, the Niners, interesting, 19%, and the Giants were only up 17%.
So in other words,
the Giants are already worth $12 billion.
Good to own an NFL team.
Man, I mean, come on.
There's money in them hallowed halls.
Here's my question, okay? And call me crazy because I'm pretty good at this. The Haslam's bought the team for $1.5 billion in 2012, so it's worth 8 times what they paid for it. I'm sorry, man. I'd be out the door. I'd be counting my cash as I walk out the door, knowing that my franchise. Now I can't see them doing it right now because I'm sure they want to see the dome come to fruition. I'm sure they want to see some of these other things that could happen here. But if somebody told you that your team that you paid $1 billion is now worth $8 billion, I'd be like, can someone get me one of these boutique companies that sells off teams? And I'd be out the door. Are you kidding?
But Andy, they already have enough money. They don't have to worry about anything. So it's not like you need the profit.
I would like to. Can I get anyone who has enough money that you don't ever want to make another penny again for the rest of your life, to give us a call at 216-474-0092.
Yeah, we have a lot of those guys who listen.
But I wonder how much of it is just the general prestige of being able to say, I am one of 30.
Exactly right, Dan.
And the fact that you can walk into Peter Luger's on a Saturday night.
Dude, with $8 billion, you walk into Peter Luger's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, even if they're not even open.
No. But what I mean by that is, okay, Peter Luger's a bad example. The fact that I can go to Monaco and I can immediately just look around going, I'm one of 32 owners of an NFL franchise. I'm in the ultimate cool rich guy circles. There are no rich guy circle that I can't step in right now and immediately feel like I have my worth. There's a level of prestige that these guys have of the fact that, for lack of better terminology and for the sake of a pretty good metaphor, the fact that you could put your teams on the table and have a conversation.
Are you going to lose them in a poker game? You're not. That's not happening. Who won? Was it the Steelers that won their team in a poker game?
That was the word.
I mean, come on. For $8 billion, I don't need to be. I'm in my own club. I'm in my own. Are you kidding? I would
Remember,
sell.
the Haslams.
Would you sell if you were the Haslams? Would you sell if your team's worth $8 billion? You paid $1 billion for it. See ya, Cleveland. See ya,
guys. We don't hang in rich guy circles. We have no idea what that's like. We have no idea the prestige measuring that takes place.
Speak for yourself. You got Baskin sitting here. Come on.
That's a good point.
Yep.
The man who taught me. My dad always taught me you need a friend with a pool and a friend with a boat, and I never knew that I needed more than that until I met Andy Baskin. He said, no, my friend, you need a friend with a plane.
Here's what I'm saying. We had the conversation last night if we won the lottery. The whole family was there, right? If we win the lottery, what are we doing? I looked at my family and I go, man, it has been great knowing you guys. It's a pleasure bringing you into the world. Peace out. Deuces. I'm out of here. They weren't real happy with that answer. I said, I'm just kidding. If we won the lottery, we would be a family still, and we'd figure out something. But we didn't. And I did say, though, that I would probably, just because it's I'd probably want to move close to the Kelseys in Rhode Island, because that Kelsey house in Rhode Island is pretty sweet.
Sure.
We walked by it. We were there a couple years ago, and I was like, wow. And now that I could say it's the Kelsey's house, although I'm sure Meredith is probably pulling her hair out thinking that I just said that, but because that was Taylor's house. I just said, I think we'd buy a little estate near the Kelseys. And she was just like, what? My kids were looking at me like, what? And then I had to explain it to them the same way I'm explaining it to you. The same deal. So should I not be fascinated by the fact that the Browns are worth $8 billion and are not? This is the only place where the Browns aren't in last place, kids. They're not. They're in 21st place, which isn't so bad. It's better than being, although it's not so bad to be in 32nd place either. $7.4 billion. What do you think Paul Brown would have thought if he said, yeah, Mike, you're going to have the team in the future and it's going to be worth $7.4 billion? I don't think that was Paul's mission in the beginning. Do you?
Instead of messenger guards, Paul Brown would institute messenger bank depositors.
I'm just looking at this thing going, I can't. And the other part of it is I can't believe the Browns are worth more than the Packers, the Vikings, the Ravens.
Well, absolutely. They have a stadium on the way and own their own land of the stadium. I mean, that's going to have so much value. I bet you they're going to skyrocket just due to the fact that they're going to own the land the stadium is on top of. That value only goes up.
But it went up 40%.
It's going to go up higher the minute that stadium exists and they play the first game in it.
The Cowboys are worth $15.5 billion.
You're fascinated by this.
I am absolutely
I don't get it.
Fascinated by it.
NFL teams, big price tag.
Don't you think it's overinflated? I think it's just so.
No, not if somebody will pay for it.
I guess so. I don't know. We just saw what happened to the Lakers yesterday. Boy, that was I didn't realize. I was like, it's the Lakers. Who cares? And then I started reading how big of a surprise it was that all that happened yesterday for the Lakers to get flipped in a year. Or was it 2 years? 1 year? 2 years? Somewhere there?
Just a little over a year.
So, anyway, let's do this. We will come back. Charles Robinson's coming up at noon. Darryl Ryder at 1 o'clock. So, we'll get into that. Want to talk a little bit about the Guardians today. Also, what are the Cavaliers doing? They're kind of sleeping on us right now, or we're sleeping on them. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
will be playing tonight, but the quarterback did say he was hoping tonight's game would have been in Green Bay so he could play in Lambeau one last time. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all the local shows here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we've reached that point in the show where we tell you that Charles Robinson's coming up in less than 20 minutes, NFLBlueBook.com, and, of course, longtime national writer for the NFL. So we look forward to talking to our good friend Charles Robinson. And then Daryl Ryder at 1 o'clock. But we pause for a moment to make sure we're up to speed on things other than the Cavs, the Guardians, and the Browns. We like to call it headlines. More powerful than a WNBA head decapitation on an easy layup. Here's Dan Mennigan.
Headlines. So we can think of a better name.
Yeah, I thought we were coming up with a better name.
I like it. I like headlines. I'm good with it.
It seems like we ran out of speed on a better, or I ran out of gas on a better name.
Doesn't matter. It's all good. I like it.
We can keep brainstorming. But at any point,
let me just say this. As long as this show has quick predicts before Browns games on Fridays and Browns Therapy Monday, life is good. Life is good. It's all that matters.
Yeah, let's stick with the old stuff.
You know, because it's popular and people are comfortable with it and they love it. And so when I still have people walking up to me when I'm not here in Northeast Ohio going, hey, aren't you guys the ones that do Browns Therapy Monday? I say, yes, we are. Especially if you had a national audience, a bigger national audience, that may enjoy the ride with us and they understand it. Thank you. Next.
You see Russell Westbrook announced his retirement yesterday?
Love the way he did it.
Yeah.
You know what? Thanks, guys. I'm done.
Pretty much. It was initially reported that he was going to find his way into playing basketball overseas for a little bit and just decided, you know what? I don't feel like living that life. Let's just call it quits after 18 years.
That is a guy whose career, to me, has never been fully appreciated by most. That guy, I mean, he had some things on the court that would drive you nuts a little bit, but put up such outrageously good numbers and played with such passion and energy. And I always liked Russell Westbrook. I don't think he was appreciated anywhere nearly as much as he should have been. Great player. He and LeBron, I think, are the only two guys to score 25,000 points and have 10,000 assists.
I always liked him. I wonder if somebody will try to drag him out, halfway through the season. They need a little help if he's got any juice left.
I could see that. He's going to be
he
one of
put up
those
good numbers last year for Sacramento.
He's going to be one of those guys where people are going to look at Russ's numbers in 5 years, 10 years, somewhere in between there, and go, oh my God, how is this guy not an upper pantheon Hall of Famer? Like,
he will be
one of the best, and it's gonna,
he will be,
and it's going to take a bunch of people to go, yeah, you kind of weren't there for some of the warts that came with Russell Westbrook. The numbers look better than the warts that also came with him.
Well, his numbers are outrageous.
Exactly. And some of the stuff that was going on in between, he was outstanding. He was always a joy to watch. He played so hard. That was the thing with it. That
leading rebounder from the guard position in NBA history.
Yeah. And though a lot of times big guys would clear out and just kind of let him get those long rebounds and that kind of stuff along the way. There was some of that.
Oh, Dan, belittling Russell Westbrook's career.
There was some of that happened. I'm not trying to take anything away. The guy's a Hall of Famer. I can't say anything better.
Here, I won't hit him, Miles. You get the sack.
Again.
Is that what you're saying?
Give it 10 years, and I have a feeling we will be explaining to a younger generation that it's like, yeah, those were really good numbers.
You know the interesting thing about him, and last thought on this, because I'm sure you have more. He was an Oklahoma City Thunder, right? 11 years. And then he finished out his career. A year in Houston, Washington, the Lakers.
Really good in Washington.
Yep, the Clippers, Denver, and Sacramento. And he overlapped Lakers and Clippers for a little more than a year.
Yeah.
But he just bounced around. And that's what you see a lot in the NBA is those veteran guys who have been around who want to just keep playing because they can still produce. Kevin Love.
Yeah, who knows?
Russell's college roommate, actually.
We could see LeBron's farewell tour might be for every team in the NBA.
We'll see where it goes from there. All right, a very interesting story going on in college athletics right now. So, LSU.
Oh, my goodness.
Brought in a corner, and as part of the agreement, promised him.
Before Lane Kiffin was the head coach, this was a Brian Kelly promise.
Promised him that he could wear number 5. Okay? A lot of guys have worn number 5 for LSU. I would name them, but I don't have it in front of me. And I don't follow LSU close enough to do it off the top of my head. But you could do the Google machine, and you'll get an answer to that. Good amount of guys have worn number 5, though.
Okay.
Well, it turns out that Jaden Daniels is one of those guys that wore number 5, and he
for 1 year
is grumpy. An attorney representing Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels, I'm grabbing this from ESPN, has informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, his image, nor his likeness, according to an August 5th letter to the Tigers athletic director, a copy of which was obtained by ESPN. Center of the dispute, of course, is DJ Pickett, the cornerback, wanting to wear the number 5. While the jersey hasn't been retired by the Tigers, it's the first time a player has worn number 5 since Jaden Daniels left for the NFL.
I have no idea how his legal representation can make the claim that you must quit. You know, nobody can do that. Nobody can wear it. They were really mad that somebody else is going to wear it. Now,
is that the question of the legal representation, or is it?
Is he selling 5 with Daniels on the back? If they're doing that, that might be a problem.
Or use his picture. Remember, there were a bunch of Ohio State Buckeyes that were very upset, former players that were upset when they had these banners that were hanging like underneath with their pictures and sponsor logos on there. So I don't think they could. And Jaden Daniels is telling LSU they can't use his picture.
Cease and desist letter that has been sent.
Yeah, that's silly.
Daniels' family, deeply disappointed, feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. His statement read, Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that his number would remain a meaningful part of the LSU legacy, would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university.
No number at LSU is retired for football other than number 20 by Billy Cannon, who was a Heisman Trophy winner in the 50s and then went to the Raiders in the AFL and then ended up having a little problem with counterfeiting.
All I can say is that if the great Archie Griffin would let Andy Katzenmoyer wear number 45 at Ohio State, all numbers are on the table for all teams across the league.
Jaden made it clear he does not want his number given to another player, and he believed his wishes would be respected, according to the same statement. His Heisman Trophy winning season and everything he accomplished on and off the field represented his place in LSU history. To see his number given to another player is incredibly disappointing.
Yeah, I totally disagree with the whole retiring numbers thing, especially at Ohio State, where they probably could retire 50 of the numbers
According
if they
to ESPN,
really wanted
no one
to.
has worn number 9 since Joe Burrow either.
I don't think like retiring numbers is ridiculous. Putting a number against a name and then putting it in a ring of honor, I think has more stay. I just think that's a higher honor. I'll be honest with you. I think your name on the stadium at some point being a part of a ring of honor is a higher achievement than having your number retired, not having any. It's college football. Like, are we gonna see 3-digit players sometime in the next couple of years? If you continue to retire numbers, I can't stand. Like Ohio State has this problem every once in a while too, where they don't have enough numbers, and so guys have to share a number. I hate that and then if there's no name on the back of the jersey, it's worse. How do you know who 19 is, right?
Well, and because his name came up, we are contractually obligated to play it.
It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family, and we are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana.
Brian Kelly spending all that time in the bayou of Connecticut.
After spending most of his life in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Anyway.
I got to tell you, Andy Baskin.
Yeah, did you see Vicky Valancourt the other day?
So, Aaron Rodgers is taking on the Green Bay Packers tonight in Lambeau Field.
Oh, that's awesome.
Except for the problem that it's preseason and Aaron Rodgers might not play at all. But he told the media that he was slightly heartbroken that he was not going to be able to play both of his former teams when the Jets as well. This season, they were possibly on the schedule. Quote, when I heard it was possible to play both my former teams, I was really hoping this was going to be in Green Bay and just to get back to Lambeau Field one more time, but to head out to the restaurant for dinner, back in Green Bay Country Club, all of that kind of stuff. It's really a shame that I'm not going to be able to play here in the regular season.
Yeah, that's a darn shame. You can go back and visit in the offseason.
Absolutely.
That's true.
It's not going anywhere.
That's true. I mean, get in a good game of Hammerschlagen. Life is good.
Said it would have been strange being in the visitors' locker room. What do you guys think? Would it have been weird to see Aaron Rodgers stroll into Lambeau Field wearing a different uniform than a Green Bay Packer?
I think it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. No stranger than Brett Favre.
Yeah, Favre in a Vikings jersey was a little
much.
That took a bit to get used to.
I think Favre was odder. I would say Favre wearing a Vikings jersey would be odder than watching him wearing a Steelers jersey.
Field of Dreams game tonight as well, gentlemen. It'll be on Netflix. Do we like this? Do we like Major League Baseball going back and doing the Field of Dreams?
Okay. The problem with it to me is only this. They basically build a Major League stadium on the site.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer like what it looked like in the movie. Is it actually on the same plot of land, or did they move it to a different plot of land? I know it's right there, but we saw it. It's built. They built stands and everything else. It's not the same thing, which is disappointing. But then again, you're not going to play a major league game.
The first one was so
jumped
cool.
the shark after the first one. Ended the story. It was a one-time only deal. Come on.
And I thought that's where this was going to go, because the year after that they did. Oh shoot. I know they did the racetrack last year, and that fell apart because of the rain. They went to Rickwood Field.
That's what it was, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that was so cool. And I wondered if we were going to see more stuff like that before they found their way back to the Field of Dreams field. Like, I don't know how you would do it, but I'd love it if they could find a way to do it in League Park. I don't think you could. I think the field's too small.
Have you seen that field?
It's too small.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't.
Left field's not.
By the way, are you
right field is
just not to sidetrack this at all? Are you watching Ted Lasso at all?
No, haven't caught up yet.
Oh, I'm going to give you just a little. I don't think this is. I'm not spoiling the story at all. But they're in Kansas City for the first episode, which I think a lot of people already knew too. They go to the Negro League Baseball Hall of Fame.
I want to go so bad.
It was. I mean, first of all, I know that, like, I did a story in there with Jody Garrett years ago, and it was just so
jealous.
Like, you couldn't walk out, and Buck O'Neil was there and signed a baseball for me. It's one of the few autographs I have.
If you get a chance, Joe Posnanski's book, I think it's called Buck and Me, I want to say is what it's called, where Joe Posnanski goes around the country with Buck O'Neil and writes down all of his stories from visiting the Negro League fields. Unbelievable.
Wow.
One of the best books you'll read.
Anyway, it's in the first episode of this season. There's a little bit, they did some stuff there, just so you know. I'm not giving everything away, I'm just telling you.
That's cool. I want to check that out for sure. But yeah, I thought they would do different stuff along the way, or maybe I would love to see a game in Montana. Like, find a baseball field in Montana that's big enough to do it there. Wyoming would be awesome. Like, take the game to places that don't have professional fields.
Yeah, in Montana, they would have to convert they'd have to convert Montana State's field or University of Montana into a baseball field to do it.
It is cool, though, and I will be watching.
Washington Grizzly would have to get flipped over there. So, all right, anyway, good stuff, man. Charles Robinson is coming up next, NFLBlueBook.com. He'll join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. Hey, everybody, Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover.
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Right now, I anticipate in all the preseason games our guys will play.
Training camp headlines don't take a break. Hear all the latest from Todd Monken before every practice.
Our plan is everybody will dress and they're going to play.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. I got to tell you, if you follow the NFL, you need to be on NFLBlueBook.com. It's new, it's hot, it's fresh, it's really easy to read. He's got a ton of great stories on there.
It's 7 days old.
And Charles Robinson is making it happen. Man, I'm looking at this website, and this is just so clean. Man, wow. I can't wait to dive into this thing. So, and by the way, Charles is on the line right now. He's on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline after his tour of Cleveland yesterday. Hi, Charles. How are you?
I'm good, and I'm so behind on my camp reports, and this is where it sucks being your own boss because you can't complain about your boss.
Just look in the mirror and start screaming at
Nice
yourself.
job, dude.
Like this guy's a jerk. All I hear is how behind I am on my camp report.
That's all right. Hey, Charles, I'm looking at the site, man. It looks fantastic. It's super clean and easy to read.
Yeah, I will say it was funny because I ran into Albert Breer yesterday at practice, Browns practice, and yesterday was my 6th in a row, but Breer's done like 17 and 17. I think I've done 13 total. And I was just saying, I'm like, I don't know how I was like, I'm on a plane or I'm in a car or I'm watching a practice or I'm talking to somebody. I'm like, I don't know how you find time to write. And so we commiserated on, how you come up with a scheme to try to grind in between. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, but it was definitely great to get into practice and see the Browns yesterday. Talk to Andrew Berry and obviously Todd and just kind of get a feel for what practice looks like, and a lot of juice with the young guys. I'll say, and man, Isaiah Bond, what a catch yesterday, laying out for a slightly wobbly deep pass from Shedeur. Man, that was one of the more impressive camp practices I've seen, or camp catches. I'm sorry, catches I've seen. Yeah, I mean it was. I thought Bond looked improved. Like it was. He kind of felt like a one gear guy. Last year, and I was like, is this just what he's going to be? And it was interesting to kind of see him look a little. Looks like he put on a little poundage and looks like he's factoring in not just in the deep game, which is nice.
Yeah, but don't you think part of that for Isaiah is just being comfortable? I mean, he had a weird entrance into the NFL, and so now he can kind of settle into his job, right?
Yeah, it's funny because I was talking to Todd about it, and Todd was like, "Well, hey, he's like, don't forget, how he came in the league," and I was like, "Oh my God, that's right." Like it wasn't the traditional entrance at all. So he actually had it. It's obviously between year 1 and 2, having that off season is always really a big deal for rookies and going into your second season. But obviously his situation was completely different. But that to me was a positive that I saw out there where I'm like, okay, there's depth. It's not just the, Casey and Denzel show, which I've seen a ton of clips, going into that practice. But definitely one of the things that I think you notice is when you stack 2 really good draft classes and you get out and you watch, practices, you see all these young guys just providing so much juice. And I told you guys Jared Verse was going to wreak havoc. I told people this. Nobody listened to me. Everybody was angry. And the funny thing is I went through Rams and, it obviously you go through, you talk about Myles Garrett, but I will tell you their locker room was initially, and I think some of it's friendship, but also because they knew what kind of teammate he was. They were upset that Verse got traded in that deal. They were happy to have Myles in, but there were certainly guys in that locker room that I think were had their nose out of a joint because they felt like they lost a really good young player.
So the catch by Bond was as good as you've seen in training camp. How was the pass, and how was the quarterback play?
So I have a hot-ish take on this.
Oh boy, pregnant pause. Wow.
here's my thing. I think you have to accept the reality that, there's a solid chance the 2027 starter's not on this roster, right? Like, I think we all can accept that it's a solid chance. Now we'll see what happens over the course of the season. But my thought process is, if it's close, I think you go with Shedeur because you're like, let's see what the younger player has to offer us. Now, the defense, to me, I think has an opportunity to make this a team that can win games. And if that is true, then I think you go with whatever. And obviously, I think this is the plan, especially after talking to Monken. It's who's going to win you games, period. Like, that's, you can slice it and dice it 50 million ways, but whoever's going to be the quarterback that actually can win you games is what Monken wants first and foremost. And you can debate the 50 paths that you get there. But my thought process is, if it's going to be a season in which you're not in playoff contention at some point, I think regardless of the play at that point, I think you have to at least see where Shedeur takes you so that you know what you're doing heading into this next off season. So I know everybody's had their different, opinions on this. And I think overall the quarterback play it's going to be, up and down and frustrating for people. And, Deshaun, to me, still, I think he looks healthier for sure than I've seen him in the past, but the turnover issues are obviously going to continue to be a big question with him. And I think any time, I always go back to when Cam Newton had shoulder surgery. He was never really he never had a chance to really be the same player after that. Like, other things in terms of his health diminished, but I never thought he seemed to me, once that shoulder got worked on, the throwing shoulder, I think that, there was just no chance that he was going to be the same player he ever was again. So just from a health factor, I wonder if there's really anything you can ever get out of Deshaun that would convince you to feel like he's your guy moving forward. Where have you guys been on this, and how concerned fans right now about quarterback?
Extremely, and we've been all over it. And I think Andy and I both agree with you, Charles. The quarterback of the future on this team isn't on this team right now. We think it's next year, but we'll see. Should the Browns be looking for a different quarterback for this year?
If you had asked me that before I came through, I would have said no. But now that and again, I was only in there for one practice, so I don't want to get over my skis on this. The defense to me looks like it despite moving Myles Garrett, I still think this defense can be really, really good. And I think after talking to people in the building, I think Mason Graham is going to – I think there is certainly there's thoughts in the building that he is going to be the guy that maybe people by the end of the 2026 season, people go, okay, we're good. Like we're not concerned about, maybe what we thought the lack of particularly sack production was in 2025. So I think there are young guys that are going to take a stride forward. Jared Verse, I'm sure he'll be a captain. I'm sure, I think he's going to live up to what the Rams thought he would be, which is, a consistent double-digit sack guy who, can very consistently wreaks havoc on opposing teams' jaws, at least two sets of hands on a pretty constant basis. I think if that's the case and there is an upgrade available that the Browns know and are comfortable with, then you have that conversation. But I just don't know if that's actually going to materialize. If you guys have a quarterback in mind, let me know.
If Will Levis would like a new home, or if Anthony Richardson would like a look.
No.
Yeah, but look at what you have now. I don't know.
No, you don't. I mean, listen. Right now, I mean, Levis is I would say he's the number 3 quarterback in Tennessee, and that's for a reason. I don't think Levis, particularly not having been in the system, is an upgrade over what you have. Will Levis has not shown the ability consistently to make the decisions you want to play. The book on Will is this: you look at him and you're like, he is built in a lab to be a quarterback. You're like, it's very impressive, and the tools that he has are very impressive. But that's where it ends. Like, he can't make the decisions that will keep you in a winning mode constantly. I've said it in the past. He reminds me a lot of Carson Wentz, where as soon as things get chaotic around him, he's liable to throw a pick six or to throw a ball where you're like, what are you doing? You absolutely can't do that. And you get benched very quickly playing the way that he plays. And I don't think he's made strides. There's been obviously some health issues, but I don't think he's made strides that have made the Titans confident enough to even keep him at the number 2 quarterback spot. So it's got to be someone else other than Levis. Who else did you say?
Anthony Richardson. Here's the thing. I don't like any of the quarterbacks that we have on our team. And if you're gonna roll out a year, maybe take the shot at the best guy who just might be able to keep you from drafting a guy in 2027. That to me means you probably start Shedeur and you roll with it. But other than that, what are you going to do?
I'm just telling you, when you haven't had either of those guys in your system, right? So they're coming in, they're learning a new offense. They've already had issues at their prior stops with the offenses that they ran in prior stops. Richardson's completely unrefined, needs significant years and reps in a system, and I would say, passing programs in the off season to even figure out whether I don't think either of those guys get you any closer to not looking at the 2027, the next off season and the 2027 draft and considering what your options are, because the class is going to be a banger unless. Let's see what happens during the college season. I think that always adjusts, but I think there will be someone who kind of comes out of nowhere. There will probably be someone, 1 or 2 quarterbacks that we like in this class that maybe fade a little bit. But it should still absolutely be a strong class. And then I think every offseason now there's quarterback migration. So even if it's not out of that draft class, I think there might be other options available, whether it's veterans or maybe even a young guy who's fallen out of favor, but has shown some element of upside. So that's why I don't think you just need one of these. And I really believe it would have to be Shedeur to really run away with it. And that's my problem. If you're looking at the quarterback spot right now and neither player is really running away with it, I think you lean into what's the longer term upside player, and let's see where that player goes. And to me, that's Shedeur.
Charles, I mean, if you were actually looking at bringing somebody else in, to me, it's Cooper Rush later in the season, only because he's had time with Todd, and because I don't think there's any way they couldn't get Tyler Huntley out of Baltimore. There's no way he's coming to Cleveland. I couldn't see that. But again, I'm trying to find people with Todd,
And Cooper's had some startings. He's had starting stints, right? Mm-hmm. And he's the game manager quarterback that you bring in. And, if your defense is playing extremely well and putting you in situations to win games, I think particularly with the set of offensive players they have, especially if, KC can come out and contribute right away as a rookie, if Denzel can come out and contribute right away as a rookie, I think you can put a quarterback like that in there and have a steady enough offense that defense wins you games. And especially if you're getting, if Quinshawn's playing well, if you can run the football, and I think Fannin, honestly, it's not like I just saw this in one practice, but I think Fannin is that guy that could really, really be the, he could be your leading receiver this year easily. I think he could be 1,000-yard tight end consistently if they made him that kind of a focus in the offense. To me, and I could be wrong because again, I come in one day, I haven't seen anything that would suggest otherwise in terms of following along the camp from afar. But he just seems like the guy where every time I watch him and really focus on him, you find something to like, even more than, what you'd seen before. So, but yeah, the young class, whatever they do in 2027, the quarterback, whoever that quarterback is, it feels to me like this is a great position to be stepping into when you look at the surrounding pieces.
Charles, I want to go back to something you said because I thought it was interesting when we were talking about Mason Graham and the productivity they got from him last year and the lack of sacks. Could he have been hindered or maybe stifled a little by Myles Garrett and the quest to have him become the sack leader and to do things? I wonder how that plays into it, and then if that's the kind of game they were playing, how does that change with Jared Verse? Is that a fair thing to even say?
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard for me to say that without really asking that specific question to Mason, and then also people that were in the building throughout the course of it's a question I didn't ask in terms of specificity, like, hey, tell me why.
Sure.
Maybe that production was a little more lacking. I think it was more brought to my attention that, hey, okay, here are these young guys that we really are feeling good about, and I think Mason was one that they feel like he's taken that year one to year two, he's taken a stride. I look, in terms of just dumb logic, I always feel like because offenses make Myles such a focus of what they do, and there's always two sets of hands on him, and you're always sliding protection to him, and if there's not a triple team, that would tend to be advantageous regardless of what you're doing scheme-wise with a defensive, an interior defensive player. That would always be advantageous. So I'd be surprised if the rationale rolled out from inside the Browns as well.
So let me
a problem.
Okay, we only got like a minute left. I just want your take on why you think Deshaun Watson's starting the first preseason game.
I think because he's the veteran, and I think it's probably what Todd is most comfortable with, right now. And by the way, I do think, I know you only got a couple seconds here, I do think it does matter, even though they will tell you don't, because they both will start a preseason game. I think it matters who goes first, because that player, especially if he plays really well, that drops an anchor into the thought process of, okay, we've seen him play well. You don't want to say he's the leader in the clubhouse at that point, but it kind of cements in your mind. And then, by the way, it also puts pressure on the next guy, because now Shadour's got to think about that. Okay, if Deshaun plays really well, now I feel pressure to push it. Gotcha. So I'm different than other people. I think that who came out first does matter.
All right, Charles, I want to make sure everybody knows about NFLBlueBook.com. That's your new site. You can get in there for free, too, to kind of dip your toes in the water. Tell everybody about the site.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so, it's something an idea I've been carrying around for a long time. Eventually, it's going to shift into focusing on the 32 front offices in the NFL, personnel, very personnel heavy. That ecosystem, I feel like there's not been one focused kind of effort to treat it as a beat. All the front offices answer things like who has the control of the 53 in this organization, how does the flow chart work in terms of decision making? Hey, when the Brendan Sorsby thing, comes down with the gambling and him losing his eligibility in NCAA, how does that change the thought process of front offices when it comes to like gambling and this player in particular? So I just think it's an area that really deserves dedicated year-round focus, and there are a million stories you can write on it. And it's starting in a more linear way. We're just reporting on the NFL right now, but it's gradually going to shift more toward consistent front office coverage. So I'd love if people checked it out. I'll be writing a couple catch-up notebooks very quickly soon here, because my boss is on top of me about it. So,
son of a gun.
Yeah, you can get in free. Check it out.
All right, NFLBlueBook.com. That's where you want to go. Bookmark it today, and make sure you're following them on all platforms of social media. Charles, thank you.
Appreciate it, fellas. Call me anytime. All right, we'll talk again.
Thanks, Charles. Best of luck with that.
There you go. Charles Robinson on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline 2020 now.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians snapped their 3-game skid last night with a 6-4 win over the Tigers. Detroit The only team that the Guardians gained some ground on in the division, as both the Twins and the White Sox won their respective games yesterday. Cleveland remains 4 games back from Chicago and a half game back from Minnesota. The team will look to take the series from the Tigers this afternoon in their matinee rubber match out at Comerica Park. Parker Messick will get the start. First pitch is at 1:10. Deshaun Watson was officially named the starter for the Browns' preseason opener against the Bears in Chicago. With Watson being the starter against the Bears, Shedeur Sanders is expected to play the third quarter of the game and be the starter against the Bills. Todd Monken also told the media this week he'd like to have all the starters play as long as they're not limited by injury. Kickoff for Browns and Bears on Saturday will be at 1 o'clock. We have the first full weekend of preseason games in the NFL starting tonight. The Bengals will be playing host to the Lions. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are expected to see some limited action. In the other game of tonight's doubleheader, the Packers will be in Pittsburgh to face the Steelers. No word yet on whether or not Aaron Rodgers will be seeing any playing time, but the quarterback did say he was hoping tonight's game would have been in Green Bay so he could play in Lambeau one last time. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
for and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Charles Robinson was with us. Charles Robinson, love having him on. Check out his new website, NFLBlueBook.com, NFLBlueBook.com. If you missed a minute of the show, including that interview with Charles Robinson, you know how to go back and listen to it, or you can watch it too. But we'll tell you how to listen to it, because you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That, my friends, is Integrated Restoration. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Just had Charles Robinson on from NFL Blue Book. What'd you think? He was at practice yesterday, had some insight, always has some really good, deep insight, too, on what he's hearing at Browns camp and what he can share with us. Is he does all of his previews on his website right now. The Browns coming up shortly.
Likes Isaiah Bond and doesn't like the Browns quarterbacks.
Yep. That kind of goes along with the theme of the whole show today, because I think that's where we're kind of at. We're hoping that one of these 4 quarterbacks jumps off the page.
And also thinks 2027.
Yeah.
Don't you hate going into a season with that thought?
Yes. Yes.
I do
It's
too.
my least favorite thing to do, walking into any season. Even if you just show me some improvement, just please be in the hunt. Be in the hunt in December. That's all I'm asking for. My bar is not very high for this franchise, for this team. But knowing some of the players they have on the roster, Jeff, it's intriguing to me. And I know you're a process guy. I'm not. I want instant gratification. And so I want to believe that this roster with a good quarterback is a playoff team.
Yeah, we're not going to argue with you on that, Andy.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you on yours either.
Good.
The long, slow haul to getting to a championship is not what I'm in for. I want 2-3 years.
I didn't really
boom,
have
back
1964 in mind as a starting point. But
well, that's all right. Wrong team, but that's okay. Talking Browns. Oh yeah, you're still talking Browns. I'm talking.
Thanks,
Andy.
Andy.
I thought you were talking Indians or Guardians.
Browns won a title in 1964.
Thanps, Jeff.
Yep. Just want to make sure.
Man, you're the greatest. I realized it as it came out of my mouth.
Okay.
As far as like when you hear Charles say it, it kind of doubles down on what you're thinking. That's the hard
On what?
part.
Quarterbacks?
Yes, and that.
I'm sorry.
Are you ready?
I
Are you
so
prepared?
respect Charles' opinion, but I don't need him to tell me that the Browns quarterbacks aren't good. You know that. I know that. He knows that. Dan knows that. We all know that. But to get a guy who's looked at quarterbacks for years in NFL teams to just say the same thing, it's like, okay, I was hoping you'd say something different.
It's not that. It's putting the gearbox in neutral for another year. That's the hard part.
You're not doing that completely. If everything else can step up and your quarterback play can be at least decent, you've taken a step in the process. You know,
Dan, are we stuck in neutral
the
base?
Peyton Manning thought you've heard, build up everything else and then drop the quarterback in.
It's always my team building philosophy, and they're doing that.
Which is what they might do.
I mean, guys, for being at camp yesterday, these wide receivers belong. I mean, it's impressive. Denzel Boston, you throw it near him, he's bringing it in. Casey Concepcion as fast as all get out. Isaiah Bond's running a full route tree. Like, Harold Fannin, if you put it within his arm span, he's bringing it in. Like, the pieces around the quarterback spot are here. It's just going to be who's the guy that you're going to go plop and let's go.
Yep.
And that's a great place to be if you're building a team.
And
what about the O-line?
You know what? They were not in pads yesterday, so it's really hard to kind of figure out what the O-line's going to look like when you hike the ball and then everybody just kind of stands up and does the self-jog with their hands out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but think about the offensive line in this regard, okay? You signed a bunch of free agents who are veterans to come in and kind of hold down the fort. Okay?
Okay.
For now, Spencer Fano, Zion Johnson, Parker's Brailsford, DeJuan Jones at right tackle, Austin Barber at right guard, mean, you have what could be the makings of your offensive line 2 years from now on the roster right now. Zion Johnson's only 26. Chances are he's going to be around a while.
So looking at that way, you have 3 or 4 pieces for a while. Is that what you're saying? With Bono, I don't know what
you have
what's
a lot
Zinter
of young guys.
What is Zinter going to be?
Well, who knows? He might be unemployed,
or he could be a guy that
say.
we finally see something out of this year.
I would love it. Wouldn't you love it?
Yeah,
I'm all for it.
It feels like it felt like early
he was
on.
Dang good at Michigan, man.
That Brailsford, but then he got hurt.
I know.
Brailsford could be around for a while. Austin Barber sounds like he's going to be around for a while too. So I think you're right. If you can slide 3 of the 5 pieces in there this year and then move forward, then maybe you've accomplished something. So what do the goals that if winning isn't the ultimate here, and I can tell it isn't from financial stuff that we read this morning, if winning isn't the ultimate, what do they need to find this season? To me, it's just if you throw out the quarterback, it's we have wide receivers. Mm-hmm. I think if you walk away from this whole thing, you have to say to yourself, okay, we have wide receivers, and we know we have at least one running back that we really can rely on.
I think if you walk out of the season going 3/5 of the offensive line is in good shape, that's a success. If we say 3/5 of the offensive line is here, that to me is the bar. Anything above that would be exceeding the bar. If we're walking out of this season going, this could be a legitimately explosive and great offense, if you just drop league average to above average quarterback play in here, then we're going to be in a really happy place. And I know that sounds crummy, but that's the way you're just going to have to watch this season.
All right,
and maybe you get that from Shedeur. Maybe you get that from Deshaun Watson. Who the hell knows?
Your biggest piece is the offensive line. So is mine. And if they can get 3 out of 5, I'm good with that.
If they get 3 out of 5 this season and you're bleeding in 2 spots, I feel pretty good.
I feel like we should have. Let's see what Jerry Jeudy does, but I think we have at least, and you would hope so when you're using a number 1 and number 2 pick, 2 out of 3 at the wide receiver spot, right? At least 2 out of 3 at the wide receiver spot. And if you're putting Bond in there, then maybe 3 out of 4.
I want to see it on the field with Isaiah Bond, but it's impressive.
All right, let's continue on with some of the stuff. Darryl Ryder, 1 o'clock, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
News that affects the Cleveland sports fan. Darryl Ryder is on top.
playing their season against LeBron James and the 76ers on October 22nd. The league has also already announced the Cavs will be hosting the Pistons on January 18th, which is Martin Luther King Day over at Rocket Arena. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Daryl Ryder, he is going to join us at 1 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. We're going to get back to the Browns here in a moment. How about the Guardians picking up a win last night? Nice win over the Tigers. So now they sit a half game back on the Twins and the Tigers for second place in the Central. Again, 4 games back on the White Sox in the Central. So they've been able to get a little space from some of these teams, but long season to go. And then when you kind of dive into it a little bit more and you want to look at the wild card race, obviously you're going to be behind those two teams immediately, but you're only half game back on those guys. The Rangers, you are 1 full game behind. So the Rangers are now sitting in the playoff spot. And what's crazy is they're all under 500. The Rangers are at 60 and 61. The Twins are at 60 and 62. The Tigers are 58 and 61. And the Guards are now 59 and 62. You also got to realize who's behind you, and the Blue Jays are a half game behind them in the wild card hunt, and the Orioles are 1 full game back, and the Mariners are 4 full games back on the Rangers, which would put them at 3 games ahead of the Guardians. So now you're kind of up to speed on what's going on with the playoff chase, which maybe might be a little bit too early, but when you're that close, you just need one. Man, they just need a sweep. Like if they could just sweep one of these series coming up, you could get some good news. Jeff, your thoughts on last night, what we saw, and where they might be going today.
I'm going to get this out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
7th inning, Rhys Hoskins. He was 0 for 3. Okay, not good. He's hitting 158 against left-handed pitching. But they pinch hit Nathaniel Lowe for Rhys Hoskins. And Nathaniel Lowe was hitting 077 against left-handed pitching. And he's a left-handed hitter, 2 for 26 on the season. Quickly struck out. It's like, could you just leave your first baseman alone? Let them play the game.
Why do you think they continue to do this?
I don't know.
Dan, do you have a theory on why they continue to do this?
See, that's the problem. It hasn't worked.
Well, they won last night.
But they won a game. But look at the guys individually. Nathaniel Lowe is not good against left-handers this year. You pinch hit him against a lefty. Way to put him in a position to succeed.
It did, though, pay off defensively at the end of the game. He had a great stab to end it.
Maybe Hoskins got that, too. You never know.
Maybe.
You never know. Hoskins hasn't hit all year. Manzardo did so well getting pinch hit for and coming off the bench that he's in AAA. That hasn't worked this year. It's the only beef I really have with Stephen Vogt this year. I don't know. He doesn't care.
It's got to be some kind of internal number of this guy going up against this pitch, which the pitcher throws most often. He must be successful. Like it's got to be something like that. Like it can't just be. I hate to use it this way. It can't just be pure gut and incompetence. Like there has to be some kind of data behind the moves that Stephen Vogt is making. It's not just like, well, that guy's been sitting for a little bit. I think if we let him sit any longer, he's going to eat himself another meal, so we may as well let him play today. Like, it can't be any nonsense like that. So my guess would be, whichever pitcher Nathaniel Lowe went against had to be, he throws this slider at this degree of tilt, and Nathaniel Lowe hits that really well, or sees that well. And I don't know. I'm pulling that out of the sky.
We do admit it's really first base here. At one point, I was like, is it the 4th hitter, or why would they do this? But it's Hoskins, too. Right? I mean, this is all based on Hoskins, isn't it? I'm not on an island, am I?
Well, it was Manzardo before.
Yeah.
Manzardo hit 27 homers last year.
And was leading the team, one of the leaders in home runs again this year when they sent him back.
Yeah, doing what they've done with those guys. I'm not saying that it's wrong. What I'm saying is it hasn't worked. Dan might be right. There's something else going on here. It can't just be lefty-righty. But whatever it is, it hasn't worked. And that's a shame because though I think Nathaniel Lowe's been pretty good, it didn't do Manzardo any good, and it hasn't done Hoskins any good.
No, the only other thing that I took out of yesterday's game, and lineup is out. I'm just trying to see, is Rocchio's out for today, huh?
He got hurt last night.
Yeah, it was that last play. Oh, I don't know if this is suggested lineup or this is actual lineup. Have anyone seen the actual lineup?
Give me a sec.
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at what ESPN has, and they have Rocchio hitting ninth. I hope he's okay because we talked about this on the early call today. I mean, he did look like he was in some pain at the end of the game on that last throw.
Brian Rocchio starting at shortstop today.
So batting ninth. I'm sure.
Yeah, let me make sure I got this correct.
Yeah.
Yep, that is the right day.
All right, that's
batting
good.
ninth.
Okay,
Parker
good.
Messick on the bunt.
Just want to make sure. I don't know. I still look at this lineup. I think the team's better. I think
it's better since the trade deadline.
I think it's better on paper. Like the results haven't been there.
Not yet, but it's not too extensive. Joe Adell's played in 8 games since he was traded over.
What are your thoughts?
I like him. He's not hitting much. He's hitting 172, but you saw what he can do last night again. He hit another home run. So he has 2 homers and 4 RBI since he's been here. Nathaniel Lowe,
448 slugging.
Yeah, well, I think Adell can hit. Nathaniel Lowe can hit 6 RBI since he's been here. Since the trade deadline, Rhys Hoskins is still kind of treading water. He's just 3 for 17 in 7 games. But, that's 7 games he's played, but only 17 at bats. That goes back to wow, this guy does not look like he's going to be the type of guy who can come off the bench for you. That's why I think pinch hitting hasn't helped him at all. And in those 7 games, just a homer and 2 RBIs. Best guy since the trade deadline? Angel Hanau.
Yeah, how's that working out?
333 in 7 games.
I had a hit last night.
Homer, 3 RBIs.
1 for 5 last night.
What do you think of Foster Griffin last night?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
He looked pretty solid.
I think that's kind of what they're expecting, right?
Yeah, only 1 earned run last night. He just looks like a competent major league starter. He's now like 13-4 on the season.
Yeah, 13-4 with a 3.25 ERA and a 1.11 WHIP, 125 strikeouts. Dan, your thoughts on Foster Griffin? Because he's had 2 shaky starts before coming into this, but he finally picks up a win. He hasn't had a win.
Yesterday was his second start for the Guardians.
Right, but the start he had in Atlanta on Friday the 31st wasn't a whole lot of fun either. He went 5 1/3 in that game and gave up 6 earned runs in the game before. He had gone in a span of 2 games against 2 NL East teams where he gave up 11 earned runs in 2 games. Yesterday, I thought that was much more than what we thought we were going to get, and that also corrected wherever he was too, because you go back to the 2 starts prior to his 2 losses with against Arizona and I was going to say Oakland, Sacramento.
Los Clemente.
Yeah, he only given up 5 runs total in those 2 games, and of those 4 were earned. So, is that what we're expecting? I thought that last night. I'm like, okay, I get it. Now I'm happy. It was easy to look at his number and say, well, he was 12-2 at one point, probably.
He's not my style of pitcher, so that plays into it. Like I'm a sucker for big, tall, throw ball hard with nasty breaking stuff instead of guy who
tall,
comes out
throw ball okay with good breaking stuff.
With good breaking stuff, who relies on soft contact. Those
That's
are not
right.
my guys.
You know what, Dan? An out is an out.
It was my Matthew Boyd problem that got me in so much trouble.
It sure did, by the way.
Is the fact that that's just not my guy. That's not the style of pitching I like.
Not everybody can be Roger Clemens.
Foster Griffin's not that guy either. And he was able to get it done with the Nats, and they figured it out. And all I will say is that's not my type of guy. But Guardians pitching factory.
You know the kind of pitchers I like? The kind who get guys out.
Oh, good. There's deep philosophy with Phelps again.
I like pitchers who
get guys out.
It doesn't have to be deep philosophy.
What do they need, though? They need a number 3 starter, right?
No, they have them.
Number 4 starter, then?
They have them.
You know what they need?
They're all here.
Starter depth.
All
which
of a
is
sudden,
what
this team
move
doesn't
is.
have depth at starting pitching.
Exactly.
If Slade Cicconi's little arm fatigue, by the way, did they screw him up?
By putting him in the bullpen?
And then bringing him back after just one day off, after his first bullpen appearance.
So you're saying maybe they could have waited and thrown him on
2
the
or
third
3
day
days?
when you would throw your
he wasn't,
bullpen day?
Yeah, he's used to 4 or 5 days off between appearances, and they bring him back after one.
Rather have that happen in the middle of the season than during the playoffs, right? I mean, that's the only other time you would kind of do that. So, I don't know. I mean, are you building arm strength at that point? I don't know how to look at that.
I don't know.
I think putting Slade Ciccone
back.
They need to put him in a spot where he can throw 30 pitches and just be outstanding because he was showing you that as a starter. And so I think he's in the right place right
Slade.
now.
I like the way he throws.
For this season,
I hope he gets healthy because I think they can use him.
Yeah, but for this season, I think he's where they need him to be, right? I think I actually thought this was one of the stronger
and then
moves
maybe
they made all
put
year.
him back in the rotation next year if Griffin doesn't return.
Yeah, like why not? I don't see any issue with that at all.
If anybody else goes down, they might have an issue though. Here comes Logan Allen, and then what?
I guess you worry about that when that happens. Maybe
you're right.
It's not like you can bring somebody in either. You got to bring somebody up.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while I kick around the whole trade deadline and then the inability to be able to make a waiver wire trade the way you used to be. I didn't mind the waiver wire trade. I kind of liked it, actually.
Yeah.
Why did they get rid of it?
It just cleaned it up, kind of.
Just to clean up the game itself?
I think a little bit.
Dan, do you think it was good that they got rid of that? I liked it.
Well, I think part of it was the fact, remember the Angels, what was that? Oh, gosh, 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Somewhere in between there. The Lucas Giolito with Matt Moore and Ronaldo Lopez.
Okay.
When they ended up here with the Guards. And it was basically because the Angels were like, we need to get below the luxury tax. So here, just take these people. So then that way we get below the luxury tax. I think that's what they were trying to avoid. These teams that were trying to circumvent having to pay more money, even though they spent the majority of the year over the tax.
I don't know. I kind of like the thought of picking up a guy for the last month of the season, especially when they come back to beat their old team. There's something to say for the storyline beyond, and why not be able to make a move? Now you're total. It takes some of the. Although I will say this was one of the best trade deadline days we've had in I can remember in baseball. Right? I don't remember another day that was this active and this exciting, which made it great. But then you're cutting the legs out for the rest of the season to try to have any kind of movement, even if you did the waiver wire trades. And people are always confused because I know when you first start in, you're like, so wait a minute, the trade deadline and what was it, end of July, and then August 1st was the next one? No, I mean it was, and then September 1st, you had to make sure you made a waiver wire deadline to make sure those guys were eligible to be on the playoff roster. I don't know. I look at all those and I'm like, I wish. Darryl Ryder, next, Baskin and Phelps. Hey, are you looking to get more out of today's MLB action? Well, FanDuel
The Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The biggest news over the last 24 hours, other than Guardians picking up a 6-4 win, which I think was impressive yesterday, is the Browns and them naming their starting quarterback for Saturday's preseason game against the Bears in Chicago, and that'll be the Browns as they take on a game that take on the Bears. As you'll be able to listen to that right here on 92.3 The Fan. Let's get more information, Jeff, from our good friend Daryl Ryder, who is our Browns beat reporter, and we'll do that right now as soon as I get over there. Hi, Daryl.
He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I didn't know if you knew that, Daryl.
I did,
nice.
And very, very appreciative of that.
Very nice. Daryl, the decision, the real one for this year, the one we were waiting for, who would be the starting quarterback, at least for the first preseason game? Your thoughts on the fact that Shedeur Sanders will be wearing a baseball cap to start this thing?
Least surprising is, I don't know if people are surprised why, but yeah, not all that surprised that they're going to go with Deshaun on Saturday. Goal is to have him play a half. Same thing with Shedeur when he goes against the Buffalo Bills the following Saturday. Todd Monken really is hoping for 2-minute situations for both of these guys at the end of the first half, because obviously I feel like that's a key part of the evaluation for Monken and the coaching staff. So, I think it makes sense. You give Deshaun the first look, give Shedeur the second opportunity. You also have a joint practice against the Bills in which you're going to be dividing the reps between those two guys as well. And, this, as anticipated, this quarterback competition is going to go into week 3 of the preseason.
Isn't that, Daryl? It just doesn't sit well with me. The rest of the offense is so new, young, offensive line coming together. Man, I wish they could just go ahead and pick a starter. If they haven't seen enough from either guy, I get it, but I kind of find that hard to believe.
Well, I think that this is a byproduct of both players being inconsistent. The original plan, Jeff, was to have a starting quarterback for the start of training camp. But because neither one separated themselves in the offseason program, well, Todd Monken made the decision to take this into training camp, right? And look, Deshaun was a very slow start in camp. It was not pretty the first 6 practices. Then practice 7 came, and all of a sudden something started to click for him. And in fairness to Shedeur, he's been better in recent practices as well. The overall offensive operation has been a lot smoother. Todd Monken has had to take less time stopping plays to cuss guys out for doing things wrong pre-snap. So both players have shown improvement here over the last week and a half or so. And, it kind of feels like they're both on the same page. Their deficiencies are different, but they both have deficiencies.
Yeah.
Their positives are both different, but they both have positives. And so I do feel like this is a very difficult decision for this organization to make because there are short-term ramifications that come with it. Then there's the big picture that comes with it as well, right? So it's certainly understandable why they're taking their time. And frankly, Jeff, I'd rather them take their time than rush through this thing.
Well, that's true, Daryl. If there's no obvious guy,
There isn't.
No.
And that's the point, right? There is no obvious choice to be made here. So I honestly, yes. Do we all want the answer? Yeah. Are we all frustrated by that? Of course we are. I'm sure the Browns are a little bit too, if you give them some truth serum. But okay, if there isn't a clear-cut answer right now, hey, I have no problem with them taking their time and going through this process and being very deliberative in making this decision and this selection. And then, once they make it, they've got to obviously support that decision and let the chips fall where they may. But, yeah, there is no obvious answer here. And I think that that's what a lot of folks need to understand.
Gerald, how far apart do you think Watson and Sanders are? Are they close?
I think they're close. I don't see a lot of separation between them. Again, I don't. I think that this, when you hear the, neck and neck or whatever, I don't think that there's a separation between these guys or a significant separation between them. And that's what makes this difficult, Andy. Like the fact that there is no separation between them. That makes the decision even harder.
Daryl, riddle me this. If Deshaun starts this game, and Andy and I are kicking this around, would you think he would get most of the practice reps against Buffalo or an equal amount? Or how do you think they'd do that? Because I would think you wouldn't give Shedeur most of the reps and then have him start the game, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how Todd Monken's going to work that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know he wants to split the reps. And he, as he has talked about, just because the reps are split doesn't mean that they're even, right? So, and whatever today is, the last practice yesterday, the fact that Shedeur got those a lot of the one reps, right? I was like, yeah, I mean, it's going to be Deshaun on Saturday. Shedeur's getting all his work in today, and then Deshaun gets his work in on Saturday, and that's ultimately how this thing played out. But Monken has said he does want to get both players' first-team reps against the Bills. But to your point, Jeff, yes, it would stand to reason that if Shedeur is going to start that game, the majority of the first-team reps likely would probably go to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, also, what do you think about to correct me if I'm wrong, is he going to play the offensive line as long as he plays as long as he plays Deshaun? Or is he planning on pulling the offensive line out earlier and leaving Deshaun in? I was kind of a little confused on that.
Depends on what Chicago does. So I think he wants to match the starting offensive line with Chicago's starting defensive front. And then if Chicago pulls their defensive front, then Monken might be inclined to pull his starting offensive line. We'll see.
Interesting. All right, the other question I have for you is, how legit are these wide receivers? Because everything we seems to be percolating now. Like, I feel, if we're talking about Cedric Tillman, who at one point last year you were going, oh, this guy might be our best receiver. Now you're talking about him being on the bubble. So what does that say about Bond and Concepcion and Boston?
Well, you got four guys, starting with Denzel Boston is the one. Casey Concepcion, in my view, is the two. Jerry Jeudy is the three. Isaiah Bond's the four. I could make an argument that Jerry Jeudy should be the four and Isaiah Bond be the three. So, but they are legit. They're exciting to watch. And, probably with the Boston and with Concepcion, might be the most exciting combination since Odell Beckham Jr. and Jarvis Landry. So, I think these guys could be just as good, if not better, than those two guys were when they had their 1,000-yard seasons, right? It was the first, these guys have a chance to have, in my view, multiple seasons with the Browns of at least 1,000 yards. Because if my memory serves me correctly, I think that Landry and Beckham became the Browns' first 1,000-yard receiving or 1,000-yard receivers in the same season in franchise history. Like, that had never happened before, where you had two receivers catch for 1,000 yards. You had back in 2007, remember, Braylon Edwards caught for over 1,000 and Kellen Winslow Jr. caught for over 1,000, but Kellen Winslow Jr. obviously a tight end, so that didn't count. So I think that Concepcion and Boston have the potential, maybe not this year, but as they go through their careers here in Cleveland, I think they have what it takes to be 1,000-yard wide receivers.
Daryl, on the defensive side, is there anything that still is to be determined other than maybe depth at defensive end, where they keep dancing around other guys with A.J. Epinesa and then Jadeveon Clowney, and now they bring in Bowser for a look?
Yeah, well, I mean, that side of the ball, it's all about depth. The starters are pretty much set, and then it's going to be, okay, what do your role players look like? Obviously, they've been beat up at on the defensive line throughout camp. So that obviously becomes important to look at. And then also, too, the secondary. How does that whole thing play out on the back end of the defense? Obviously, Denzel Ward, Tyson Campbell, they're your 1 and 2 corners. But then where do you go from there, right? Miles Harden's likely going to be your nickel. And as we know this, it's a war of attrition. You tend to get a little deep on your depth chart when you're talking about the corners and the safeties. You got D'Angelo Ross, Miles Bryant, Damari Mathis is in there. And then you look at the safeties. When they go to that 3 safety look, how you Delpit Hickman and then the rookie Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo, right? But where's Christopher Edmonds fit into this? Where does McMillan or Thomas fit in, right? There's another Zion Washington. So there's on the defensive side, Jeff, there's a lot of stuff that I think they need to sort out behind their starters, right? And that's, I think, where some of the tougher decisions when you're talking about the ultimate first 53-man roster construction will come from.
Daryl, does Mike Hall make that jump this year?
I mean, if he's healthy.
You think he can?
Got blown up pretty good by Quinshon Judkinson. I don't know that he's recovered yet. So
yeah, that wasn't good.
It's been a while since he has been on the field. So I think he's been out of practice since that actually happened. So, he came back into practice that day, but I'm just saying, I think he's missed every day since then. You hope so. You need him to, right? Mm-hmm. Mason Graham certainly looks like he is just a beast unleashed this year. Although I was a fan of what he did last year. I know folks look at the numbers and say, he just, he had a terrible rookie season. I really disagree. I think Myles Garrett owes him a bouquet of thank yous for setting that sack record because Mason Graham had a tremendous impact there. I'm a big fan of Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire, along with Jared Verse. Obviously, we know what he can do. But, you hope that this can be a year for Mike Hall Jr. to kind of take that leap. Sam Kamara has been banged up. Haven't seen a lot of him. Let's not forget about Aiden Huntington in this whole thing, right? So there's a lot of names for Andrew Berry and Mike Rutenberg and Todd Monken to be sorting through here over these next 3 preseason games when they're trying to round out that defensive line.
Daryl, what happens if Sanders and Watson both don't look good? Is there a path for another quarterback?
Brandon Whedon's available.
Get Romeo Cornell on the phone and have him flip a coin.
I was waiting for that one. For who, though? Between Watson and Sanders, or would you put Gabriel or Green in there even? Green's not seeing any reps. I'm just trying to let Jeff down easy.
Green right now, Taylor Green right now is the dummy quarterback. And what I mean by that, when they do the pass rush drill, offensive line be defensive line, he's the quarterback that stands back there and takes the snap and just kind of tries and stays out of the way. That's not a drill. That is not a live drill in which you want either of your starting quarterbacks to participate in. Mm-hmm. That's, aside from the individual reps, those are the reps that Taylor Green's getting right now. So he's a non-factor at this point. Dylan Gabriel, I think there's a chance Dylan Gabriel ends up as the number 2 quarterback. I know that's going to upset some fans, but I think there's a possibility Dylan Gabriel ends up as number 2.
The loser goes to number 3 or the loser goes off the roster?
Both, either or.
Does Green stick then?
Well, if it's Deshaun, they can't cut Deshaun. Let's be very clear about that. Let's understand they can't cut Deshaun Watson. Okay, they're stuck with him. He's made the team. Okay, the only way he doesn't make the team per se is and obviously no one wants that to happen. But if he does get injured and ends up on injured reserve, but no, Deshaun Watson's on the team. They can't cut him, but. You could trade Shedeur Sanders maybe. You could trade Dylan Gabriel maybe. Or Andrew Berry's shown he's willing to keep 4 quarterbacks. I do think this year.
He didn't do it last year. Remember, everyone said he wasn't going to do this. He's going to keep 4.
He kept them for a few days. Yes, he did. He has
not during the regular season.
Yeah, the initial roster, Andy, he did. He did.
For the very first roster they put out before he actually had it. That's when they made the trade?
He has kept 4 quarterbacks before, so he's not afraid to do it. But
no
it
way
doesn't
he's
last
keeping
long.
4 quarterbacks.
Well, you got to bluff teams, right? I mean, if you're
Where you
trading
bluffing, man? We're the Browns. We're in no position to be bluffing anybody. What are we talking about? Trying to get the difference between a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick?
Yeah.
If you're trying to get Shedeur, or you're trying to trade Shedeur or Dillon?
And I got news for you. You're going to have to send a pick with one of the quarterbacks, too, to get the better pick. So it'll be QB plus, let's say, a 6th-round pick to get a 5th-round pick, or a 7th-round pick to get a 6th-round pick. Like, we've seen Andrew Berry make those package trades all the time.
Is that the most logical path for the future, then? When this thing's all said and done.
I have no idea what the logical path is, Andy. I've been watching these quarterbacks at camp, and I say every day, I have no idea what we're doing.
He's got, I'm telling you, because Daryl, I agree with what you're saying about trying to trade off one of these guys. I'm with you.
I wouldn't start any of them, but they have to pick one. This is what they have. So it is what it is, right? I mean, Deshaun has shown glimpses of brilliance. We've seen Shedeur show glimpses of brilliance, but there's no consistency with either one of these guys. So buckle up and enjoy the roller coaster ride, my friends.
All right, Daryl. Last question for you.
Great.
Give.
It's just the reality. I'm sorry.
Exactly, Daryl. You're right. You're right.
I know. Just
it's the truth.
All right. So, what will make Todd Monken or Daryl Ryder happy when the game concludes on Saturday? Give me this should really be the goal.
That Deshaun and the first team offense looks like they're in midseason form, and by midseason form, I mean they're putting points on the scoreboard, putting long sustained drives together, that type of thing. Okay, I'm not talking about the typical midseason form for Browns quarterbacks where it's incompletions and interceptions. Okay, no, I'm talking about you're getting sustained drives, picking up first downs, walking it down the field, putting points on the scoreboard. I'm with Todd Monken. Love to see a good 2-minute drive at the end of the half if that opportunity presents itself. But because then that puts the pressure on Shedeur Sanders to come out next week and do the same thing. And that it ratchets up that competition. Now, if Deshaun goes out there and he looks like the Deshaun Watson we've seen for most of his time with the Browns, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be very bad. So, that's really what you want to accomplish on Saturday. You want to come out of that feeling like Deshaun Watson is back.
All right. I hope that's what that is what we can all hope for then. All right. We hope Deshaun Watson is back. What a great way to lead things off here to talk about the beginning of the preseason. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you. You're a good man.
Thanks, Steve.
I wouldn't start any of these guys.
Daryl, are we still doing YouTube every day here? What's get everybody up to speed on that?
Lance Reislin and I recapping all the camp practices on the YouTube channel, and we'll also have a post-game wrap-up Saturday as well. So look for that.
Outstanding. Daryl, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
we will
Steve.
talk to you soon. Goodbye.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Wright, never at a loss for words. Boy, I don't feel real good after that conversation.
Well, that's what we've been saying all day.
I know. I'm waiting for somebody to change my mind.
Said earlier in the show, I didn't put this room together.
Charles Robinson.
I wouldn't have had these 4 guys.
Daryl Ryder. I mean, it's unless you're playing for the draft, which it's hard pill to swallow. We'll see. I'm not going to be down that quick. All right, 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Guardians and Tigers are underway for their matinee rubber match out at Comerica Park. The two sides currently knotted at 0 in the bottom of the first. Around Major League Baseball, the league will be back in Iowa for the first time in 4 years for the Field of Dreams game tonight. The matchup will be between the Twins and the Phillies. Browns are on their way out to Chicago today as they get ready for their preseason opener with the Bears. The team announced Deshaun Watson will be the starter on Saturday. In speaking with the media yesterday, head coach Todd Monken said the plan would be to have the starter play in the first half, which means Shedeur Sanders is expected to play in the third quarter and then get the start next weekend against the Bills. For Chicago, Ben Johnson has announced the Bears will be sitting a number of their starters this weekend, including quarterback Caleb Williams. Tyson Bagent will be getting the start under center against the Browns on Saturday. The NBA will be releasing the schedule for this upcoming season this afternoon at 3 o'clock. We know the Cavaliers will be opening their season against LeBron James and the 76ers on October 22nd. Another game the league has already announced is on Martin Luther King Day on January 18th, where the Cavs will be hosting the Pistons at Rocket Arena. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Well, funny thing happened when you went to go play the Bears. They decided their starters aren't really going to start. Tyson Badgett's going to start at quarterback instead of Caleb Williams. Jed Wills could see some time there early on. Expected to alternate quarters to see a little time in this game. So we'll get to see Jed. Oh, that'll be good. Does that change anything? Because don't you remember Todd said something yesterday?
Yeah,
about how it depends
Depending
how long.
on how they
how
do.
long will we keep our? Here's my fear: Browns go out there with their first team offense, first team quarterback. I don't know. Is that right?
Well, somebody will be.
Yeah, and then they don't look good against the second team Bears defense. That would be bad. Move the ball down the field, get off the field, and let's go. That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
No, they're playing. Deshaun's playing the first half.
Move the ball down the field and then make it so that Todd has seen enough so he doesn't need to play them for the entire first half. If the Bears
Including
aren't
Deshaun?
Yeah.
That's not happening. He already said playing him for the first half. We hope to get a 2-minute drill.
So run a 2-minute drill. Well, yeah, I guess you got to wait till the end. But run the 2-minute drill with what? Not the first team offensive line? Again,
Dude,
remember he said.
Don't ask me. I didn't say it.
Well, that's
Your
why
Your head coach said it.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that if the Bears aren't going to play their starters, I think that changes things. And now I think you would like to get a 2-minute drill in.
Can we not worry about the other team in a preseason game and just get our team on the same page and get them polished up and ready to go?
That's your head coach that said that. I'm not.
Yeah,
the
I know,
one
but
that's
you're
worried
trying to
about
change what he said about playing the quarterback for the first half.
No,
what he talked about was the offensive line, depending on how long they played their starters.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're
Play the
running your
quarterback.
offense. So you're going to run your 2-minute offense with your second team offensive line.
Well, I might have to in week 13, so I might as well do it in the preseason.
Yeah, I think that if the Bears aren't going to play any of their starters, and look, if the Bears don't play their starters and the first team offense goes out there and looks like a first team offense going up against the second team, then they will probably be gone midway through the second quarter. Like you give them the first quarter and you say forget it. Like things change. Like Todd said earlier this week, things change. Remember how we made a big deal about the fact that that he let Deshaun take reps, and it's up to him. He's the head coach. He'll make up the decision. I just think that if this goes the way it should go, right? First team going up against their second team, we should be effective. If we're not, that's bad.
Maybe. It's preseason. Everything's coming together for the first time. That's why he should play people. Our team stunk last year. It stunk the year before. You better figure it out, and the time to figure it out is now before the things start counting for real. You think Jacksonville's going to play their second stringers? Nope. Think Tampa Bay will? Nope. Just get your guys out there.
Yeah, I know
and
you're
get
talking
rolling.
about, but like you said, that's a month down the road.
Yeah, I know, but Andy, it's
Jeff. Well, here's what I really want to see.
Our team stinks, and as I told everybody yesterday, there's so little experience together on this team. You better play these guys and get them on the same page. You don't want to think we're in week 6. Yeah, you know what? We're starting to feel comfortable together now. We're 1-5, but you don't want that. So I don't care what Chicago's doing. I'm coaching my team if I'm Todd Monken, and I'm going to see the results I need to see, one way or the other.
We talked about a lot of things with Darryl Ryder. Darryl talked about inconsistency from the quarterbacks.
I think that this is a byproduct of both players being inconsistent. The original plan, Jeff, was to have a starting quarterback for the start of training camp. But because neither one separated themselves in the offseason program, well, Todd Monken made the decision to take this into training camp, right? And look, Deshaun was a very slow start in camp. It was not pretty the first 6 practices. Then practice 7 came, and all of a sudden something started to click for him.
Again, I think that's why he's in the position that he's in right now, is because things kind of flipped for him. That whatever was going wrong during the install kind of clicked, and that he was able to figure it out, and that's why he's in the position to. Or it was just he flipped a coin. I don't think he did, but I just think even during the offseason that we listened to Todd Monken talk, and maybe I'm reading into something that wasn't there, it just kind of felt like the experience that Deshaun has in the league prior to coming into this camp was probably going to give him some sort of advantage. It should have. Like, I don't think that should just make sense. Guys played in the league a lot longer than the other guy who's trying to come in and win his job. Because I just think it's easier to go with the proven or not, it may not even be pretty proven over unproven and trying to figure out how to get a young quarterback up to speed with an extremely inexperienced offensive line as far as playing together. And so when you put that all together, I think Deshaun made more sense. And we talked about that throughout the show today. What else did you get from Daryl that kind of knocked your socks off?
I can't wait to see Mason Graham for real. He's high on Mason, and all the reports coming out of training camp are glowing about this guy. And I can't wait to see him. And I think he and Jared Verse together are going to be a great combination to watch. I'm anxious.
Daryl said something that I'd asked Charles Robinson about earlier in the show about, people were, I don't know, I don't want to say not encouraged by, but underwhelmed by the lack of, I guess, statistical accomplishments from Mason Graham last year. But Daryl said what I was thinking too, that in some ways Myles Garrett should be thanking Mason because he kind of teed him up for all of these sacks that he had last year, and then maybe put him in a position to become the sack leader and to do what he was able to do and become one of the best defensive players in the NFL. And I don't know if that means that Mason Graham backed off players so that he couldn't get a sack, but maybe he forced them towards Myles, and that helped out Myles somewhere down the road. And that now with Jared Verse, maybe that's a different
blocking.
Yeah, maybe that gives you a little bit more percolation that they don't want to run to our right side, or they don't want to throw it our right side on a short pass because you've got Graham and Verse right there. I don't know. I mean, I've also heard Isaiah McGuire's look good at camp too. So you've got that. You got Alex Wright. You talked about Mike Hall as well. I'm really concerned about that offense, and we start talking about the defense. It's like, okay, good, but you're right. Mason Graham is a guy to watch. Yeah. Anything else?
He could be really exciting.
Yeah,
good to go.
Good. All right, so that's what Daryl Wright had to say. If you missed any of it, you can always go to that Odyssey app and you can check that out, and you'll see. All right, we got a lot of things coming up still on Baskin and Phelps right here on 92.3 The Fan. Again, don't forget the game on Saturday. You'll be able to hear that on the Browns Radio Network as we come back for another year of Browns coverage right here on 92.3 The Fan as well. So we'll talk about that. We're going to there was a Cavs thing I wanted to talk about with you too. So we're going to bring that up when we come back in the final segment of Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. Trade up Thursday. Sell your cards for up to 90% value for in-store credit to use towards sealed sports and TCG products. All at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. This day in sports history, a lot of pitching, a lot of Indians. 1948, at the age of 42, Satchel Paige pitched his first complete game in the major leagues, 5-0 shutout of the White Sox. In 1958, Hoyt Wilhelm started for the Indians. After 6 innings, he was relieved by a gentleman named Rocky Colavito, who made his major league pitching debut and went 3 scoreless innings in a loss to the Tigers 3-2. Then they decided, no, we're going to keep him in right. And in 1963, Indians ended up losing to a pitcher from the White Sox by the name of Dave DeBusschere.
Ah.
Complete game.
Nice. Or not so nice.
Oh, it was for Dave DeBusschere.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up Satchel Paige. How old do you think he actually was when he...
Probably 42 when he actually pitched in 1948.
Well, he said his official age was 42. I wonder if he really was 42. I give him credit.
I'd tell you to ask him, but I don't think he could give you an answer right now.
Gee, Jeff, thanks.
This day in sports history powered by Bomber Sports Cards, Broadview Heights. Good to have you with us, fellas.
I wanted to bring up a Cavs question just because we were talking about it a little bit before the show. Peyton Watson, Nuggets. It sounds like they're trying to get him to stay in Denver. There's a story out there right now about a $70 million contract update. It's an update. As the Nuggets are, you talk about the Cavaliers not being able to do a whole lot. Doesn't seem like Denver's been able to do a whole lot. So and
Watson seems to be in his representation, Clutch Sports, said no.
So he's on the radar. So it said teams are trying to convince Denver to move Watson through a sign-and trade. That would include the Clippers, the Bucks, the Hawks, and of course the Cavaliers. Kuminga is still out there too. Jonathan Kuminga is still out there too. We haven't really talked about the Cavs much. They've been really under the radar since the LeBron story kind of took the air out of the offseason sales until we get to camp here again. First of all, your thoughts on Watson maybe versus Kuminga, and then, are they going to do something?
Cavs should get which either one of those guys they could get. Watson is a guy who played at UCLA and then came out, and he's gotten better. He's not everybody comes into the league and is ready to go. And last year was his 4th year in the league, and he averaged career highs, and he shot it really well, 41%. Mm-hmm. But one of those guys who took some time to get better and find himself. He's 6'8", really athletic, and can shoot it. So if they could get him, great. If they could get Kuminga, great. I personally think the Cavs they've got some big move that's still going to happen before the start of training camp. Don't ask me what that is.
You think they're waiting on a sign? We're talking about Watson.
I don't know what they're waiting
sign
on,
and trade.
I think.
How are you going to make a big move though if there aren't free agents out there to make it? So you're talking about trying to get somebody off an active roster.
These things called trades.
So Jeff, I was just going there. I mean, I was just saying to you, you're going to have to make a move with a trade rather than free agency.
Yeah, I think it could happen.
I don't know why, but I feel like we're going status quo into the season.
Then enjoy 5th place.
Wow, they did make it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
Yep, and they haven't done much to improve, and other teams in the East have.
So to me, that's just if you thought the team was good and you are in that front office and you are all in on what they did, and maybe the move was Harden. Maybe they want them just to play a little bit longer together, and they'll try to get through the woes of what happened through last season, but they seem content with the fact that they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and despite the fact they got blown out.
Andy, I don't think so. I just think Plan A didn't work, and Plan A was LeBron. And I think Plan B is still on the way. I mean, the NBA offseason is not over. And I think a lot of people think it's already over. It's not. There's a lot of time to go. And you see trades in late August. You see trades in early September. And I still think they have an opportunity to do something, and I bet they will. And if you add Watson, I think he'd be a nice guy to fit in with that group. And if you add Kuminga, same thing.
Dan, you were kind of high on this a little bit before we were talking on the show. Is Watson an answer?
It's not a sexy one. I think this team would be in a better place with him here, but it's definitely not the sexiest move that we were all looking at and saying so.
Well, what was that, though? LeBron?
I mean, even if you want to go back in the Wayback Machine, Jaylen Brown, you could point to some of the other guys who moved along. I mean, there were. I think if the Cavaliers would have brought Paul George in here, I think it would have been more of a sexy move than what Peyton Watson would end up being.
Yeah, but yes, and I'm not
right.
Peyton Watson would be a real nice fit. He's 6'8", really athletic, can shoot the three. I think he would fit in with what they have right now.
And let me define what I'm saying here when I say that. Paul George is a name that brings people to show up to see games to be played. Jaylen Brown is a name that brings people to the building to see a play and gets you excited for it. Peyton Watson, I don't think, does that, but Peyton Watson's a really good player. Jonathan Kuminga has more buzz than Peyton Watson would. Because I don't know how many people are watching Denver Nuggets basketball.
I think you're right, like to the T.
That's what I mean by the sexiness of it all. I don't mean the success level. We know those are two different things.
All right, just to wrap up the show, I got one more. We were talking about the Browns throughout the entire show, especially knowing that Deshaun Watson will now be the quarterback for the first preseason game of the year. Let's go to Jim. Hey, Jim.
Yes.
How are you? It's Andy. That's Jeff over there, but that's good. What's up, man?
Hey, Andy, how you doing, man?
Good, man. What's going on? I feel like I've been gone for a long time. What do you got, my friend?
I mentioned Julian Sayin on Monday with my send them to Cleveland, Siberian Russia of sports.
Yes.
And immediately Jeff brought up this Talon Green. And I got to admit, the guy absolutely fascinates me. We decided to take Kellen Weirdo Jr. instead of Ben Roethlisberger when Butch Davis was the coach. And, you know, he came back and beat us, 20 out of 22 games over the next 10 seasons or something. And it is. And then the other guy that I was real fascinated with that I saw play more college ball than pro was Brock Osweiler for ASU.
Yeah, I like Brock
him too.
And I thought he was okay with us too. And they
had him too.
The franchise quarterback wasn't exactly the franchise quarterback. They didn't give him a chance. And then, the thing I didn't like about the Osweiler situation when that happened was, he was made out to be this bad teammate, and I don't know. I remember doing sidelines that year during the preseason, and I was like, guys seem to like him. I don't get this bad teammate thing. I didn't understand it. Didn't get it.
A little bit of news real quick, gentlemen. Bears president and CEO Kevin Warren is speaking to the media right now with the McCaskey family, saying, quote, "Our sole focus in this point of time is building a new Bears stadium and development in Hammond, Indiana. Sites there are still being explored and conversations with Illinois continue, but he is saying they are leading toward building the Chicago Bears Stadium, New Soldier, whatever they'll call it, in good old Hammond, Indiana."
I mean, it's like literally. It depends on traffic, but it's basically just outside Chicago. It's not. It's just on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, but you're leaving Illinois.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, it's not like it seems to me like the city of Chicago had plenty of chances to keep the team there.
Aren't the Chiefs leaving Missouri?
They're still discussing. They're still trying to find a way to keep them in Missouri and not paying all of the tax revenue into.
The Browns are leaving Ohio. Oh, no.
They're going to Siberia.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what that guy just told me. Yeah. Wait, I heard they're staying in the county. Did you hear that, Jeff?
No.
I heard that the Browns are actually building this new stadium in the county.
They're moving to Coshocton?
No, not Coshocton. No.
New Philly?
No, they did contemplate kicking things out around down in Tuscarawas County. They were like, Bolivar, where are we going with this? Newcomerstown. I don't know what we're going to do. And then they ended up they stayed in Cuyahoga County. I don't know. For all those that don't know that Brook Park is in Cuyahoga County, they are. What do we have? Mayor, do we have a moment of the show?
We do, and I apologize in advance, Jeff, but our moment of the show was Charles Robinson's response to your idea of the Browns trading for Will Levis.
No, you don't. I mean, listen, right now, I mean, Levis is I would say he's the number 3 quarterback in Tennessee, and that's for a reason. I don't think Levis, particularly not having been in the system, is an upgrade over what you have. Will Levis has not shown the ability consistently to make the decisions you want to play. The book on Will is this: you look at him and you're like, he is built in a lab to be a quarterback. You're like, it's very impressive, and the tools that he has are very impressive. But that's where it ends.
All right, you want to hear that or any of our other interviews? You can go to the Odyssey app to check that out. That music.
I'm not campaigning for him.
I know you're not.
These are just guys that you don't like our quarterbacks. Who are you going to go get? Not many choices.
I have a feeling that we will see all 4 quarterbacks at some point on this roster during the regular season.
Oh, Andy, please.
Sorry.
Hurts.
If not others. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. We start with Dan Mennigan.
Charles was excellent. Give it a listen. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, social media mentions powered by Scheibin Jewelers.
Mayor.
I second that. I'm always smarter when we have Charles Robinson on the show.
You always want to do the Ted Baxter on that. That's like I kind of was going down that road.
Hey, Mayor.
Mayor. Jeff?
I'm smarter because in putting together this day in sports history, what didn't make the cut, but I thought this would be perfect. 2006, a gentleman named Travis Hafner hit his 6th Grand Slam of the season off Kansas City's Luke Hudson, which tied Don Mattingly for a Major League record 6 Grand Slams in a season. Still stands to this day. The response from Travis when I wished him a happy Grand Slam record day.
Ding!
My wife doesn't even know about this national holiday.
Can't have nice things.
That's a double ding. Are you kidding? He set himself up for a ding in that.
Oh,
Oh!
When you contact a friend of the show, it's not really a ding, is it?
Yes, it is. When they're the subject.
Does our listener base text Travis Hafner?
Yeah,
I do
there
not
you
believe
go.
so.
That's the whole difference. I'm smarter just for hanging out with you guys today, man. You have just made me so excited and so happy for this season. And now that we all know that Deshaun Watson's going to start this first preseason game of the year, yippee! Yeah! I'm in. We got a starting quarterback. Now let's see if it lasts through the first preseason game. That'll do it. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland Afternoon Drive coming your way next.
Can we do a group die?
3, 2, 1.
92.3 The Fan. It's Thursday on Afternoon Drive.
The Browns announcing Deshaun Watson will start this weekend against the Bears in Chicago, meaning Shedeur will start against the Bills. They don't want to start Deshaun at home a week from now, and that starting him on the road is going to be less of a distraction for him because there will be a mixed reaction if Deshaun were to start his first game in 2 years almost at home. If I'm a Shedeur fan, I like this because Shedeur not only gets the start against the Bills, he also gets the joint practice against the Bills as well.
The Browns open with 2 straight road games in Florida, at Jacksonville, at Tampa. They might want to value a veteran the first couple of weeks, but there's no doubt here also that both quarterbacks seem like they're going to get their chance at some point this season.
What if he just goes out there and looks lost?
Isn't that kind of the expectation?
No. I expect to see more of the good than bad.
Fool me once, fool me twice, whatever you want to go with here. The big problem I have is that his decision-making when other people are trying to actually hurt him is really poor.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on The Fan for the next 5 hours. We are one day closer to the preseason opener against the Bears. And we got a lot of that to get to today. Who's starting, why they're starting, when they're starting, where they're starting, how they're starting, and we got Gardo's Day Baseball to react to once this game is over, but that opened courtesy of ESPN. Apparently the Browns Politburo, Adam Schefter, and Jake Murrin on the board. Yes. We say hello there, Jake. Good to see you. And, of course, we got Matt Corrali doing the 2020s today. Someone's manning the 92 Through the Fan YouTube channel. You guys can watch us all 5 hours long. Subscribe to 92 Through the Fan's YouTube channel while you're at it. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app or, on radio, which is what this is still kind of is. But all that being said, hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. Way less distracting today. It's good to be home.
It does. I've got my ass in the right divot in this seat. Like it feels.
Oh, you have an ass groove there, huh?
Oh, everyone's got an ass groove here, which is great because we all have different asses. I don't know if you know that.
I just fell into Baskin's ass groove and just kind of, I guess I had to play with what was given to me.
You're a bit of a follower on that way. I always know I got to find my cheek spot here. But I'm there. I'm back. I'm ready to go.
Wouldn't it, like, if Ty goes to the runner, doesn't, like, the groove go to the largest ass?
Yeah, it does.
It
does.
Yeah, so
that's why I just choose one cheek, because I have no ass.
If it was just Lima and myself, I'd be winning that battle. I'd have that. I don't know. You throw Baskin in the mix, I'm not sure.
Are you saying Baskin has a fat ass?
I'm saying it's probably bigger than mine.
Okay, all right. I'd just like that to be known to
not?
Andy Baskin that is JP
that's
saying that.
That's not a shot. That's just obvious it's observation, is it not?
What do you mean? You're the jacked unit here. You're 230 or 225 or whatever you are.
215 as of today. 215. Actually, and when you go from 6'2", 230 sounds like a unit. 6'2", 215
sounds like a small unit?
Sounds like a little guy.
Okay.
that sounds like a little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Baskin, I don't know what Baskin weighs. I'm not a carny guy. I don't want to play this guessing game. But it's probably more than 215.
216-474.
I think that's safe to say.
0092. Do you think Andy Baskin has a fat ass?
Do I think he weighs more than 215? Jake, does Baskin weigh more than 215?
Why are you throwing to Jake? Jake, stay
I would
away.
guess yes.
I would guess yes, too.
Jake,
I would guess yes, too.
Let him dig his own grave on
this. There's no grave.
You don't need to grab a shovel.
It's a very healthy weight. I'm not saying he's 400 pounds.
Okay, easy. You don't have to look at me when you say that. I think the point is
it's a very healthy weight.
You cast an aspersion
he has a very healthy weight
about
to
a man's
himself.
Gluteus maximus. And Jake should have just let you drown on that one.
No, thank you. It's an obvious play. That's all that is.
We'll see how obvious it is to Baskin.
Well, what do you think? If Baskin's within 20 pounds of 215, I'll apologize.
Wait, which way?
Either way.
So if he's 195, we both know he's not 195.
Well,
Sorry,
now
Andy.
who's casting dispersions?
Well, no, 195 is a stick figure.
As if saying 215 was something that was crazy.
I think it was more that you think he's got a big butt. I think that was more the aspersion.
I have no butt.
You should have led with that. You should have.
I thought it was obvious. Haven't you known me for a decade? I thought it was obvious.
Yeah. How many times do I look at your ass?
I don't know. Maybe
I need to do it more.
Maybe have you been checking me out as I walk away? I'm not sure.
I think there's a lack of ass awareness around the station that I'm clearly copping to now. That I just got to start looking at everybody's butt just to make sure that if we ever have this conversation again, I'm not unprepared.
I apologize for the assumption being that I don't have a big ass. I thought everyone knew that.
No, I didn't.
thought that was like common knowledge about myself. No, never have. For being honest.
Now, we'll side table or sidecar rather the butt talk for a minute here. Because we got a game coming up on Saturday, and I don't really know how to react to Ben Johnson announcing that Caleb Williams and a number of starters will not play in this game, other than the game does feel slightly less important now.
Well, I mean, this is what we thought was going to happen because they've been telling us this. The Bears have been telling us this for a while now.
I have not been paying attention to the Bears Bureau. Okay, only the Browns.
Very fair. Okay. The Bears have been telling you this for a while that they weren't going to do any of the starters. Did Monken know this, though? That's got to be the question. When Monken made his decision, was that with the idea... Because if Caleb plays or doesn't play, and clearly he's not playing now, that really doesn't impact what the offense does. It's more whether or not Deshaun Watson's going up against the Bears starters. And if you're not going against the Bears starters on defense, then you would think it actually sets up for Deshaun Watson to have a nice day, all things considered.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yesterday, my first immediate reaction was, all right, simplest explanation on why Deshaun starts this preseason game and Shedeur gets the next one is quite simply he's not going to hear a lot of boo birds on the road, right? Or at least maybe not as much as he would at home. And then the more I thought about it after we got off air, the more that kind of annoyed me.
Well, yeah, because you should never make a decision about whether or not a quarterback's going to get booed or cheered.
Well, I just think, Deshaun's made this great case.
If Deshaun can't handle the boo birds, then what are we doing? If he can't handle the boo birds from the home crowd in a preseason game, then he's never going to be able to handle what an NFL team is going to be able to offer up.
Listen, I think starting this game has its downside to Deshaun, and I think it has its upside. I think the same thing of the second game, assuming that Shedeur gets the practice reps with the ones here. But there was something about thinking of, wait, so he's not going to see the home crowd this time, all right? So he's probably going to not see the home crowd at all during the preseason.
Well, I would expect him to play the second half of that second game.
That's fair. But how many people are actually going to be paying attention by the time you get to the second half?
Oh, I think this is going to be paying attention. What do you mean? They're just going to fall asleep in the stands?
That's usually this is going to preseason games. We tend to just.
This is going to be if people start to think
it tends
Deshaun
to be
Watson,
the Buena Vista Social Club in the second half.
If people start to think Deshaun Watson is going to actually become the starter for this is the chance for the fans to go ahead and have the Boo Birds come out and voice their displeasure. It might be one of the only chances they can actually do this before the game gets underway. I would imagine more fans would be showing up to these preseason games, or just as many fans would be showing up to these preseason games to let their displeasure about Deshaun.
You think people are going to show up to these games? Which, again, they have trouble getting people to show up anyways because they're preseason games.
They're preseason games.
People cannot unload these tickets for at least enough money.
I think booing Deshaun Watson and voicing your displeasure will be a highlight to a lot of fans that are going to these games.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it'll be one of the features. Yes, I don't think you specifically go to the game to boo Deshaun Watson, but I think in the checklist of things. You're like, I want to see how Concepcion looks. I want to see how Boston looks. I want to see Shedeur throw some nice passes. I'd also really love to boo the hell out of Deshaun Watson as he enters in the third quarter.
I think you might be off on this one.
No,
I don't think people are showing up.
That's wild to think that I'm off.
I don't even think it's in top 5 of the benefits of going to a preseason game, which again should be noted
I'll be paying attention to in the second preseason game. The reaction the crowd gives or doesn't give to Deshaun Watson is hitting the top 5 on that list.
I'm not saying that there aren't people that this is a benefit to. I'm just saying I don't think it's a lot of the people who actually will be going to the game.
Nice and lubed up and all sorts of drunk at that point. There's going to be all sorts of people.
Thank God you used that second expression.
Maybe we have to even start the idea at some point next week that this will be, and remind everyone, this will be your one chance that if you really have a displeasure in Deshaun Watson starting at any point this season, you got a voice, you got a choice out there. Go ahead and make yourself loud and clear that you're not happy with this decision if it's trending in that direction.
But I think there's a lot of ifs here because I don't think the Browns are all doing that much to divulge their plans at quarterback. Like, if everyone continues to say the same things and everyone continues to have the same information, I'm going to tell you the information's probably pretty general information. And I cannot tell you how many people we bumped into Berea over the last 2 weeks that gave me the general answer of, I think it's going to be Deshaun. And not like a confident, I know it's going to be Deshaun. Not I'm told it's going to be Deshaun, just I think it's going to be Deshaun. So there's a big part of me that, like, even Adam Schefter talking about, well, they could use his veteran experience because they start on the road. It's like, I'll be honest with you. I think if the first 2 games were at home, I think the Browns would be even less likely to start Deshaun Watson because I think they know, like, the best benefit to putting Deshaun out there at the beginning of the season is he has 2 games to maybe not look like crap, where maybe he won't get booed out of the building in week 3.
You can't let the boo birds get in the way of any of this. That's the big thing. And even though I just gave this campaign of, like, if you want to let the Browns know you're disappointed and upset, make your voice known. But
like,
ultimately,
Browns don't listen to that part. Listen to this part.
But no, because the Browns are swayed. Clearly they have. But Haslam's been swayed by what the public sentiment is before. But, like, I just think that's fundamentally. This is where the Browns have a different way of this. Good teams don't care about whether or not you boo or cheer. I can't across the board say the Browns fall into that bucket of good teams that don't pay attention to whether you boo or whether you cheer. And so maybe they would be scared out of the first 2. But if they're scared out of the first 2 games, and part of the reason why, like, if the first 2 games were at home, they would go with Shedeur over Deshaun the way that you're implying. If that is actually in their calculus, it's why they stay bad. Good teams do not care about that type of thing.
Yeah, but I think the fact that they are even giving Deshaun an opportunity to win this job means they don't care. Right?
Oh, clearly. Yeah, clearly.
But I can also understand they look at this and go, all right, the first 2 weeks, he'll be on the road, and maybe he's in a rhythm by the time he gets to week 3, and that gives him a chance with fans.
Yeah, the problem here is that you can't look at whether or not the fans' sentiment is going to be everything, and I really don't think. I think for years now they've showcased the first part of what you said is that they just do not care what the fans think when it comes to a lot of this stuff. But I would be really surprised if they're worried about the boo birds and that factoring into the equation.
So we will be playing this audio deeper in the show because we're kind of running short on time here in the first segment. But Mary Kay Cabot today on this station with the Morning Boy said it's Deshaun's job to lose and said that she feels like Deshaun has a slight edge. It does feel like everybody thinks that right now.
It does. The Kalshi markets, by the way, 76%, I believe, in favor of Deshaun Watson now to get the starting job week 1.
Those are dead to me.
The markets are back. We existed with them for the LeBron James sweepstakes. The markets are back.
Put money on Shedeur. Just that feels like a good bet right now.
I'm not playing in the Kalshi markets.
Yeah, neither am I.
That's not going to be something I
Even
entertain.
If I had disposable income after the LeBron thing, no, thank you, sirs. Seems like a lot of people.
Just an untrustworthy
yes,
thing.
Yes. Too many people. There's too many people that can clearly manipulate the market. I mean, hell, didn't Adam Schefter? Wasn't he an early investor in one of the markets? One of those.
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
So no for me. Yeah. I'd rather blow my money on the lottery, which does nothing for me. Congrats to that chap in Illinois, by the way, who won $1 billion. Everyone hates you.
That chap?
Yeah, I'm going to assume it's a chap. I'm sure, by the way, he probably already has like an 8-figure job.
Where in Illinois did he win it?
I don't
Was
care.
it like the like St. Louis type parts? That's obviously not like the very other side of Illinois,
I'm
or like the actual like Chicago part.
I'm going to guess it's a part where they don't hurt for money there.
$1 billion.
Yeah, little Epstein issue.
There's a lot of poor parts of Illinois.
Not enough, if you ask me.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because I'm feeling salty today.
I saw you buying some downstairs.
I did. Yeah.
Buying
a lot of nothing.
So I made the right turn and went straight in. And
going right back
right
for it.
to it. I was like, okay, great.
It's better than losing on 10 tickets last night. Losing on 4 tickets over the next 2 nights.
You bought 10 tickets last night? I didn't even know we were up to $1 billion in the Powerball.
Scared money don't make money.
I thought you were gonna be my Sherpa in the Powerball and teach me when we're up to $1 billion. Nope. At least tell me when we're up to $1 billion.
Nope.
It doesn't mean I would have bought any.
I want all the glory for myself, and then I'm gonna give you the quickest Irish exit when I quit. Once I win $1 billion.
You're gonna announce it on the radio, and then everyone's gonna come after your money.
Oh no.
You're not just gonna be able to quit and walk away and not give any explanation or anything.
Yes, I will.
I don't believe you.
I will show you. I will show you the way. Now we just need God to play the other part of this and let it happen, because I'll probably die in this chair anywhere from 5 to 30 years from now.
Oh, it was Quincy, Illinois, that's not a great part of Illinois.
I guarantee you he's the richest guy in Quincy before this.
Instantly.
Oh, no, I mean before this.
Oh, before this?
Yeah. He comes from one of those families, old money, you know what I'm talking about? The whole thing's rigged. 216-474-0092. I'm not bitter today. You're not bitter today. Does it feel like Deshaun has a slight edge? At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Leroy Horde coming up at 3 o'clock. Former Browns running back, co-host of Tobin and Leroy on WQAM in Miami. That's at 3. Emery Hunt, CBS Sports, and owner of Football Game Plan at 4 o'clock today. More from you guys, but does it feel like Deshaun has the slight edge here? And we will get to the word meritocracy and what that could mean for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
is hoping to play at Lambeau one last time. He hasn't played in Green Bay as a visitor since he got traded in 2023. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Earlier today, we heard Mary Kay Cabot say on the morning show that Deshaun starting the preseason off with preseason game number 1 says he has a slight edge. Charles Robinson agreeing. And I don't know. I'm just not there. It's weird. Like, I am very invested in this quarterback battle, but I think a lot of the jostling for who's number 1 and who's number 2 or who has a slight edge, nothing has come off what I've actually seen with my very own eyes.
No, it doesn't match up. Shador's been the better quarterback in these practices. But here's what I would say. If you think that Deshaun is the advantage right now, I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I think the important part of this happens in the next 9 days, though. I think the next 9 days is what shapes everything about this quarterback battle. And so if you think he's got a slight edge or you think it's neck and neck, either way, it doesn't really matter. What's going to matter is the next 9 days.
Yeah. Well, and I... Like, here's the thing, guys. I think for as many people saying, and I know Charles was making this point, well, hey, Deshaun plays well on Saturday, and it canonizes the idea in your head that maybe you can make this work. I can just as easily, and actually probably more easily say, if Deshaun looks like booty cheeks on Saturday, I have no idea how you're going to be able to keep this ruse up that he's fit to be a starter for the Browns ever again.
Exactly. That's why, I mean, this might be one of the more important preseason games we've had in years. And like trying to dissect a quarterback battle, but anything with this team for sure.
As somebody that wants Shador to start, I'm oddly confident that Deshaun's going to take care of business. And again, like, I don't think he's going to look like a train wreck.
You mean by take care of business, you mean not be good, or you mean...
I think he's going to look like an NFL quarterback, but I think you're going to be able to look at this and go, is this really what we're risking it for? You know what I mean? Like, is this really we're going to upset everyone for, maybe take a couple games away from Shador, which is going to slant his development? Like, and that's another thing that, I mean, I kind of pushed back with Daryl when we had him at 6 o'clock yesterday. This narrative of Shador is going to get seasoning on the bench, and he's going to get dramatically better.
One of the more confusing storylines that people continue to try to push.
And it runs contrary to this whole media narrative that has been in the NFL the last decade that guys don't sit anymore because the only way you actually get seasoning is if you're on the damn field.
The other thing that's become increasingly annoying with this is like, well, you have to find out if the old Deshaun exists. I would argue that you have to find out whether or not Shador Sanders can play football. That should take a better priority for this team than whether or not Deshaun Watson can find the fountain of youth. Like whether or not Shador Sanders can play football should be how we're phrasing this. But for some reason, that just gets cast aside as if nobody cares to find out that answer. I'm sorry, I feel like I care to find out that answer.
After watching how the left tackle battle went, where Spencer Fano had to really work to go ahead and get up with the ones. We've seen this with other younger players in the roster. I just have a feeling that's why Deshaun's starting this weekend. That Todd Monken is giving the edge in who starts first to Deshaun Watson, but that is a razor-thin margin, and it doesn't mean that Deshaun is definitively ahead. It just means he wants Shador to get to a point that Shador is not to yet.
I mean, I'm at the spot where I'm not going to toss away everything we've already seen in these preseason practices because they do matter, and it matters that Deshaun was unplayable a week ago and now seems like he's found it a little bit. But ultimately, I'm really just trying to focus in on the next 9 days. I think that it's going to tell us everything that we need to know within this answer. I think the Browns' decision is going to come in the next 9 days if they have a decision to be made. That is, unless if the thing's been rigged for Deshaun the whole time, then 9 days won't matter. But assuming this is a legit on the up and up competition, then I think the next 9 days is where it all comes to play.
All right. If Deshaun looks decent on Saturday,
Yeah,
and
okay.
the Browns change course and name him the starter on Monday,
Disaster.
Which means that
disaster. They can't do that.
And they switch up the plans for the practice and then preseason game number 2. Your reaction will be?
I'll be pissed.
How mad?
Pretty mad.
Like
all
Andy
things considered.
Baskin
Well, I won't
think he's got a fat ass?
I don't think he was mad. It was not Baskin having a fat ass. It was me having no ass.
Okay. That's a good spin.
It's just the truth. It's just the honest truth of how that
I'm not
played
sure
out.
that's how everybody heard it. But
I got no text on my end.
I got 7 texts. He is furious.
He is not furious. Anyway, the point is that
I'm doing the Lima thing where I'm like,
he's not
oh,
furious.
I have texts. Yeah, it's like, okay.
He's not furious.
Magically always have texts that tell you things that coincide with what you believe.
It would make no sense if they went ahead and saw Deshaun play in game 1 preseason and then came out on Monday and said, we're good here. Let's pack it up. That's all we needed to see.
They'd be celebrated for doing it, though, right?
Well, I think there's a segment of people that would celebrate the idea that they at least made a decision. I don't know that they'd be celebrated for it being Deshaun Watson and them being so emphatic about it all.
So I don't think they'd be celebrated by Browns fans because I still think I don't know that the Browns have really thought about how bad this could go with Deshaun because they only seem to consider the upside with things. They're like, well, if it works out, and then they just assume things are going to work out. They've done this. They always do like the pie in the sky version because they're so confident things are going to work.
Which is funny because I feel like they only do the pie in the sky version with Deshaun, but then when it comes to Shedeur, it's only the worst side of everything, and it's never the pie in the sky version for him.
But I think the media, and yes, I'm going with the generalized the media, but the Albert Breers, the Charles Robinsons, the Mary Kays. I think if the Browns were to name Deshaun the starter on Monday after even a mediocre performance on Saturday, I think around the NFL there would be a round of applause for them.
So I'm just the guy sitting in the corner booing and yelling at people saying, do you not remember he wasted 4 years of all of our lives?
Has that not been the last 6 months of you and me, by the way?
Well, I know. It's just maddening is what it is. And it's understandable from the national perspective because they're not like you, me, and every fan listening right now that have legitimately gone through 4 years of our life of trying to tell people that Deshaun Watson cannot play football, watching him not play football, and then them telling us no, but he can, and us seeing it not work out. And that it's the maddening part about all this. But if you can have one preseason game be enough to shift into Deshaun's favor convincingly enough to say he's the starter for week 1, then this wasn't a real process.
Or they have already seen
made up
enough.
your decision. You made up your decision.
And they just needed to kick it over the 1 yard line.
At some point, then you had to have made it in the last 6 days because last Tuesday he looked like he couldn't play.
Well, see, there's a lot of context.
This happened really quick if that was the case.
There's a lot of context that you just don't understand, JP.
Yeah.
It's not that the Browns have cooked the books in any way. It's the context.
This is the idea.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this, and a lot of the reason why Deshaun leading this is just kind of like hold on, can we take a second? Can we just stop and take a second? Is that idea that exists in a lot of people's brains that it was always going to be Deshaun no matter what happened on the field.
Confirmation bias.
And it would continue to exist if after him looking unplayable last Tuesday and then you see him in one preseason game, you then give him the starting job? Does that not continue on?
Oh yeah. No, I mean I would definitely say confirmation bias. But all right, there's difference from the media having it because again, media folks, if you're not in town, are prone to narratives and talking each other in circles. That stuff happens. All right. Well, and by the way, we do it too. I'm not saying like we're above it. Everybody does it. It's part of talking for a living or analyzing sports for a living. But that's different than when the team does it. And there is a part of me that on Monday, if they were to announce Deshaun's a starter for the regular season, there would be a part that I would just say, all right, confirmation bias. You decided this is what you want. You saw a modicum of evidence to suggest that should be it. And that's fine. I will give you the grace until week 1. I am not going to do fire and brimstone. But I will tell you, if that guy goes out there in week 1 and he just stinks to high heaven, and this is 21 guys looking good at their jobs and Deshaun looking lost. If I'm the Browns, I'm just warning you guys, skip that Monday show for Nick and Jonathan.
Yeah.
I will give you that grace. All right, I'm going to give Todd Monken the honeymoon until that day.
You're going to be very comforting until then?
You get it wrong, and so help me God, you're not going to know where it's coming from.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's going to be like you're in a fight with Bruce Lee 50 years ago, or maybe 55 years ago. It's been a while.
I can handle the idea that they, at the end of this, decide they like Deshaun better, and that is what that is, okay? We can disagree on my thought process on that, and we can talk all about that. But if 9 days from now they decide after the second preseason game they've seen more out of Deshaun Watson in those 2 preseason games and they like him more, then so be it. We'll have to get on board and figure out everything from there. That is what that is. I won't be angry about that if it looks like the way that it's looked so far, where it's like, all right, but they at least were splitting reps with the ones, and then we could see something in the preseason where maybe it was just a tie goes to Deshaun situation. I won't get angry about that, but I will get angry if after one preseason game, if Deshaun looks mediocre at best, and they're like, yep, all we needed to see, that was pretty awesome. No, it wasn't.
All right, so there's another angle to this, which is if you were to do this, meaning switch up in between when we're supposed to be in the thick of this quarterback battle. Again, I've kind of given the old Peterlin pass for whatever happened last Sunday, where it was like Todd Monken said Shadour's going to get the ones, and then they went and Deshaun got all the ones. Because I was like, all right, that was one practice. I can understand things happen.
And they corrected that. They corrected that because then on Monday, then Shador got to go with the ones, and everything was back in order.
And also, this is why they probably shouldn't have pre-practice availability, and probably should do the availability after practice, but I'm just getting ahead of myself. But I can give you the old Peterlin pass on that until you do the old switcheroo for the actual job itself. And then it's going to feel like, all right, you don't owe us honesty, but you certainly don't owe fans dishonesty. You can do better than that.
Yeah. In saying all this, I'm not expecting them to switch up on us on a Monday after preseason game number 1, have this happen and have me go crazy. I'm not expecting that. My blood pressure seems pretty good right now. My cholesterol seems pretty good right now.
It didn't trigger you. I was kind of wondering if I brought it to the table, would it upset you?
No, because I just don't think it's going to be reality. I really don't. I think we're again 9 days from now, next 9 days. That's what we got to focus in on. And then on the 23rd or the 24th, we'll have our answer, I imagine, and then we'll have enough data, enough new information. We'll be able to go ahead and judge this whole thing out. Now, what happens if Deshaun looks awful and Shador looks good? And
you
they
were
still
saying
go
that
Deshaun?
with a real smile on your face,
and
by the way.
And they still go Deshaun. Well, I'm just thinking of
that was like an evil smile of Peterlin. He doesn't do that often, but that was a glint.
I'm thinking of ways to really get me pissed off.
That was Nicholson in The Shining, little glint in your eye of things that could really get you there.
I'm still thinking about how you're trying to start a fight between me and Baskin when everybody knows you and Baskin are the ones that feud.
That's what people say.
It's you and Baskin.
And yet I've never accused him of having a fat ass.
It's you and Phelps. It's not a fat ass. I don't know if he's got a fine ass or not. I'm sure it's an acceptable ass.
That'll be a drop?
I don't know. I don't check it out often. What I do know is that I don't have an ass. And I would imagine just by that logic, he's going to have a bigger one than I am. I might be the bigger ass, but I think he's got a bigger one than I do.
Oh, there are so many good things in there. 216-474-0092. Who's got a bigger one, Baskin or Peterlin? When we come back, the Bears in Indiana in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The preseason storyline.
some sorts for him. His trade request is still in place. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Leroy Horde joining us in about 20 minutes, former Browns running back, WQAM in Miami host, always outspoken. We'll talk to Leroy coming up in just about 20 minutes' time there. We have plenty with the Browns to get to, but I'd like to get to quick hits right now.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
The streets are telling me Baskin has found out about your comments, but that's neither for you or me.
Let the streets talk.
Bears analyst Ben Devine is reporting the Bears will announce a move to Indiana shortly, and that Indiana is so heavily financing this move that the deal includes a name change with Indiana in it. My pitch is the Chicago Bears of Indiana.
Yeah, that last part's a joke, by the way.
Do a little bit of the Angels in Anaheim kind of dealio.
Yeah, Ben Devine's not serious, so it just is what it is. Now the Bears did speak today, though, and they continue to try to have their leverage play of telling everybody that Hammond and Indiana in particular are the only people that they're paying attention to, and all this. And it's like, all right, good luck to you. I still don't know how it's feasible. That site there's nothing on that site. They haven't.
Well, that's because you got to build it.
No. I mean, like they haven't actually gone through enough of what that site is in order to even put a stadium on there. Like the things they would have had to have done and already in order to get the approval of everything had to exist years ago. Like too many people around this tell me you can't build a football stadium where they're trying to build it.
I think there's a real chance that this becomes like a Mark Walter situation with the Lakers, that eventually it just gets so convoluted and so messy that the McCaskey family has to sell. Because they clearly can't afford it on their own.
They can't afford it on their own. And they're only rich because of the football team. There's 12 million McCaskies, and none of them care about football anyway.
And none of them are even, by the way, even if they cared, it doesn't make them better at running the franchise.
I always thought once Virginia died, then they would sell the team. Well, now she's passed, so it would line up for it nicely. I think they're just trying to find out how much Indiana can actually give. And Indiana, the state of Indiana having two teams, just doesn't seem practical in the slightest bit.
Mm-hmm. But it's Indiana. That's never been the most practical place.
And that governor in particular of Indiana is, you want to talk about wackadoodle people.
Yeah.
That guy's he's off the reservation. If any part of anyone should have any concerns about this whole ordeal, it's look and see who that governor is. That guy is insane. So I don't see how it happens. They continue to talk this way. I don't see how it happens. But it's not as if they're playing a lot of hardball with Arlington or anything. So I guess we'll find out. I'm at the spot of losing interest in the whole entire ordeal, though.
Really? Why's that?
Yeah, I just don't care at this point. I'm interested to find out where it eventually lands, but I think there's just a lot of politicking attached to this, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get resolved anytime soon. And so I'm kind of at the spot of stop trying to make everyone look like idiots and just resolve it.
Yeah, you and I, not very early on, but about halfway through the Brown Stadium thing, it just got really carnival barkery by all the politicians involved.
Yeah,
and that dog don't hunt for you or me.
That's right.
And with respect, and this is so much worse. And by the way, it's no closer. I don't want to say no closer. It doesn't feel close to a culmination. So if it's this bad already, and this takes another year or two, God bless.
We've also had how many different days where it's been like, oh, they've decided on Hammond. I think it's been like the 6th time we brought up, oh, they've decided on Hammond. And I'm done with it.
Also, the president of the Bears is Kevin Warren, who almost screwed up the Big Ten. Like, Kevin Warren got moved out of the Big Ten commissioner job because he wasn't cut out for the job, got the Bears job, and seems to be taking the stadium thing right into the toilet himself. It's a hell of a resume there.
There's no way you could actually change the name of a storied franchise like that.
No, it's called billions of dollars.
I think that would be insane. Absolutely insane.
Now, would you rather the Indiana Bears or the Chicago Bears of Indiana?
I think at that point, just Indiana Bears. Just make the clean sweep move off of it. If they became the Either one of them. My uncle's already pissed at the whole ordeal. I promise you, he'd stop being a Bears fan if that was the case.
Yeah.
I think he'd renounce the Bears. I think there'd be a lot of people just like him, being like, no thank you. I don't root for the Indiana Bears. I root for the Chicago Bears. Omaha! All right, today is Fernando Mendoza Day. It's supposed to be Fernando Mendoza versus Carson Beck, kind of like a replay of the national title game, now in the NFL level. That was going to be a lot of fun. Carson Beck will not play in tonight's preseason game against the Raiders due to a rib injury, but because it's the very first time we'll see Mendoza in an NFL uniform on a field ready to go, call out Fernando Mendoza's career.
The whole career?
The whole career. How does it all work? Start to finish. Where does he end up with a Super Bowl? Does he end up making an All-Pro team? Does he end up in the Hall of Fame? Does he end up Kirk Cousins, which is my vote?
He ends up Jared Goff. He's going to be a guy that stabilizes.
So in a Super Bowl early.
But he'll stabilize the Raiders for a short time, and then they'll eventually get to the point where he's not good enough. He's not a franchise quarterback. They'll offload him for a franchise quarterback. He'll go to a second place, be good enough, but again, probably never come close to being the reason you win a championship.
Only disagreement I have on that, and it's a fine take, it's the idea that why Sean McVay got off of Jared Goff is because Jared Goff was just too stupid for him. You know, like the moment he's on Hard Knocks and couldn't tell you where the sun rises and sets was a real eye-opener for Sean McVay. And, oh no, my starting quarterback might have a bird brain. And so you're not going to have that problem with Mendoza. Like, as far as what Kubiak puts out there, Mendoza's always going to be able to match that and be able to hit that. And so I don't think that'll be what gets in the way. It might just have to be the overall talent that gets in the way. Like, Jared Goff had all the talent in the world. He was just an idiot.
I'm going to let that one lay for a minute. That sounded good. All right, let's go. Guardians prospect Ralphie Vasquez has hit homers in 6 of his 8 games of this month at AAA Columbus. In his last 10 games, he's hitting .341 with a 1215 OPS.
Yeah.
That's good, guys.
That is good.
Is it time for the Guardians to call up their number 1 prospect?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think we were calling for that for a couple weeks now at this point. And so, if this year's all about the kids, then call up the kids. But it doesn't seem like they're going to.
No.
Not with Velasquez.
So the interesting thing about Vasquez is, and I thought Hammy did a great job the other night at laying this out.
Yeah, where you don't actually have to.
They don't have to put him on the 40-man roster, right. And that does save them a spot. It also just kind of saves them for if he ends up not on the 40-man roster and they get into a collective bargaining thing next year, he can still go to minor league camp and he can play next year in the minors.
Yeah.
So that is a massive. So you wouldn't hurt his development. So it's the all right. You bring him up right now. He might play and he might actually be really good. He might be an immediate impact player. But if he doesn't play for half of next year, he's going to probably suffer more than guys who have been in the big leagues a couple years and have to take a half a year off. Whereas if you keep him in the minors, he'll be able to do the minor league thing next year, and that would be a big boost for him.
Yeah, I mean, they went out and got the additions they did for a reason. They wanted, in a sea of young players, they wanted some sense of people that aren't just, hey, we called up the entire minor league baseball team, and they're now our starting 9. And so it just doesn't seem like they'd do it, but ultimately, if I was in charge, I would have Ralphie up here.
I'm going to use the Nuke Lelouch principle on this one, by the way. I think Ralphie needs a nickname.
Yeah, you're trying to make the Vasquez thing work and shortening his last name, and I don't know that I like that.
Vasquez is a great baseball name.
I know, but it just makes it seem like you don't know the name, though, is the problem.
Ralphie, do you say Velasquez?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What's wrong with that?
I'm messing with you. But no, Ralphie is an awful first name for a bit. It's got to be like.
You seem like the kid from A Christmas Story, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that his name?
And I already don't like that show. I know it's filmed in Cleveland. I don't care. It's a terrible movie.
Someone made when I was in Kansas City, one of my relatives, my sister-in-law was like, she's like, "Oh, you're gonna shoot your eye out, kid," and I said, "Oh, Cleveland." I got like all excited, and she's like, "I've actually never seen the movie." I was like, "Can you quote a movie if you've never actually seen it?"
Yeah, you can.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's like if you watch a bunch of clips on something, it's basically like you've seen that movie or TV show.
I just maintain that you haven't if you've just only seen the clips.
Then you can't quote it.
J.J. McCarthy wants to stay with the Vikings after losing the quarterback job. Do you believe him?
No. He was so weird all offseason long about basically being replaced without being replaced until he was officially replaced.
Yeah.
He's been so weird about it.
The 9 stuff, the basically him saying that They're like two kids in a classroom that sit on the other sides of the classroom. They don't really have to get along necessarily. There was a lot of weird that happened with that quarterback battle that appears to have been rigged before it even started.
Yeah.
And poor JJ, he was none the wiser.
No.
That poor kid, he thought he had a chance.
I do think there's...
And by all accounts, he looked better than them. There's something we can take away from that, by the way. The idea that, by all accounts, Kyler Murray did not look particularly good in these training camps.
Well, and what's funny is people watching the Minnesota camps are saying Carson Wentz should be the backup. So there's a chance that J.J. McCarthy doesn't even deserve to be one of the two guys on the active roster on any given day. If that's true for Minnesota, you have to get whatever pick you can now.
Did you check in with the Darryl Ryder of Minnesota Vikings camps? Is that what happened?
His name is Rarrell Dieter.
Yeah,
yeah.
There's just different versions of Darryl in every single camp all across the country.
There is.
And their job is to tell you just basically every quarterback sucks.
And by the way, last week he was saying that Max Bromer should be the backup quarterback. He flip-flopped on the backup quarterback.
Bromer or Brosmer?
That too. I'm going to just butcher names all segment.
Okay.
Yeah. From Vasquez to Brunner to whatever.
So whatever you called Leroy Horde earlier today.
Leroy. Yeah. I know. It's not a good name day for me.
Not a good name day for you.
I'm gifted in other ways.
That's all.
There's none that is
Which is funny
evident.
off the day we had yesterday where you got really upset with somebody for messing up a name.
I have never gone that direction with that name. All right? Not since Jimmy Hitler on this station have I been as outraged as somebody saying anything on these airwaves. Omaha! Jimmy Butler. Buckeyes lineman Carson Hinsman.
Thanks for the clarification.
Commented on the development of starting quarterback Julian Sayin.
He's going to hate me. So we were looking at like progress pictures. Anyway, I mean, I looked like you picked me up from a shack off the road. Like, I was like 255 pounds, like all skin and bones. I had a gross looking chin strap. I mean, my beard isn't much better. But like, Jules looked like a little French girl. Like, I was like, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and the way he's developed, not only his body, like, is completely different. Like, completely different. I mean, that dude can roll now.
All right. I'm not really sure that there's a topic here.
Who was he talking about?
He said about Julian Sayin. I would kick the crap out of somebody for saying I look like a little French girl. And I'm not even like an alpha bro.
I don't even really know what that means. I just know it's not threatening.
It was tawdry.
I know it's not threatening. I know that much.
Is Hinsman saying that he found Julian Sayin a little fetching maybe?
But he said now he's cool.
Yeah.
now you
should see how his body's developed.
Now he's good.
Yeah.
Now he's good.
I know offensive linemen are a different breed, but if you can give a scouting report on your entire quarterback's entire body, I think that's a problem.
Little French girl.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah.
If you're saying, do you get pissed or no? Or is you're like, it's in the past. Now I'm jacked.
No, you got to be pissed about that.
You stay pissed about that? But no, he's like, new body, new him.
He's dating a Pilates instructor. Like, he could be a future top 10 pick. He's going to, every time I see Julian Sayin from now on, I'm going to be like, little French girl.
He wasn't really beating the allegations previously, though. He did kind of, I don't even know what that means, a little French girl, but he didn't look very intimidating.
So the problem is because I don't already have an image of what a little French girl looks like.
Yeah.
Now, anytime
I'm thinking of something very, very non-intimidating, holding a baguette.
Okay.
Maybe looking at the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
That's just, we're finishing it all off. Or maybe staring
I was thinking more
staring
of
at the
like
Eiffel Tower in complete amazement and wonderment as she eats her baguette.
I was thinking more of like a French countryside, but yes, maybe Paris proper.
Oh,
we'll
so
see.
you mean like going out there with the little truffle pigs and doing some truffle hunting.
Yeah. Leroy Horde, WQAM, Browns running back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
your home for complete Browns coverage all year long.
My dad was a coach, and my uncles were coaches. My whole family's in coaching. So from when you're a kid, you see, because you pull from everywhere, and then you just put it together and you go. It's not rocket science.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content for your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Emory Hunt joins us about 1 hour's time. We'll get to his thoughts on the Browns starting quarterback situation. Deshaun Watson will start this Saturday, and then the plans are for Shedeur to start against the Bills a week later. Of course, plans can change. That's something we talked about today. But many people agreeing Deshaun Watson has the edge or slight edge, or however we want to say that, in the quarterback competition. On the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. He's a former Browns running back. He's going to give us his thoughts on this. He's also co-host of Tobin and Leroy on WQAM in Miami. Leroy Horde joining us now. Welcome to the show, Leroy.
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Oh, just talking about a Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle. You know, it feels like we've been doing this, some iteration of this conversation for about 27 years now. How about you?
Well, at least the last 4, it's always started off Deshaun Watson and other. What is he going to contribute? What is he going to do this year? So I get it. But I try to get people to understand this from a realistic standpoint. Think about this. If you invested $200+ million into somebody, you're going to try to get everything you can out of them for as long as you got to pay them that $230 million. So I get it. And I understand it. I understand why they're doing it. But here's the other thing. I mean, you got 2 young guys playing quarterback. One has never actually had to play quarterback. He's played athlete. So how long is it going to take him to be able to do the time throws, the drop back in the pocket, read the defense, get everybody in and out of the huddle? These are all things that he had to learn that he never had to learn before. And I think it was a little bit unfair because everybody wanted to see Shedeur to put him in last year when, like, as you've learned from him telling you, I don't know if he was ready to play quarterback yet.
So where would the confidence come from that you feel like he could be ready to go this time around? I mean, we've been at camp. It does feel like he's made a lot of strides and he's gotten a lot better at some of the ins and outs of each play.
Here's what I think the most important thing to happen to Shedeur. To be able to go through an offense, get to learn the players around him, get to learn an offense, get to learn the timing and the function of the offense, and be able to command a huddle based on the work that you've put in with those men instead of the name that you have, right? Sometimes you see guys from afar, and I think this happens with Shedeur a lot. We see him from afar, and we hear what he says and some of the things he does and how he goes about living his life with that kind of confidence. And we take that as meaning he's a certain type of person, a person that thinks it should be given to him, a person that thinks that he doesn't have to work for it. And then as you start paying attention a little more and you see, hey, this guy's putting in the work. Well, so do his teammates. So do the guys around him. So the next time he gets an opportunity to get in that huddle and get command of the huddle, as long as he knows what he's doing and how to do it, they're going to look at him in a different light than this guy just coming in. And I think it was important for him and everybody on the team to see that he was willing to put that work in.
Leroy, big picture. Vegas says the Browns are a 5.5 win team. Are you more inclined to take the over, or do you think 5.5 is a sweet spot for them?
Man, can I just tell you I'm terrible at this because, and here's why. Because I'm like you guys. I want the Browns to do well. Like I'm a fan, and so I'm thinking of my rookie year I don't think anybody thought we were going to win 3 games. And I was 3-13. I lost more games my rookie year than I lost in high school and college put together. So to go before a season and say, yeah, you're going to lose 12 games, I just, the competitor in me says I can't see that. However, there is a caveat to this. Do we have any idea what the offense is going to look like? So how are they going to score? We know over the years, and I know Myles Garrett isn't there yet, defensively they've been able to keep the Browns in a lot of games. And usually teams that can keep you in a game like that gives your offense an opportunity to keep trying and getting it right. And so it's going to be one of those situations where they play a ton of close games because their defense is going to keep them in it. And it's just a matter of whether the offense can put anything together. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I mean, we can't keep doing the Deshaun Watson thing without realizing he hasn't been the quarterback we think we got since 2019. It's been a long time. And that's a long time to still look back and say, yeah, this is the guy we got. So I don't know what he's going to be. Healthy, yeah, but guess what? When he was healthy before he got hurt, he was struggling then. So I don't know what he's going to be. He says, yeah, I had to learn some stuff too and learn the offense. And he has the confidence of a starting quarterback. But can he and here's the thing, can he earn the respect of all the guys on that team that he's getting in that huddle with? Because guess what? Those guys see the same thing everybody else has. Wow, this guy made $200 million. He's been here for 4 years, and he's hardly played. So he's got to gain their respect too. So I don't know. 5, that seems low, but I always look at it this way. Somebody's winning 12, somebody's losing 5. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know who's that going to be. I'm more curious as we're just crowning, oh, Cincinnati's going to be back. Cincinnati's going to do this. Cincinnati's still Cincinnati. I'm more curious as to what Pittsburgh is going to be, because I'll say this. Mike Tomlin could walk into a huddle right now, take a group of men and win 7 games. He's won a number of games, and you go, how is this team even close to being in the playoffs? That's what he brought to the table. Now, the new coach, I think he's amazing. But does he go into a huddle with that same type of energy? Or does he approach it a different way and do guys respond? Other than Aaron Rodgers, who's 41. Let's not even talk about that. I mean, how long are we going to kick the tires on a 40-plus-year-old and think, oh, he's the guy?
Yeah,
So I don't know what to make of the whole division, let alone just the Browns.
It's definitely tough. Here's the other part of this, though, is that, and I know you said you're not good at projections. Browns are 5.5. The Dolphins, a team that you talk about and you're around, they're at 4.5. When you guys talk about the Dolphins, when we're over here and we're like, all right, we like Concepcion, we like Boston, we like what the defense can be. We love Judkins, we love Fannin. Like there's so many parts of this Browns team we're excited about. When you guys talk about the Dolphins, do you guys talk in a similar way? Is it just all doom and gloom? Like I'm trying to figure out how we can be so optimistic when we're just a game apart according to the projections.
So here's the problem. The problem is that you have a lot more known quantities than the Dolphins have. They're so young, so many new guys, so many young draft picks that you don't know. Who knew Seattle was going to win the Super Bowl last year? They were a young team. They had a lot of unknowns on that team, and it just all worked, right? Who knew Sam Darnold was that good? Minnesota, they were not that good. there's a lot of unknowns. We have no idea what Malik Willis is going to be, right? There's so many unknowns, but I would say just because a team is young doesn't mean they can't be good. You have to be extremely lucky. I would say why the Browns and the Dolphins a game apart and not more. You can't pick a team to lose 2 games, to only win 2 games, right? Because it's football and they're all professionals. But think about this. One thing that Browns have that the Dolphins don't have is like $100 extra million to spend money on players. That can't go unnoticed. They're not only are you starting your season with a number of young guys and draft picks, but you don't have any money on the field. You're paying more guys to play for somebody else than you are to play for the Dolphins. I don't know what role that's going to play. To me, it's more the Dolphins are 1 game worse than the Browns because there's too many unknowns. With the Browns, I think there's more marks around the quarterback. Because if I told you, okay, Deshaun Watson's going to start all 17 games, what am I saying? Right? What am I saying? What is that a good thing or a bad thing? If I say, okay, Shedeur Sanders, he's going to figure it all out. He's going to, get command of the huddle. He's going to be able to play the quarterback from the pocket and read offenses and defenses. What does that mean? Like, there's so many unknowns at that position where neither quarterback has really had any real success in the NFL in years. So I think that's why they're that close for different reasons, but at important enough positions that people have figured out that without this position even being competent, without knowing whether this position can be competent, we can't go into a season sure that they can win more than X amount of games.
Leroy, we appreciate your time. And again, we also don't want to think about them only winning 5 games going into the season as well. So we're right there with you. Have a great day.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Leroy Horde there, former Browns running back, host of WQAM in Miami on the Wishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. If the Browns had ended up with Malik Willis this offseason,
I think the projections would be much higher than 5.5.
That's insane to me. He's played
I'm with
5 games.
I get it. Listen, we both were on the idea that Malik Willis isn't anything, but way too many people watched that Saturday night Ravens game, or the game at Lambeau, and watched him perform. And so then they all of a sudden became convinced that he could actually do this at a high level. The thing about him being in Miami that's fascinating is they're really just kind of throwing him out there and letting him die.
Yeah. Yeah,
like they gave him a lot of money. Said congratulations, that's what you get. Halfley came on over. They went. Everything was all fine. But they're gonna let him. They're just gonna let him just sink.
Yeah,
they don't really seem too concerned about that.
He's gonna get some good money to sink, which is good. That's almost like Jacoby Brissett. That like 3 times he's been paid to be somebody's starter.
Yeah. Like including this year, many things. You just pay him money and say this is the deal. And if you're Malik Willis, you had to have thought there were teams out there that you could have had a real run with. But I don't know. There's no way he thought to himself the Dolphins are just going to do exactly what they did, which strip it down to everything but Achane.
Good stuff with Leroy Horde there in the Wishart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline when we come back. Jeff Phelps has solutions to the Browns quarterback issues in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. I've got a little tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because you're going to be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for
Raiders. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Emery Hunt joining us in about 40 minutes' time. CBS Sports, owner of Football Game Plan. Continuing on the conversation about the Browns and where to go and what to do and when to do it and why we're doing it.
Yeah. That about summed it up. We got a lot of questions. Next 9 days, let's get some answers.
Am I allowed, after, I will say, a full month of chastising hosts on the station who get 3 days into a topic and then start bemoaning how tired they are of a topic?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to have Deshaun Shador fatigue at this point, or do I just have to suck it up, Buttercup?
I think you got to suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah, I don't think we're the
I'm
show.
not above being a hypocrite.
I know neither one of us are, but
Yeah.
I think we're the show. We're firmly planted as the show of like we're going to talk about it a lot, and we're not going to give off the idea that we're tired of talking about it.
Okay, but what if
And
I
because
still
we do,
talk about it
we
while
do,
complaining about talking about it?
Listen, that is a take, by the way. Having the idea that you're bored with it, or you're done with the competition, or you just wish they would name somebody or whatever, that is a take. People act like that's lazy, or people act like that's like, no, that is having a take.
All right,
It's just not where I fall in line with it.
I know Lima and I got sideways on this. Last week? I don't know, 2 weeks ago? I don't know. Time's a flat circle.
Are you bored with the competition? Is that what you're saying?
I think I'm more just bored on the homogenized takes. Like I stopped asking people in Berea, like media members or former players. I stopped asking them off air. All right, what do you really think is going to happen?
That's because you knew what the answer was going to be.
Well, no, yes, but because it was for the same thing that they said 4 weeks ago. And I was like, I have no idea how I've watched this. And again, like my personal opinion hasn't changed from this. I think Shador should start. But do I think Deshaun's at least made it interesting the last week? Yes. Yeah, he was a no-show the first 7 weeks, the first 7 or 8 days of practice, or at least the 4 that we saw.
Yeah.
So the fact that he actually ingratiated himself by practicing reasonably well, that changed. That made it interesting to me. But the idea that everybody just keeps falling back on takes they had 6 months ago, I think I've gotten a little bored with the confirmation bias more than I am the actual. Because when we were out in Berea, I was very much enjoying watching the blow-by-blow, who made this throw, who made that throw.
Well, I think that's why you're going to enjoy Saturday a lot. The preseason game is going to be huge for some developments within this, I would imagine. It's interesting. At the end of doing the player interviews, by the time we got to Quincy Williams, at the very end of the interview, we asked him about the quarterback competition because we'd just gotten so accustomed to bringing it up and then just getting these non-answers. Oh, both quarterbacks are good. They both do special things.
We thought we could sneak it by Quincy.
And it was one of those things. I genuinely thought we were going to finish the interview without even asking because we just kind of knew what he was going to say before he was going to say, so it almost felt like a wasted breath, but we had to ask.
Now, Matt in Parma is saying, I don't deserve the right to complain about quarterback controversies. All right, tell me here. Well, real quick, Matt, can you turn down your radio?
Or app, whatever you're listening to.
And then give us your thoughts there, bud. What's up?
Like you haven't been here long enough to suffer long enough in order to deserve the right to complain about anything other than being overweight. You haven't been here long enough.
What do you
Nick's
mean?
Been here his whole life. Are you getting Nick and I confused?
No. I think he got the fat part right. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't really complain about being fat. I'm quite satiated with my ability to keep it heavy, as it were.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I think Matt might have just been, I'm going to say a little lubricated. I think he just wanted to call up and abuse local radio hosts. That's fine.
It's a sport for some people, huh?
Yeah.
That's great. Everyone wants to take more callers, huh?
Yeah. Matt, thank you for running that into the side of the freaking mountain there, adding nothing to the show. Now,
well, I mean, is he accurate in that you just haven't earned the right to complain about the quarterbacks? Is that what that is?
No, I think if you're going to call me out on anything, it'd be being a hypocrite.
That's what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to go down the
correct
road
lane.
of you can't give Ken a bunch of grief for doing the LeBron James, I'm tired of this thing, and then turn around and be tired of this quarterback race. And listen, I am a little surprised that you've gotten here. I can't be shocked because it seems like 9 people out of 10 people are kind of bothered with this quarterback race. I am surprised. I thought you'd hang into it a little bit more.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed. I think Ken and Anthony and Jeff and Andy and Jake and us, I think we're reacting to this in real time. I think we are evolving the conversation. It's just, I don't know. I hear everybody else have thoughts on this, and it's like, I wonder, are people actually paying attention to this? Are they actually paying attention to what's happening? Because the same generalities that annoyed me 2 weeks ago are continuing to be the generalities now.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's where it is.
Well,
I
so
don't
that
think I'm not sick of having the conversation with you or our callers. I'm not sick of having that conversation amongst the station. But man, there's a lot of I'm very much in a cliches annoying the hell out of me. Generalities are annoying the hell out of me, and that feels this whole conversation. It's a legitimate quarterback battle, and nobody's really said anything interesting outside of this station for a minute for me.
Well, locally, we're paying attention to it in a way that they're just not nationally. Nationally, this is the only time they're going to talk about the Browns unless Shedeur Sanders starts, and they've already made up their mind. The hard part about the Shedeur Sanders discourse right now for everyone is that everyone's already chosen sides. And so the idea that he could get better, or the idea that even, oh my gosh, I mean, you saw that SiriusXM NFL video of Todd Monken saying that Shedeur Sanders has a bigger arm than Deshaun Watson does.
Oh, yeah.
People got all up in arms and had a tizzy over that.
Yeah, mad at a coach.
Mad because that was his. Again, it's like hold on. If you were to ask how many people 2 years ago who had a bigger arm, Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson, there are national NFL people that would not believe that. And even after Monken said it, there still are national NFL people that don't want to believe that. But that's because they've already made up their mind about Shedeur. They've already made up their mind about what they think. And in many ways, it's understandable when it comes to that Deshaun Watson component of it. But when it comes to the Shedeur Sanders part of it, I think it's maddening how people have already declared one way or another he can or he can't.
You know what's interesting is about the arm thing is like if one of us came out and said Shedeur has a bigger arm than Deshaun, I don't think I would have been surprised by social media having a reaction to that, because there's a natural, well, why are you making that decision?
Sure.
The idea that Todd Monken took crap on that on social media is the one that I was like, guys, he's the head coach of the team. I think if any, he has watched every throw these guys have made now for 6 months' time. He might be the guy that can make that statement.
Not just 6 months,
without being questioned.
And not just 6 months' time. He's watched every throw that they've made for how long? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't. He's not just taking what they've done with and seeing with his own two eyes in front of him in part of the equation. Like I thought that was wild. But again, go back to even Shedeur and his pro day camp that he had in Colorado so long ago before he got drafted. What was the big thing he was trying to dispel? The idea that he could push the ball down the field, which is kind of funny that the narrative on him has turned into he just has big plays down the field and that's all he offers up to an offense. Because going into the draft, that was the question whether or not he could do.
Now, while we are having the conversation, we'll continue to have the quarterback conversation. Jeff Phelps, as I mentioned, everybody on this station is continuing to have a conversation in real time. And even if your initial position hasn't changed, I think some of the reasoning behind it might have changed, right? Well, Jeff Phelps changed the conversation today by saying something he said 6 months ago where I think he's a little done with these two quarterbacks, and he's got a solution.
If I were the guy who was putting this team together, I would have different quarterback options here. But I'm not, so they don't. I would pick up the phone to this day and call the Indianapolis Colts. I'd much rather see Anthony Richardson take snaps than Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. I would rather see Will Levis take snaps. I'd rather see Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. But those guys aren't here. So the guys we have, of the four guys who are here, you know who I'd love to see emerge and be the guy is Taylor Green. That's so unrealistic, it's silly.
I would say a lot of that's silly. Now, the one thing I do want to say about Jeff is Jeff has had this take on Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, and literally any other crappy quarterback they could have added this offseason, all offseason long. So this is not like Jeff Phelps is just done with these two quarterbacks now. He was done with these two quarterbacks 6 months ago.
He does know Will Levis is not even a backup in Tennessee, right? He's third string.
No, I don't know that he does.
Like Will Levis has been demoted behind Mitch Trubisky.
I think he just thinks he might be white Joe Milton.
Okay. And then Anthony Richardson, by the way, is going to get a start in one of these preseason games, the first one coming up. And part of that is because people think it is a showcase for a trade. But Anthony Richardson is a product of not being given enough starts and enough opportunities to begin with, because in college he didn't have enough starts. And he's not ready, and he'll never be ready.
If you said 6 months ago.
He's not good.
If you said 6 months ago, would I rather Jimmy Garoppolo versus Shedeur or Shedeur versus Deshaun, I would have taken the first one. If you had said 6 months ago, Will Levis versus Shedeur, I probably could have gotten behind that because stylistically, they're different quarterbacks. Will Levis has he's got a stronger arm than Shedeur.
Will Levis looks the part in every sort of way until he actually throws the ball.
Yeah,
like he's built exactly right.
Yes.
He's got a big arm. Like everything looks like it's supposed to. And then he actually tries to play the position, and he just looks like it's never happened before.
But like I could get behind that. I could not get behind Anthony Richardson. I do not understand. And I kind of chided him 6 months ago when he had this take. Anthony Richardson should never have been the fourth pick in the NFL draft. The whole knock on the kid is he's a goober that honestly doesn't even know what the hell he's doing at football. Yes, he is 6'5". He is incredibly athletic, and he has a howitzer for his right arm. The problem is what's going on between the ears. There is nothing that can solve that.
I think had 13 college games. Like he didn't have enough. I do wonder if we could just go back in a time machine for Anthony Richardson and just say you need to hang out in college for a while, and you need to just get more reps, get more games under yourself, and maybe this goes a little bit differently.
It's a maturity issue. I just don't think.
Yeah, that might be part of it too.
I like even my maturity. I mean, kid about put his eye out last year with what were those the
rubber bands,
the stretch bands.
Yeah, the stretch bands.
That's in a part of a year where he was basically gifted a chance to take the job.
Gonna poke your eye out, kid.
He damn near did.
Second reference of the day. How about that? Did you hear Charles Robinson just completely just slap down Phelps in real time?
I wasn't gonna say it, but no, I didn't. But I heard you. No, it was Keith told me.
Oh, Keith told you?
Yeah.
I was listening in real time, and Jeff goes, he's so proud of it. But then he knows that he's talking to a real football guy in Charles Robinson, who's not going to just say, "Oh yeah, good idea, Jeff." Like,
did he pivot immediately, or did he just take his loss like the man we know he is?
He did try to pivot.
Yeah.
He gets like Charles Robinson has the reaction of like, "Oh no, you can't do that, buddy. Please stop thinking that." And so then Jeff felt a little embarrassed, you could tell. Yeah. And so then at the end of it, he goes, "Well, I'm just trying to look. It's probably going to be Shedeur. I just want to, if anybody is going to." I'm looking for a firecracker, essentially. I'm looking for something to start this offense, and maybe those two guys could be it. But it's going to be Shedeur. I know it's going to be Shedeur.
I mean, I think Jeff is pointing to the fact that it doesn't always matter the quality of the quarterback you bring in, just new. Like, I think that's a stale quality of Deshaun versus Shedeur.
Well, and that's, I think, the point that he's really trying to drive home. He doesn't care that Will Levis is third string right now in Tennessee behind Trubisky. Like, he doesn't. That's not really it. He just wants something that he believes is a spark. And I would wonder, why do you not think Shedeur Sanders can be that? Like if you think Shedeur Sanders just flat out stinks, I would argue then, what do you think about Will Levis and Anthony Richardson right now? It's not as if you can point to any numbers that tell me they are anything that is significantly better than what Shedeur Sanders was last year.
But Jeff hasn't seen them stink yet. He hasn't
He's got NFL Red Zone. I'm sure he's got the Game Pass.
It's different.
They don't hide these games. They make them very accessible to everybody to watch.
This is the giant shell game of the NFL. Of, oh, hey, that quarterback stunk, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. Maybe he won't stink here.
I know he does the post game for the Browns, so maybe he, in like that 4 o'clock window, if any games are happening there, in the 1 o'clock window, he's so isolated in on the Browns, maybe he's missing a lot of these things, but they make these games widely accessible to everybody. We can all watch any one that we want.
Let's go with Sean here in Kent. Sean, would you rather Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, or Jimmy Garoppolo than Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders?
Absolutely not. No way. None of those guys. I'll roll with these guys. But I did want to mention, too, that about Phelps, he's still pining for Kenny Pickett. And I couldn't figure that out ever in my entire life. I'm like, well, we saw what he did, and he stunk. I think he's probably worse than Shedeur. But it is we're getting a little fatigued, QB fatigue. you're having to rehash the same stuff every day. But I would definitely rather have Shedeur and, I guess Deshaun. We'll see what happens with him. At this point, it's kind of more like a carnival act. Like, okay, what's this going to be? So it's a little intriguing, and I'm convincing myself it's intriguing in that way to just be kind of like, what's going to happen with this guy? Is his arm going to fall off? Is his, in the first preseason game or whatever? And I was a big Watson fan when he was in college. I said this before. I wish the Browns would have drafted him before any of the other nonsense. So I'm somewhat intrigued, but have a good day.
You too, buddy.
Too.
I have convinced myself I'm going to focus on the other 52 guys. That's where my focus is at. That's how I keep fresh and keep excited about the Browns.
We still got a month until the first game. We got a whole LeBron James sweepstakes left to go before we get the first game, by the way.
Yes, though the second you name a new starting quarterback, we get a little fresh squeeze there.
Yeah.
A little extra juice there. Yeah, we do. 216-474-0092. Jeff Phelps wants different crappy quarterbacks. Do you? And when we come back, Jaden Daniels is big mad at LSU, and then everybody's big mad at either one of the two. And that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's all about the deal.
Run and Walk. Join me, Andy Baskin, at LifeBank's Gift of Life Walk and Run August 23rd at Blossom Music Center with special appearances from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Run or walk and help hope live on. Register at lifebank.org with the code THEFAN.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Emery Hunt coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. If you missed a moment in our show so far, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. 2 Cleveland notes to pass along here. The Guardians fell to the Tigers 3-0 today, so I believe we're back to 4 games below 500 and about 5 games back in the AL Central and potentially on the verge of being 2 games back in the wild card. Real quick, JP, that stunk. All of that stunk.
Wasn't great. You can't blow Parker Messick days.
Yeah.
And they continue to do it. 4 hits all day long. Obviously didn't score a single run. 2 of those hits came from DeWater. It's just... that's exactly it. It's this sucks.
Yeah. And it feels like this is the kind of thing like you can't I like that you said you can't blow Parker Messick starts. I understand if the day that your offense finally actually hits, Tanner Bybee goes out there and gives the quintessential Tanner Bybee's not very good start. I can deal with that.
Vote said that was outstanding.
Outstanding with a capital O.
He called it outstanding.
When Cantillo or Ciccone or Foster, a.k.a. Don't Call Me Forrest. Like,
you think Vote's going to go ahead and in this press conference talk about how they're right there? The breakthrough's going to happen?
It's the only card he has to play. What else is he going to say?
Is this going to be the only thing he does all year long?
It's all
he's done already.
He can't break. He's backed himself into a corner. He can't be like he can't. If the second he pivots off of, I mean, we are so close right now. The second he pivots off that, the season's over.
I'm kind of hoping that at some point he does just pivot to the don't have any answers for you. I'm ready.
Do you
I'm
want
ready
a vote meltdown? Would that make you feel better?
Give me something. Give me something outside of this just endless positivity after every single game that I don't believe exists within him. There's a reason why he got chosen to be the manager out of 45 different applicants, despite not having a strong resume that would go along with being the manager. The reason why is he is supposed to be, and by all people around baseball, he's supposed to be a people's guy. Mm-hmm. He's supposed to be this like endless just fountain of Tony Robbins just positivity that spews out often. But in these moments, it gets really tiresome for me.
As long as he's not doing that behind the scenes, we're fine.
I don't know. I don't know. He did the team meeting earlier in the week. Did he just sit up there and say, "Oh boy, you guys are close"?
I guarantee
you guys are real close.
Again,
I hope you're right, but it's infuriating to me as I listen to all these press conferences.
So many of the things that annoyed us about Kevin Stefanski. That's what makes a good baseball manager. Tito used to host a master's class and saying nothing and then chewing guys out behind the scenes.
But Stefanski was the same he was in front of us to the players. That was part of the problem with Stefanski is that he never actually – we kept being like, oh, behind scenes, he's got to have this other gear. And then we got to know him. There was no other gear. Mm-hmm. That's just who he is. And with Vogt, this endless positivity – It's not the end of the world, but in this instance, you got to chew into some guys. I hope that he's getting after these guys, or is he looking at it and saying, "Oh, scoreless with runners in scoring position once again today"? No, we're going to break through.
You know what we haven't said enough of?
What's that? Trust in
Todd.
In Todd?
It's definitely not trust in Steven. Although we should say that more, or trust in Voter. Yeah, doesn't have the same ring as trust in Todd.
I didn't connect the dots that your trust in Todd is just an offshoot of trust in Tito until right now.
Mm-hmm.
I just bad job by me not to connect those dots.
I'm proud of you. You got there.
It took me long enough. Yeah. I was so focused on why you like the trust in, and then a person that starts with the first name, and why you like that it just went completely over my head.
And from now on, for the rest of your days, I want you to know Nick Wilson is a trust in Todd man.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
When you think of Nick Wilson, I want you to think about trusting in Todd in all its glory, in all of its majesty, in all of its wonderment.
Yeah.
Let's go with Doug in Canton. Welcome to the show, Doug.
Hi, good afternoon, Jonathan and Nick. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing all right. Love the energy there, Doug. Keep bringing it.
Yeah, sorry to hear about the Guardians losing today. What's going on with them? And I heard some Cavs news that I don't know if you two can answer this, but do you think the Cavs can get either Jonathan Kuminga or Peyton Watson for James Harden? Maybe. What do you guys think?
All right, Doug, we appreciate you dropping the dynamite as always. So it wouldn't be Harden for Watson or Kuminga.
No.
It could be Jared Allen for both if Strus and Schroeder get sent out. I think it's more likely that it's just like Strus goes out, Schroeder goes out, and then Watson comes back.
I did hear a lot of people once again today throwing around the Harden for Kevin Durant 3-team trade. That seems to be it just will not go away. People are getting frustrated that Harden is mad he hasn't gotten paid yet. Harden at least appears to be angry that like this thing's gone on long enough, and you guys haven't paid me. You guys really have made no headway in getting Watson. You've made no headway in getting Kuminga. Give me my money now. If I was James, I'd be a little peeved too.
The money's coming, James. All right? You guys just got to wait till the first of the month.
Yeah.
All right? It was a brutal month for the mortgage industry.
Is that right?
You just got to wait for the next checks to clear, and you'll be fine. Jim in Concord, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely. What you got?
I want to know what you guys think about Vogt with all these lineups. I mean, a guy can't get going. I mean, I think Martinez had 2 or 3 hits last night, and he was on the bench today to start the game. That's what I don't understand. What's with the lineup?
So, all right. So there's 2 ways to take this. They are a platoon-heavy team, and I think that's because of the roster construction.
The heaviest platoon team in all of baseball.
I think that is because of the roster construction, and I love Angel as much as anyone. He has not hit in the second half of the season, nor has Brian Rocchio. So I will amend the answer, though, to say I think the fact that every day we're trotting out a different order of the lineup, I don't think that's good for the young players. That I do think is a problem, assuming that Chris Antonetti wasn't lying a couple weeks ago and Stephen Vogt is putting the lineups together.
Which I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to believe that's the truth, too. But I just think they need some continuity. These guys need to get in a groove. And if a guy gets 2-3 hits like last night, Martinez, play him. I mean, he's stroking the ball good, and then he sits today, so I don't get it.
All right,
That's
Jim,
all I need to say. Thanks.
We appreciate you. Gentleman Jim right there.
Yeah, I never loved the idea of just basically what he's telling you is ride the hot hand, essentially. And in baseball, especially if you're trying to play platoon splits the way that they do, it's not advantageous. And so I understand what they're trying to do. I agree with your main sentiment, though, Nick, that idea that you're just shuffling these guys around a little bit too much, and no one gets comfortable. No one understands their spot or their role on this team, and it ends up just being a disaster. But they've been doing this this has been years. This is not like a new development for people.
But this feels like the previous years on steroids. Because, again, they've been shuffling this roster about 3 different times. They've turned the roster over. And then you're just chucking out different lineups every day. Like, this feels like a whole different level of a lack of continuity.
They're just always at the top of the big leagues as far as platoon splits and where they sit on that. And even their acquisitions right there. Why did they get low? Why did they get Adele? They did it because of the splits in many regards.
Now, have we failed for not talking about the Cavs schedule yet, which the full schedule has been released?
Oh, yeah. Game 72 is really enticing for me.
You've been a big Game 72 guy.
I'm always Game 72. Game 47, don't sleep on Game 47.
I always sleep on Game 47. What the hell are you talking about?
What should we be discussing about the big schedule?
I think the fact that it's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that there are already 2 games.
Yeah. Hey, it turns out they're going to play a lot of teams in the NBA.
They are.
Yeah, it turns out. Yeah,
at least one more game.
You will.
In the East then versus the West, though. That's not a new development, but always shocks me when I come out. I'm like, wait, 4 games against the Bulls, but only 2 against the Lakers? Huh?
Have you seen our NBA Cup schedule?
That's true. That's a loaded cup.
A tour de force. That's a lot.
That's a one Uribe-sized cup, my friend.
Yes, it is. That's a lot of really good teams are taking on in the cup.
To Boku. And I am a cupper, and I'm a streaker, and I'm here for it all. Emery Hunt.
Yeah, Emery Hunt. Let's get to him.
CBS Sports. Let's see if he trusts in Todd. If he's a trust in Todd man in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. But be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the roofing process, the attic ventilation. And this is one of the big reasons I like to recommend Victor's to our listeners, because their process begins with a thorough inspection of your home. The very first step in the Victor's process is a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a very thorough inspection of your attic and attic ventilation. And because of this, every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan. And that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And this is so important, guys. Like, if you're like me, when I bought our home, the one part of
Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Right now, I anticipate in all the preseason games our guys will play.
Training camp headlines don't take a break. Hear all the latest from Todd Monken before every practice.
Our plan is everybody will dress and they're going to play.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We've got the lead coming up in 1 hour's time. We do have to get to the Jaden Daniels stuff. We kind of pushed that back because of the Guardians' very fun afternoon there. Enjoy 3-0 losses like nobody's business. I believe that was the 67th, 6-7, 3-0 loss so far this season. But the Browns quarterback derby rolls on. Deshaun Watson will start this weekend. Shedeur Sanders the week after. And to talk about the Browns quarterback derby, get his thoughts on the Browns in general, maybe a little AFC North talk, maybe a little bit of Baker Mayfield being mad at the Browns, I guess, still talk. Who knows where this conversation will go? But we will go out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Emery Hunt, CBS Sports, and, of course, the owner of Football Game Plan. Emery, welcome back.
Man, I'm glad to be back, man. Appreciate y'all having me on the show.
Well, it's great to have you. Always love your opinions here. Now, you have been labeled as a big Shedeur guy. I think that's fair to say, yes?
Yeah, that's fair to say, but I've been labeled as that, but I also am just sticking to my evaluation, which I'm surprised that a lot of these other draft analysts don't do. Shots fired.
Ooh, yeah, that's that. Right. That's the way Emery. We started. A little shots fired.
You're a guy that sees the flip-flop and constantly points it out the way we do. We like that about you, Emery.
So that's what makes you guys you know, and so that's what people tune in for. They want to see if you're going to move off your pivot or move off your spot, but there's nothing to move off yet until we've seen everything play out.
I couldn't agree with you more. Now, I do want to get to a hypothetical I threw out to JP earlier in the show, and it involves if Deshaun looks, let's say, passable on Saturday. If the Browns revert course on Monday and say Deshaun looked good enough, he's the starter, and Shedeur doesn't even get the chance to play in preseason or to start in preseason game number 2, what would your response be?
I would be shocked because you still want to have your guy ready to go. Because at the end of the day, you're talking about Deshaun Watson that has in 7 years an extensive injury history, so you're always one hit away. So it would be football malpractice to not give your number 2 quarterback a ton of reps to where if something happens, knock on wood, God forbid, he's ill-prepared to go in. But if you give him those reps, he's going to be more prepared to go in and help the team move forward. Because if Deshaun Watson is playing passable football, that can be beneficial to both quarterbacks, but also the Browns as well, because this roster is talented. All you need, like I've said before, is stable quarterback play no matter who it comes from.
Yeah, for myself, it just wouldn't have passed the smell test because the way I see it is if they did it that quickly. Last Tuesday when we were at camp, Deshaun Watson was unplayable. And then he started stringing together better days. Were they great? No, but it was better days. And so it would have taken too quick of a turnaround for myself, Emery, to then have them name him the starter for week 1 and just say that's the contest, that's the competition. That doesn't feel like a true competition to me.
Well, I mean, listen, we said this all the time. In football, it starts in high school, it starts in college when coaches come out there in the spring and say, hey, there's no starting spots. Every job is open. I'm like, all right, bro. Yeah, 3-time All-American. That's number 1 on the – you mean to me his job up for grabs too? Like, come on now, bro, be honest. So you kind of know when the truth is being told and when, you know, it's just coach speak. But, yeah, to your point, it would seem like it would be disingenuous to pivot off that so quickly, almost like what had happened in Minnesota, but that's under a different pretext because you knew coming in if this was a real competition, they wouldn't have signed a Kyler Murray. So when you go out and sign a Kyler Murray, you let it be known like, yo, this is not a real competition. It's his job. We just want to see you play around a little bit and you know, improve and see how you handle it, and then we just move forward. But this truly feels like a true competition. Now, if that would happen, it would be like, yeah, okay, that would then, to your point, not pass the smell test.
We're going to pop Emery on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Having a little bit of a phone issue there, so we'll get that squared away. So I'm glad we are already in lockstep moving forward on Deshaun and the danger of a even great performance pivoting off the quarterback competition. So that's good. What I think I'm kind of most curious is just how Emery sees this idea that I think has been very pervasive. Deshaun starts early, but Shedeur starts the most amount of games.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's one of those things where I would imagine Emery, being the football guy that he is, understands the idea that you just want to play as many games you possibly can, but you want to play first. Playing first matters the most out of this equation because you get the best crack at it. And if he goes first and stinks up the joint, then we can all live with that. But you got to give him a chance to go first and get all 17.
So we're going to head back out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Emery, welcome back, bud.
Glad to be back, man. I feel like, propaganda is trying to cut my phone lines to make sure I give you all this good information.
It's actually David Mulligetta is doing this, and he can't have this on Cleveland airwaves. All right, so let's give this another shot here. We were just talking about there seems to be this normalized opinion from the national media that Deshaun starts the first 4 to 6 weeks, and then Shedeur ends up starting the most amount of games this year. And the way it's presented as if that's the best case scenario. You get the veteran early, but then still you're figuring out what you have in Shedeur. What do you think if that's truly the Browns' plans to play 2 quarterbacks this year before we even get into game action? What's your take on that?
I feel like that would be a waste of a season. Why not just play the better guy? If deep down you feel like this younger guy, which would be Shedeur, gives you the best chance to win, then why are you handcuffing the rest of the team? Go out there and play the young guy because the young guy that doesn't have the experience of the veteran will get better as he plays more games. And we started to see that last year. And think about last year. We started to see what happened last year when he went 3 and 4 to 7 starts, to where you were kind of like, man, why wouldn't they have started him in the beginning part of the season or go to him after Flacco? Who knows where they would have been, So I feel like it would be a waste to go with Deshaun for that long. And I just feel like it's kind of a cop-out to say, well, we're going to play the veteran when you didn't really count the veteran in the mix, to begin with. And you just he came back healthy. You say, all right, we'll give him an opportunity. But I feel like if he wins his job, then, give him the job. And if Shedeur is struggling, you feel like, okay, well, we got to go to a veteran because he's handicapping and Hank, he's stringing along the offense. We go to the veteran. I think that's what we saw out there in Minnesota. And you can see it in Cleveland if that was the case. But if Shedeur outplays him, which sounds like he's been more consistent, then just go with the younger guy.
Emery, great stuff as always, buddy. We got a boogie, but we appreciate you.
Thank you guys for having me on.
Emery Hunt there, CBS Sports and owner of Football Game Plan on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. So in response to the conversation we were having with Emery, I don't think it's coincidence Deshaun's first start in the preseason is on the road. I don't think it's coincidence that if he gets the job, this is set up that he won't have to face the home crowd in Cleveland for the first 2 weeks of the season. And hypothetically, that does buy him time. And why I say it buys him time is if the Browns come back to Cleveland week 3 and they're 2-0 and Deshaun has played his best 2 games as a Browns quarterback, there might be a chance that he doesn't get booed out of the building in week 3. Is that the scenario? In that scenario I laid out, if they're 2-0 and Deshaun has played really well the first 2 weeks, no boo birds week 3?
Jimmy Haslam believes that everyone just wants to win, and if you win, then all of a sudden everything's going to get taken over. I don't know that it's a matter of just winning, though, because Deshaun at one point went 5-1, and we still could acknowledge that he wasn't the reason why. It was still because of the defense, right? And so I don't know that he completely escapes the boo birds. But, yeah, they'll be quieted. For sure they'll be quieted. You saw it at training camp, the amount of people that were lined up to get his autograph and to go ahead and basically genuflected the altar of Deshaun for 30 seconds because he was going to go over there and sign a little football mini helmet. It was like people are very, very easy to win over if you start playing good football. I just don't live in a world where I think that that's going to be reality.
I think what's surprising, because you are correct. I mean, Jimmy Haslam is right. It might be a very cynical way to look at the world, but if you're good at football, people will forgive you for a lot of terrible things.
The sad part about that is, and this is where maybe I just differ with a lot of people listening. I think a lot of people agree with me on this, though, and I think this is I'm with more people than people are against me. The idea that I still get angry about how the last 4 years of our lives have gone. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe it's because we're in it every day and we got to discuss this thing every day. And a lot of other people, if you're listening right now, you're a big enough fan. You should be angry. But there are enough people that can just kind of come in and then they'll just show up and they'll watch the games on Sundays and they'll come in, they'll come out, they'll take in what they want to take in. I'm pissed that the previous 4 years of our lives have been dealing with the repercussions of not only that trade, but Deshaun Watson stinking at football on top of it, and then everything that has come with that. Like, it genuinely makes me angry, and I don't know, maybe I'm more stubborn than other people. Is that all this is? But the idea that people could just come and let that go after a 2-0 start is bonkers to me.
I'm like Michael Clark Duncan in Green Mile. I'm tired, boss. Like, I'm tired of watching.
You're the
Deshaun.
Popeyes worker on the bench.
Yes, or Ben Affleck smoking the cigarette, rolling his eyes. I am any one of those gifs, and it's a two-parter. One, I'm sick of watching Deshaun play crappy football, and so the idea of doing it is more exhausting to me. Of like, I've watched this play 4 times before. This is Transformers 5. Nobody likes it. Mm-hmm. Nobody's buying it.
Yeah.
Where's Shia LaBeouf, right? Very Trump there. I don't know what the hell that was about. But I love him.
Great actor.
He's the best.
Very best.
Great guy. Don't look it up. Slightly problematic.
More than slightly.
He's on a bender. The best bender. Okay, stop it. Good Lord.
We're not going to be able to get back now, are we?
No, we're not. All
That was
right.
a really impassioned Deshaun thing we went with there.
Much like Shia LaBeouf's life, it all falls apart with Shia LaBeouf.
Is that it? Yeah.
But I'm just exhausted at the idea of seeing this again. And I'm exhausted at the unmitigated gall of the Cleveland Browns. And listen, I am very fortunate that we spent 8 days in the last couple weeks out there.
Yeah.
I enjoy any of the people that we're talking about personally. I've talked to J-Dub. I met him at the card show a couple months back. Like, it's not a personal thing that I dislike it. Right? Dislike anyone specifically.
I think we like a lot of people over there more than we dislike a lot of people over there at this point.
There's nobody I really dislike over there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not about the human beings that work there, but it is about the collective gall of an organization that had the temerity to pull off the worst trade in NFL history, and now 5 years later looks at you like you're the idiot for being like, what, Deshaun again?
And then wants to service more of that. And I just don't understand why. And it was really pissing me off on the drive-in, that idea that I laid it out. But it's like so maddening to me that we're going to have to go through this again more likely than not. And everybody just seems cool with it. And if he starts off 2-0, people are just going to be like, all right, way to go, Deshaun Watson. We're getting some value out of this thing. No, you're not. 4 years of awful football at the hands of Deshaun Watson doesn't get offset by a 2-0 start to the season. It just doesn't.
But it will.
No, but it doesn't. That's a part that I don't understand. Again, am I just so stubborn about things that I can't let this go? Am I the only person that can't let this go? Because I don't know why it's so easy for people to say the past 4 years. Not completely his fault. Yes, it is.
So here's what it is. You don't just need Deshaun to overcome the amount of crappy football. You also need him to overcome the injuries. And the only thing, like one of those, like if he just plays 3 good football games, you can go, maybe Deshaun did find it. Because again, we can have the extreme recency bias. And by the way, he only played like 1 full season amongst the 4 previous years. So
it was 19 games.
You can even say sample size, right? 3 games versus 19 games. You can do that. But it's that, and then, I don't trust you to stay healthy. It's not just one reason to doubt Deshaun. And by the way, that's before any of us get to the obvious off-the-field stuff. And the fact that, like, when I hear Deshaun speak, I don't think I'm getting the truth. That has never really helped him here either. In the same way that when Stefanski was farting cliches into microphones left and right, nobody cared about it when you were winning 11 games a year. It really does matter when you win 8 games in 2 years and the offense falls apart and you're the offensive head coach. Same thing with Deshaun. If Deshaun had been a really good football player in the 19 games he did play, and it was only injuries, we could be deluding ourselves here. This might be the year he stays healthy.
It would be a tragic story. It'd be if he was really, really good in the 19 games and just could not get away from the injuries. It would be a tragic story. The idea that he was made of glass and he couldn't get out of the way, but the idea was sound and all of it made sense. But that's not the reality. That's not what we're living in.
I think the reason why you've seen the Browns, and the Browns have done a great media tour. I cannot count the amount of times I've walked into Berea the last 3 weeks, and Andrew Berry was having some very important conversation with some name that you know, some media member that you know. I think the Browns have been very smart to canvas. I think they're interviewing people as much as they're being interviewed, because I think they're trying to figure out how the Deshaun Watson thing is going to go over with people. And why that matters is I think they might think, all right, now this is where I'm putting a little bit, and it's not tinfoil hat, but I'm putting a hat on a hat here. I think they might think that 2 or 3 games in, there might be this comeback player, this underdog Deshaun thing brewing, and my response will be, I don't know Deshaun will ever get that, no matter how healthy he stays.
He shouldn't.
Or how good a football
he shouldn't.
He plays.
No part of him should ever be an empathetic figure in the city of Cleveland.
Oh, well, no, I'm talking nationally.
Well, and that's where the conversation might differ. But they didn't go through the 4 years the way that we all went through the 4 years. They didn't go through the fallout of him being injured and not being good at football, and then us having to go through what was essentially bad season after bad season, and why we've won 8 games in the previous 2 years. They have to go through that. And so, like, there should never be any empathy towards Deshaun Watson as a football player, and for if he absolutely stinks up the joint, be like, or even if he's great this year, turn around and be like, oh, but I felt so bad people treated him that way. I felt so bad that he wasn't. No. He made your lives stink. Your football lives stink for 4 years. It's going to take a lot to offset that for myself.
Jeffrey in Cleveland. Hello, Jeffrey.
How you doing? Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, buddy. What you got for us?
JP, you're really getting under my skin this afternoon, man.
Oh, he's doing it.
Like, you're bothering me, bro. Like, how can winning games not be a good thing? And for a quarterback to become comeback player, like,
we said 2-0 to start the year, and 2-0, people are already turning around.
If it doesn't matter, the point is we're winning games. When have the Browns been good, JP? JP, when have the Browns been good?
And a lot of that is because of Deshaun. Why are you not recognizing that?
5 years? The Browns have been good since '99.
Because of the trade. The last 4 years is directly related to Deshaun Watson tanking this franchise and ruining it because of the biggest contract of guaranteed money in NFL history.
You're complaining about him like he's not going to play. What you're complaining about doesn't hold any weight because he's still going to play. And if he wins 2 games in a row, yes, it will be a turn of cheek.
We're talking about people changing their perception over 2 games.
Yes,
I'm talking about myself. Now, why is 2 games going to wipe away 4 years of misery?
Well,
4 years. Deshaun did this to you for 4 years, and it's going to be taken away in 2 games? Oh, boy, I'd love to be around you. You just forgive anything, don't you? You just let anything go.
5 years since the Browns won anything.
Jeffrey, the way you're describing it, I could go up to you, slap you in the face, and if I go ahead and buy you a 25-cent lollipop, you'd be like, this is a good dude right here. I like this guy. He's a good guy.
That made no sense, bro. That made no sense.
This is a good guy. What do you mean it made no sense? Deshaun Watson's been slapped in the face for 4 years, and then he gets you 2 wins to start the season, and you're like, oh, I like this guy. Let's root for this guy. Jeffrey, what the hell are you talking about? Jeffrey, listen to yourself. What are you talking about?
You're talking about a guy that can't come back. That's what you expect. You expect it to be a bum, and I expect him not to be.
I do expect him to be. Yeah, I expect him to stink.
When he wins the first 2 games, and I'm going to call you back, and I want to hear your tone of voice then. And if he wins 4 more games,
it won't change over 2 games. Jeffrey, it won't change over 2 games. That's the point of the conversation. 2 games can't rectify 4 years of suck.
Don't change your tune. Don't change. Stand on your 10 toes.
Which of the 8 games that we won the last 2 years was your favorite, Jeffrey? Which ones?
When the 5 games, 5 weeks into the season, 6 weeks, when we're doing good and we look like a good team and all the narrative change, you don't change your narrative.
So 5 weeks is enough for you to erase 4 years of bad, Jeffrey?
All right, Jeffrey.
5 weeks?
We got a boogie, buddy.
Winning right now, JP. If I can get winning right now, I don't care about 5 years, 20 years ago.
I care about what happened for the previous 4 years.
All right, Jeffrey. We really...
Do you care about what happened yesterday, or do you care about today, JP, in your life? Do you care about yesterday or today?
Do you understand the previous 4 years and how bad this has been?
I don't care. It's been 30 years of bad football, JP. Why are you complaining about 4?
Because Deshaun's the reason why. Why can't you recognize that?
on.
Why do you refuse to acknowledge that, Jeffrey? Acknowledge it.
Bro, you make no sense.
I really appreciate you, buddy. We really are up against it. You also started saying Jeffrey in the most erudite way. I enjoyed every bit of that. Thank you. Thank you to Jeffrey. Thank you, JP. I was in kind of a grumpy mood today. I'm in a great mood now. That was awesome.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, proud of you.
Unbelievable.
Proud of you both. You both did a very good job. 216-474-0092. If the Browns start the first 2 weeks of the season 2-0, we get good Deshaun Watson. Do you think there will still be boo birds in Cleveland in the home opener in week 3? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians lose to the Tigers this afternoon by a 3-0 final score. Cleveland now falls to 4 games under 500 on the season. Starter Parker Messick going 5 2/3 innings, allowing 2 earned runs on 3 hits and 6 strikeouts. Cleveland will welcome in the Padres tomorrow night for a 3-game weekend series. San Diego's 65-57 so far on the year and has the second wild card spot in the National League. The Browns are flying to Chicago today as they get ready for Saturday's preseason opener against the Bears. Head coach Ben Johnson saying that a handful of starters won't start for Chicago, including quarterback Caleb Williams. The first slate of preseason games kicks off tonight in the NFL. One of the games sees the Lions taking on the Bengals in Cincinnati. Expect Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase to see action tonight, but it'll only be for a few possessions. The Cavs' regular season schedule being released earlier today. The home opener will be against the Nets October 24th, as 14 of the first 19 games will begin on the road. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Every day, thousands trust.
unlimited washes starting at just $24 a month. Clean, shiny, dry, and ready for the road. Visit BlueFallsCarWash.com. Blue Falls
Car Wash. There's slow traffic on 90 West between Lakeside Avenue and Chester Avenue. With your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hear from Todd Monken immediately after the game. The official Browns postgame show is only on 92.3 The Fan.
The lead in 35 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. You all right over there, big dog?
Yeah, I just don't understand why the Deshaun Watson thing is not frustrating to everybody the same way it's frustrating to me. Now, I know it is. I know it's frustrating to people out there. I know it is. I'm shocked that there's people like Jeffrey that exist out there that can say 2 wins erases 4 years of bad play, though.
So here's where I am. Going into it, I'm all the way out on it. I don't really feel the need to see Deshaun ever again, but the chance that I'm giving them and the chance that and it's really about my trust in Todd. It is about trying to fall back on the fact that I like Todd Monken, and if I screamed for 4 years that Kevin Stefanski kept trying to shoehorn Deshaun Watson into his offense, which I don't think is the number one reason Deshaun has failed to this point in Cleveland, but I sure as hell don't think it helped. I have to give some glimmer of new head coach who has an experience building systems around quarterbacks. I will at least give it the chance of, if we're 2 weeks in and you're 2-0 and Deshaun looks good, I don't know that if I was going to that game, I don't know I wouldn't boo, but I don't know that I would. Like, I where I'm at, and I think maybe where Jeffrey was yep. I am hungry for a winner, and I'll take it any which way I can get it, even if it comes with a series of complications. If it's with Deshaun, I need to be a 10-win team to do it.
I think it's going to be impossible for him to live up to any sort of expectations anyone would have for them to completely say to themselves, I am no longer angry at Deshaun Watson, or I am no longer upset with how the Deshaun Watson contract went down, or I'm no longer, like, he's done enough to offset that, and now he's done good. It would take so much for myself. And I don't know that it's enough that he can do in 1 year.
I think a nice 10-win season, maybe a playoff win. That's at least a good start.
Would take away the previous. Would be a good start, but it wouldn't take away the previous 4 years.
No, but it would at least be worth this year of it.
Yeah, but
and then he would have to do another year. Like, at some point, we got to start stacking seasons here.
That's a 1-for-1, and that's a nice way of looking at it. But like for myself, like you're not erasing all that in the snap of the finger.
And listen, I don't think Deshaun will ever be my quarterback. I just don't. I think.
Well, that's the end result here. I'm just never going to get to a spot where I'm just Deshaun's my guy. That's not going to happen.
Like, this is going to be a transactional thing, and some of that is we didn't draft you, and in the 4 years you have been here. Like I said, like when I hear Deshaun speak, I hear a guy that spouts cliches, and I hear a guy that doesn't really tell us who he is. That's not who he was in Houston, by the way. Who he was kind of a wear your heart on the sleeve and be, the guy that his presence fills up rooms. We haven't gotten that. I've gotten the sad Deshaun. I've gotten the broken Deshaun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that all of a sudden we're going to get the guy because of what's transpired the last 6 years. I don't know that other guy's going to walk through here. So if you win 10 games and you have us in the playoffs and we're winning a playoff game, yeah, I will. At some point, I won't become a Deshaun guy, but I'll be excited about what's going on.
Yeah, but that's also very different than starting the season off 2-0 and then saying everything's going to be just wiped away and everything's cool.
Oh, I think my bar is higher than everybody else's. I think I'm much more closer to where you are.
I mean, where I got an argument with Jeffrey was him saying 2-0 makes everything happy-go-lucky, and it's like 4 years are going to be gone after 2-0. That's all it takes for anybody. I can't believe that's the standard that people are upholding themselves to.
Let's go with Lance in Painesville. Welcome to the show. What you got for us, buddy?
I'm more or less like, I think people, JP, you're taking it way too personal, dude. It's
4 years of our lives, Lance. Like, this is not a tiny thing.
What do you mean? First of all, 2023, the team made it to the playoffs. It hasn't been 4 years since the team has done anything good.
They got waxed by the Texans, and we had 5 quarterbers that year.
Okay, yeah, and Deshaun went 4-1, so you needed those 4 wins by him.
Went 5-1.
Whether he got him by hook or crook, he started out the season 4-1. If he started out the season 1-4,
we got 5 weeks. The entire time Deshaun Watson has been in a Browns uniform, we had 5 weeks of excitement, and that was all because of Joe Flacco. That had nothing to do with Deshaun Watson.
No, it wasn't because of Joe Flacco. Because he only played
it's because of Joe Flacco.
5 games too. He only played the same amount of games, except his amount of games at the end of the season instead of the beginning of the season. And he's a Super Bowl.
And by the way, if we had a different quarterback not named Deshaun Watson because we gave him the most expensive quarterback contract and guaranteed money in league history, with that team that we had, with all the players on that team offensively and all the different guys we had defensively, if we had just anybody else, if we had Baker Mayfield still, if we had all sorts of other quarterbacks, we wouldn't even be discussing about, we're happy to make a playoff appearance. No, we would have probably beat the Texans. We would have actually had a real chance to have postseason runs instead of watching everything John Dorsey built crumble to the ground because we had a quarterback that couldn't stay on the field, and when he was on the field, stunk up the joint. Why are you not angry about this? Why am I the only one that's angry about this?
Because the Cleveland Browns, for the most part, have been crap ever since 1999 when they came back. So how can you be this upset?
Because it doesn't mean I have to accept that it's going to be crap, and it doesn't mean that after John Dorsey built what he built, I have to accept that once they made the trade for Deshaun Watson, that all of a sudden we're back to just stinking up the joint left and right. Like, no, they built this thing into something. With Baker Mayfield, they built this thing into something. It was not the same team that existed since 1999.
It does feel like that there's a segment of the listening audience that has quickly forgotten that with Nick Chubb, Myles Garrett, Baker certainly, J.O.K., Denzel Ward, we can just rattle off some of the names, that we had championship expectations when this trade was made.
You had one of the best offensive lines in the sport at that time, too.
And it became the worst trade. And basically, Deshaun symbolizes the end of what felt like the golden era of Browns football, which is insane.
The reason why they made the trade for Deshaun is it was supposed to be this massive takeoff for the Browns. It wasn't supposed to be us just kind of, we always suck, so he just continued what this was. Like, I don't know, guys. I'm shocked that more people aren't just angry about how this whole thing has gone down. This is day in, day out in our lives for 4 years.
Where I think is really interesting here, and where I think you're probably closer to having the right emotion on this than some callers have, is what people are espousing isn't the theory that Jimmy Haslam is saying, which is if you're just good at football, everything else will take care of itself, which I think is a pretty standard principle. Again, the sentiment's a bit cynical for me. I can be a cynical bastard. It's a bit cynical for me. It's a bit big billionaire for me, but I don't think he's wrong. I think inevitably we live in a transactional society. Fair. He hadn't even done it yet. And right. I think that's what's really interesting to me, the amount of people that are basically giving Deshaun a modicum of success this year that he hasn't been able to do the last 4 years and acting like it's just a foregone conclusion if he starts week one. Hey, it's going to be fine because they're going to be just good.
It's being rewritten as almost this poor Deshaun, instead of how it should be looked at as he has robbed us of all sorts of joy and excitement and what should have been a good team for the previous 4 years. Like I again, maybe I'm just too stubborn for this convo, but like I don't know how people aren't angry about it all. No, I thought we all were, but apparently everybody's just 2 wins and all of a sudden Deshaun is a hero.
It is funny to me that like I just 2-0 for me for what we've been through with Deshaun and my criticisms of Deshaun for his failures and sometimes what I think is a lack of self-awareness and certainly a lack of calling himself to the carpet or owning whatever his mistakes were on or off the field. 2 games isn't enough for me. But I like the idea that people are I really do think this is completely different if we had watched Deshaun play at the end of last year and he had just sucked it up. I think this would be I think the Browns did Deshaun Watson the biggest favor by not activating him last year because if he was part of that, well, the quarterback didn't play well enough, but the record looked nice. I don't think you're being able to pull off this ruse this year.
No, there's no chance they'd be able to. The Browns, they knew what they were doing in that respect. There's no denying that.
Jim in Paynesville, Matt in Canton, Pete in North Royalton, Kurt in Menor, and Tom in Findlay. You guys stick there. 216-474-0092. Is 2 games enough? If the Browns start 2-0 and Deshaun plays reasonably well, let's go back to reasonably well, do you expect him to still be booed in Cleveland week 3 for the season opener? More on that. More on Who is Baker Mayfield really talking about? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And it's really simple, guys. I've got a lot of experience with a Hemi engine, right? I know the power of Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. And my good friends there at Ram said,
Join me, Andy Baskin, at LifeBank's Gift of Life Walk and Run August 23rd at Blossom Music Center with special appearances from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Run or walk and help hope live on. Register at lifebank.org with the code THEFAN.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
Football Talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm not trying to throw any shots at Mac Robinson. May he rest in not working here.
Is that what we... Yeah, okay.
He hasn't announced it on social media yet where he's going. I got to say, Jake Morin, day one on the board, certified bangers. Every rejoin song. I don't think I've heard maybe one or two of our rejoin. Mac got in a rut there. Mac was in a rut there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like some Pink meets some OK Go right there. I'm feeling the vibes there, youth.
I did before the show here, Ask Menigan, like, where can I find some of the other beats? Where do I go for this thing? Which, is a good start for maybe mixing it up.
Yeah, new show, Who Dis. Speaking of Who Dis, Baker Mayfield was on 4th and South, which I contend of stupid podcast names is one of the dumber podcast names.
4th and South?
Yeah. Yeah.
It establishes what you need, right? You're a football podcast based in the South?
Yeah. But I think it's the 4th. You could just go,
You can't just call it the South.
You could just do a lot thing. You could just do a lot of things that aren't
that isn't bad. Okay.
4th and anything, 3rd and anything. That's all I'm kind of
you're not confused if you stumble upon 4th and South. Like, you understand, okay, football, South, we're good.
We could just say football in the South. You could do something like that.
The Football in the South podcast?
Yeah. I guess
it's got a better ring to it. It's got a better ring to it.
That is close to Saturdays in the South. But that being said, Baker Mayfield was on 4th and South, and he made this comment. Now, I guess Ken this morning repeatedly tried to make this about Myles Garrett. Jake said he had a name in mind. You said he had a name in mind.
That was a name I was yelling at the radio, being like, this is obviously who this is about, and they didn't mention it.
But I have not – I caught the other part of Baker, but not this part. I want to hear it.
It was eye-opening to see that it wasn't just football. For me, going from college to the NFL, it wasn't just about how do we win. Yeah. There was a lot of people that are involved in it, and not everybody was trying to help us win. Not everybody was trying to do their part and do their role to do that. So I think that was the most eye-opening part. There was ups and downs for sure. When I came in 2018, like the amount of high draft picks they had in the past couple of years, the free agent signings that we had before I got drafted, the culture was really starting to change. And that's a credit to John Dorsey, Elliott Wolf, Ozzo Highsmith for bringing in football guys to truly try and change it. Some things you can't change in a building, but you can change the locker room and the makeup of that, and they did a good job of building that.
Is there a team circled on the schedule this year?
First home game, week 2, Cleveland.
All right. I started one way because he was talking about the origins of the Browns.
Sure.
And by the end, I might have had to flip-flop there at the end. Which name do you want me to say? Or do you want to give me your name first?
No, I think you're going to nail it. That's what made this it made me so angry in listening to it, because I'm like, how have they not said this name? You give your name first, and we'll go from there.
So the first name I was thinking for the first 60% was Hugh Jackson.
Okay, which would have made sense, like trying to win type thing, yeah.
And then as soon as he went, you can't change everything. It made me think of the Haslams, right?
And bingo, exactly right. Like, how is it anybody but the Haslams that he's talking about?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, then also brings into the equation a couple things. One, Mike Florio on Monday discussing the idea that he believes that Baker Mayfield would take a discounted rate to join the Steelers because he doesn't like the Browns and is angry at the Browns for all these other things. Like, yeah, it didn't end well between Baker and the Haslams. That's known. We know this. Why? It's obviously the Haslams.
All right, so what I'm torn on this is, obviously, you can point to a time when the Haslams weren't trying to win, which was 2016, 2017.
Yeah, they gave Hugh Jackson bonuses in his contract to not win.
But from the moment they hired John Dorsey on, I never doubted that they were trying to win, and I think even when Baker was here, they were willing to spend hand over fist in pursuit of winning.
So is he maybe talking about two different people in this clip then? Because I took it more to the idea there's some things in the building you can't change, and I said that is obviously Jimmy Haslam. That's the one thing that we talk about sports, the one thing you can't move off of. If you have an owner, that's your owner, and that's what that is.
So I think that's a fair interpretation. What if it was What is the guy we all talked about? What the hell does this guy do here, and why is he here, and what is his agenda?
DePodesta did get brought up.
And DePodesta is a guy that undermined John Dorsey, and I would say is one of the reasons John Dorsey isn't here as well. On top of John Dorsey and however John ran his own department.
Did you think Myles Garrett at all in any of this?
Not really. I mean, I
didn't either.
It's funny. Like, I think
I like the outside the box thought, by the way, by Ken. I didn't think that.
I think I think it's a little ambitious to expect everyone in the locker room in a professional setting to be thinking about winning 24/7. I just don't think, and I'm talking about in good locker rooms. There's 10 chuckleheads who aren't thinking about winning. They're thinking about their next contract. They're thinking about problems with their significant others. They're thinking about branding. They're thinking about anything but winning.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't think 55 or 54 guys in the locker room are all on the page when it comes to winning anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that's just having that many guys in the locker room in general.
So, but I just mean like that specifically to Myles. So like I don't.
When I never thought in 2016 and 2017 that Myles wasn't trying to win. I think in 2018 when Baker enters the conversation, I think maybe what Ken is going after, maybe what anybody that thinks it's Myles is going after, is the idea that Baker and Myles just didn't get along. Mm-hmm. They just didn't like each other. And I if you wanted to make a case for why Baker would ever find his way into a Browns uniform again, the one part of this that always did exist, it wasn't Jimmy Haslam. It was always Myles Garrett cannot be on the team. Mm-hmm. Myles just it just would never work again.
So what I think is really interesting, again, I think because him saying some things you can't change, that's got to be something he physically couldn't change. Maybe it is head coach. I mean, think about it. I think it's most likely that it's the owner, but you can't really fire your own head coaches, right? You can change the guys in the locker room, but you can't change the guys coaching you or the guys leading the organization.
He did go through a coaching change, though. I mean, a couple of them.
I went through quite a few.
You know, and just going from Hugh Jackson to then the guy that we feel like he chose basically in Freddie Kitchens, and then going from Freddie then obviously to Stefanski. But once we got to Stefanski, and clearly Baker and Stefanski had their own issues. Maybe he just felt at that point they were more beholden to Stefanski than anything else.
I think that bore some fruit.
Yeah. And they were, I mean, obviously.
Well, I mean, and if we think back, I can't remember the exact report who said it, but the report that Baker got mad at Stefanski for not being in an offensive meeting when Kevin was the offensive play caller. I can understand if Baker thought Kevin's attention was divided.
Yeah, I just always go back to that. You know, Jason Lloyd's talked about the idea that at the very end, Jimmy would call Baker, and Baker just wouldn't answer the phone. You know, like at the very end, when it got very contentious between the two of them, it just really turned south. And so I'm of the belief that Baker will never play again for the Browns, and it doesn't matter any sort of free agency, any amount of anything. I just don't think it's ever going to happen. But it was nice hearing him talk fondly about the Browns outside of this one little clip. It was nice hearing him talk about the fans, how much he really enjoyed his time and everything else. I did like that.
Yeah. And he was right about the rare generational fan base as well. It made me.
Well, I mean, that's the fun thing about Tampa, or why I always thought Tampa and Baker kind of worked very well, is that you can get away with murder in Tampa. You can do whatever you want. That's just it's not the media circus that exists here. It's not the fan base that exists here. They're just on a lesser level in every way, and so you can do things and kind of hide.
It just made me remember that there was a time where we were all talking about winning football games, and that was the priority here. And it wasn't egos or organizational change or little machinations that led to guys being run out of town. And I just really miss that. That was a really nice time. It was really nice not to talk about a 5-win team.
Well, kind of what this hour has been that build up to that team that everyone thought was going to accomplish great things, and then we turn around and years later we got one playoff game out of it, and people act as if that playoff game was the greatest thing they've ever seen. We can demand more and expect more, and we should have gotten more had Deshaun Watson not been bad.
216-474-0092. Who was Baker talking about? We got, let's go, Tom in Findlay. Tom, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
How you doing, guys? Hey, man, Carmen was doing something this morning I thought was pretty genius. He said, what would I be, I forget how he put it. He said, what would I hate the most? And I tried to call in, but I couldn't get through. But what I would hate the most is I would hate the most to see Shador go to another team and just light them up, man. I think we really wasted our time with it. Hold on, let me finish. I think we really wasted our time with Deshaun Watson. We don't owe him nothing. Hell, he got everything from us, man, and he's getting another check this year. set him down, see what Shador can do. If he can't do it, then we know. That's what makes the Browns a laughing stock. They keep on trying to squeeze orange juice out of an apple with Deshaun Watson. We all know, dude, you ain't played in 6 years, and if you did, you always got hurt. We wasted our time with him, man. We seriously wasted our time. We don't owe that man nothing. He got a big, beautiful home. Hey, he living high, man. What do we owe him? If anything, they owe us everything to give us Shador because everybody want to see him. Quit messing around and go on and play football. Get this guy out of here next year, man, and move on.
Tom, we appreciate you. I will tell you.
Thank you, Tom.
If we said a year from now, Deshaun and Shador are both excelling in a new place, which one would upset us the most? I think we'd be mad at Deshaun. I think we would be furious at Deshaun that he wasted our time and then we had the goal to go somewhere else and play good football. I think there'd be
happiness for Shador, right?
I think we'd be furious at the Browns about Shador.
Yeah.
But not about Deshaun. With Deshaun, it'd be like, well, it just wasn't going to work out here. That guy's a clown.
Well, we have exhausted every possibility for Deshaun. Even if he doesn't start this year, we've given him way more opportunities to showcase that he can still do something, and Shador just hasn't had that chance.
It's been like an hour of Sophie's choices here that have emotionally, I'm invigorated. I did enjoy watching you really go after Jeffrey. And there's something that you say, when you get mad, your Jeffrey was off the charts.
How did it sound?
I can't do it because I can't do a JP, but it was like a Jeffrey. It was like a very, it was a supercharged Jeffrey.
It's like I'm calling a butler in a castle.
I was thinking it was like two lawyers in like Bel Air being like, Jeffrey.
Okay.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. Andrew Berry.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on the show, Nick and JP, we've got obviously the lead to come in just a moment here. The Gardos did lose a bat bleep game. I mean, not even that, not just a boring game. That stunk. But you heard it in Matt Corrali's update there. Zadarius Smith, who apparently is unretired after retiring halfway through the season last year, worked out for the Browns today. It's interesting. I kind of feel like if you were yay on Jadeveon Clowney, you should probably be yay on this as well.
The only difference there is Clowney still had a lot of production last season, where obviously Zadarius stepped away and was done.
And the way Zadarius stepped away, I thought was very interesting as well.
Yeah, he was really productive as a Brown, though. And so if the Browns end up getting him back, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the building that think to themselves, if we can get anything close to what he was when he was in this uniform, that's a good thing.
I just think what's interesting about it is, who is Andrew Berry's, one of his closest guys in football. It's Howie Roseman.
Howie Roseman. And his brother's the assistant GM in Philadelphia.
And the people in Philadelphia, and I'm not just talking fans, the people in Philadelphia were not thrilled with Zadarius retiring when he did. I don't know what to make of that. I don't necessarily know how much water that should hold with us, but I do think it's significant that it happened with Andrew Berry's old team.
Yeah, and obviously they're a little concerned about the defensive line depth. There's a couple of spots I think they're concerned about right now as far as depth is concerned.
But here's the thing. If he's coming in to take playing time from Jared Verse or Alex Wright or Isaiah McGuire, I have a problem with it. If it's the A.J. Epinesa move, I mean, A.J. Epinesa is a nice player. He was going to play 25% of the snaps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the lead here. JP's getting impatient over here. It's like Jeffrey's back in the line. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with him on boys earlier today, and she said the Browns quarterback competition is Deshaun Watson's to lose.
I think this shows that at this moment in time that Deshaun Watson has the slight edge in the competition. I think you would probably go ahead and start who you think might be your starting quarterback in the first preseason game. That's what makes sense to me. But next week is a pivotal week. It really is. It's a pivotal week with that practice and with that game against the Bills. Once those two things are over, I believe that they will know the identity of their starting quarterback. I don't think they will necessarily announce it by then, but I think they will know. And I think that Deshaun going first is meaningful. I think it means that right now he has the inside track to win the job, and it's almost his job to lose. But again, things can change next week. Deshaun has to go out there and show them certain things, and then Shedeur has to do the same.
I agree. I'm almost at a spot where I'm just going to wipe away everything that happened up until this point right now, and the next 9 days are deciding all of it. The next 9 days we'll have an answer. Between the two preseason games, between the joint practice, we're going to find out.
So it's the as at this moment right now, as of this time, yet, all these things are just driving me crazy. The truth is, I think you can say it's a good sign. I actually just don't buy it's a good sign that Deshaun gets the first start here. And nor do I think it's Deshaun Watson's job to lose. I think somebody had to start the first game. Somebody had to start the second. And as long as the second comes with the joint practices against Buffalo, and that feels like a big if, something you've pointed out here, I'd rather get that second start with maybe going against more starters than the Bears B team this weekend.
And it'll definitely do more for you. I am curious to find out how much everyone's going to weigh this preseason game, at least this first game against the Bears, where it is going to be against the B team, and it's just not going to be – it shouldn't be a tough putt, all things considered.
So I don't think Mary Kay's doing this because I don't think Mary Kay cares about this kind of stuff. I do think in hearing some people talk about this, less from the reporter side and just kind of big picture, Everybody's really clinging to just trying to be right about this, and it's like, guys, it's a quarterback competition versus Shedeur versus Deshaun.
Well, and also, we don't really know how Monken thinks or acts at this point, and we also don't even know if it's Monken's decision at the end of the day either. Is the other part of this. Like, there's too many variables at play, and there's too many things. You're trying to use logic, or at least trying to use what you see when you go out there in practices that might not actually be your guiding star, and that's the hard part about this.
And context. Don't forget about context.
Always need the context. Emory Hunt, CBS Sports, joined us last hour. We asked him about the possibility of Deshaun Watson being named the Browns starter on Monday after this weekend's preseason game.
We see him from afar, and we hear what he says and some of the things he does and how he goes about living his life with that kind of confidence. And we take that as meaning he's a certain type of person, a person that thinks it should be given to him, a person that thinks that he doesn't have to work for it. And then as you start paying attention a little more and you see, hey, this guy's putting in the work. Well, so do his teammates. So do the guys around him. So the next time he gets an opportunity to get in that huddle and get command of the huddle, as long as he knows what he's doing and how to do it, they're going to look at him in a different light than this guy just coming in.
So what I really like about what Emory's saying is Shedeur has to prove it, which people have said. Mm-hmm. Also, Deshaun has to prove it. And I think at the backbone of the conversation the last hour is I think people are acting as if Deshaun has already proven something. There's a statute of limitations on proving things in the NFL, and it's about 2 years. And after 2 years, you got to reapply for the whatever credibility you have with NFL players. There are guys in that locker room who've been here the entire time that Deshaun has been here and haven't seen the guy play more than 7 games in a season or play the Houston brand of football.
Yeah, and it's funny, the amount of people that are lining up to almost give, it's like credit for Deshaun Watson, attempting to try hard right now? Like, that's...
He had that Wednesday practice, bud.
I mean, like, what are we doing here? It sounds insane. You're like, oh, yeah, well, at least he didn't just mail it in. I would hope not. The man still wants to try to have an NFL career. And the response to that is always, well, if you gave me $230 million and it went the way it went, I would just call it a day. Yeah, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But I'm not going to go ahead and say, great, Deshaun, I'm happy you're showing up and trying. Effort is where we're at. That's the bare minimum attached to this.
Charles Robinson was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He got the influx of young talent. He got into the influx of young talent on the Browns roster.
There's depth. It's not just, Casey and Denzel show, which I've seen a ton of clips, going into that practice. But definitely one of the things that I think you notice is when you stack 2 really good draft classes and you get out and you watch, practices, you see all these young guys just providing so much juice. And I told you guys Jared Verse was going to wreak havoc. I told people this. Nobody listened to me. Everybody was angry. And the funny thing is that I went through Rams, and obviously you talk about Myles Garrett, but I will tell you, their locker room was initially, and I think some of it's friendship, but also because they knew what kind of teammate he was. They were upset that Verse got traded in that deal. They were happy to have Myles in, but there were certainly guys in that locker room that I think had their nose out of a joint because they felt like they lost a really good young player.
If preseason football sounds incredibly early to already say I told you so about Jared Verse, that's because it's incredibly early to do that. But if you could do it with anybody on this roster right now, it feels like Jared Verse might be that guy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think anyone has had a stock jump with the Browns in the last 3 months like Jared Verse has for Browns fans. Like, Browns fans, when we first got him was, well, he's not Myles Garrett. And then we're starting to see all the things the Rams and Rams fans have said.
Yeah.
Again, he's got to stay healthy. He's got to play good football.
He's going to have they'll legitimately be Jared Verse jerseys in game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he converted people just by being a good vibes dude and just seeming to be an earnest human being.
Now, I missed it. Did they ask in this interview anything about the sit-down that Charles had with Andrew Berry?
I do not recall.
Yeah, I don't think so. Don't think they did.
Would have been nice to have a question on that.
Well, he spoke with him yesterday at length. We saw him over there at training camp speaking to Andrew Berry. That would have been nice to maybe see what Andrew Berry and Charles talked about.
But, hey,
they yacked it up about maybe.
Baskin and Phelps had to get it. They had to get that winner, right?
And they did. Yep. Guardians lost their series finale against the Tigers 3-0 this afternoon. Manager Stephen Vogt talked about the mindset of the team as they continue to struggle after the deadline.
Our guys are showing up ready to win every day, and that's all we can do. Keep our heads down, keep working, and show up ready to win. The wins are going to come. We just have to stay positive. We can't allow any outside negativity get into our heads. So for us, it's stay positive, keep working, and win games.
The man sounds desperate.
He's
sounds like
just
a man.
endlessly optimistic, and it's driving me up the wall.
All right. Devil's advocate. The tone is what strikes me as desperate. The words themselves, what other words would you like to hear him say?
I need him to lay into this team at some point. And that team meeting was just, obviously, I'm not in the team meeting. It's a team meeting for a reason. But if I'm led to believe that anything close to what we've gotten the impression on with Stephen Vogt after 3 years, that was a Tony Robbins hug fest. Let's love on everyone.
No, I don't
Let's
believe
make
that.
sure that everyone is happy, go lucky about this whole entire operation. And I'm angry. I'm angry at the Guardians.
I think
you continue to see you can't score any runs. 4-hit effort against the Tigers. You lose a Parker Messick game. Like this isn't good. You can't keep going out there after these games telling us that this is fine and everything's perfect. It's not.
I'm frustrated as well. And this was just a stinker of a game. It sucked to watch. It sucked the joy out of baseball today. At the same point, I thought you made a really good distinction where we talk about, Kevin Stefanski said nothing, kind of had a melatonin type personality, put you to sleep. And then he'd be that kind of guy with players, lack of personal touch.
Exactly
I don't think that's Stephen Vogt. I think the reason Stephen has had so much success early on taking over for Tito. Well, no, I mean, I think baseball is that area where that baseball clubhouse can get really intense. There's a level of intensity amongst those guys that I don't know exists in other sports.
I mean, maybe, behind closed doors, Austin Hedges is just losing his mind on these guys and is helping out Stephen Vogt with this. But I don't get the impression that Hedges is a guy to lose his mind either. So, I don't know. And it's not necessarily that you need to lose your mind in order to get guys in a line and get guys to be confident and get guys to make sure they play hard. It's big league baseball. It is what it is. And ultimately, they just don't have the players right now. You could give the greatest speech in the world. They just don't have the players. But I am, from a personal standpoint, sick and tired of hearing Vogt after all of these awful games where they can't hit, coming out telling us it's going to be all right.
I mean, I think...
Change up the messaging a little for me.
I don't know what else he can say. I don't think there is anything to say. Is he going to admit that they don't have the guys?
Admit that it's frustrating. Admit that you're bothered by this. Admit that you can stay with the theme of we're working our hardest to get this done and get this right. But when Tanner Bybee gives up 5 earned runs, don't come out and tell me it's outstanding.
But do you think it's going to lead to different results if he changes his message? Because I don't.
I don't know. I know, but it doesn't mean I'm not tired of hearing it. It doesn't mean that I'm not tired of hearing him think because there's a part of me in the back of my brain that thinks, does he really believe this? There's no way he can believe what he's trying to tell us right now. There's zero chance he can believe that. But if he's this eternal optimist that he's painted himself as through all these press conferences, maybe he does, and that's a problem.
I don't know. Outside of the lineup thing and maybe extending his starting pitchers more, I don't think there's any. I mean, I think this thing has just never got on the tracks. I think it has been, I don't want to say abysmal because they've had some good runs, but it has just been a comedy of errors all season long. I think who do you think is the greatest manager in history of baseball?
No, managers don't impact games at nearly the rate that people think they do, that fans think they do.
I wanted to make a point, though. Who do you think is the greatest manager in the history of baseball?
In the history of all-time greatest manager? I'd have to think about it for a second.
All right, well, that guy times 4, and I still think this is who this team is. By the way, I still don't think it's a talent issue. I just think they have had... I think there's an element of bad luck. It is bad timing. There's been tons of bad timing.
Sure.
Like even today, this is the day you decide to have no runs, that just abysmal day at the plate. When Parker Messick's on the mound, there's been too many of these. They've just bleeped away too many golden opportunities.
Well, and again, this is more about his messaging than it is anything else. I typically defend managers when it comes to when they make really dumb decisions or when it seems like they're not pulling the right strings. A lot of the times in baseball, that's just you have a talent issue. You're just not, and we've seen even Vogt within this in the past couple of days. Even with Bybee, when he walked the first 2 batters in the 7th and kept him out, it was like you needed to go to the pen there. Why did he not go to the pen? Because they didn't have the relievers to do so. That part does get exposed. It's just this eternal optimism that is just being like, get a new line, get me something that's different.
The Jared Verse hype train rolls along in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Expert renovations and consumer tire. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. Hot streak continues. This one's a banger. It's a slow burn, but it's a little Bad Company vibe.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It does feel different. I'm going to be honest. It does feel different.
Yeah. Not better or worse.
Well, you're the music guy. I really didn't understand how many times we were just playing the same rejoins.
Yeah. I think it's a station thing. And it shouldn't matter, but to somebody who listens to the station as much as I do, when I hear the same bed, the same time of day for roughly 3 consecutive shows, my eye does start to twitch a little bit being a guy that loves music the way I do.
This is some pump-up music right here.
But while we're getting pumped up here with the music, the Jared Verse hype train has officially left the station. And honestly, it didn't just leave when Brian Baldinger was on the Pat McAfee show. It left the train about 3 weeks ago, whenever camp started. But let's just say Brian Baldinger has some big expectations for Jared Verse.
The biggest trades we've ever seen was Myles Garrett to L.A., in essence, for Jared Verse. Jared Verse is a stud, and he's going to have a monster year in Cleveland. Now, he's not Myles Garrett. Nobody else is. But I would say just watch out for the year Jared Verse has. First of all, he's embraced the trade. He's an Ohio kid. He's in Cleveland. It's not the greatest situation, but you wouldn't know it talking to him. Like, just watching that kid work, he's going to have a monster year in Cleveland. That's just one guy right now, but I feel like it's a guy that probably got overlooked because of the trade.
We've talked to some football guys that when you're around them, you just get hyped up about football. Jacob Hester was this way at camp 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
Where he's just there's just such an infectious thing about football. Baldy's that way.
Coach Riz is that way to me.
Yeah, he is 100%.
Loves ball in a way that you get excited being around him.
Me and him nerded out about tight ends and about how to build out the tight end room over the next 3 years for a solid 10 minutes before practice the other day.
It's just how you can get into those type of convos with him and not even realize. It's great.
I didn't intend for that to be the conversation, but it did happen. So Baldy's just one of those guys that, like, when he really is passionate about a player, he does pound the table for Jared Verse, for a player, and certainly in this case he does it with Jared Verse. I just think, like, monster year, I think is really interesting. Because I think him just showing up and being Jared Verse and help changing the culture is the beginning of a monster year. But, like, Jared Verse has never cracked 10 sacks. So I do think in a season. So the idea of, like, what does a monster year look like for Jared Verse, I think that's pretty open-ended. Like, I think him getting to 10 sacks this year, which pales in comparison to what we're used to with Myles, I do think 10 sacks is a monster year for Jared.
It doesn't have to all be about sacks for Jared Verse, is I think what you're getting at, right? Like, you can get more out of Jared with some of the leadership stuff. Is that what maybe we're getting at here?
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think
when I still need production at the end of the day.
Well, no, but I think the idea of, like, a monster. Last year was a monster year. Like, Myles Garrett had the most prolific, just from a sack production side of things, that we've ever seen. Right.
Right.
That's not what a monster year. Like, a monster year for Jared's going to be 12 sacks.
When he was with the Browns in the year that he got traded and got moved to Detroit, he had 9 sacks that year, and like with the Browns. And
it's like Za'Darius.
Okay. Yeah. And it's like when you think about just in the context of that, nobody left thinking to themselves, "Wow, Za'Darius Smith was awesome."
Yeah.
That was 9 sacks. Jadeveon Clowney at one point had a 9-sack season with the Browns, had a 2-sack season with the Browns, but had a 9-sack season with the Browns. And it's not as if people left with the impression of, "Wow, Clowney really ate with the Browns."
I mean, Cameron Wembley had a 10-sack season, and I think 2 years later he was auctioned off for a 3rd-round pick. Now that is a bit of Mangini magic there, but still, Cameron Wembley ended up becoming a kind of journeyman player in the NFL. So, I initially said 10 sacks because, again, he's never cracked the 10-sack plateau, the double-digit plateau. I think if Jared Verse has 12 sacks or more, that is a monster year for a player that is still very much an ascending player.
Well, and so the difference with Verse that I think is interesting is that Verse's numbers, if you go deeper into it, he has a lot of hurries. And he's got a lot of hits in the quarterback that don't result in sacks. And now there's always been that long time philosophy of the idea of like some people just know how to get the quarterback down and other people just don't. Mm-hmm. And maybe Verse just will always fall into that category of just he doesn't know how to get the quarterback down, but he can do everything outside of that.
That's kind of been a knock on Jadeveon, by the way. Like, you've been a 9.5, 10-sack guy, but never really 15-sack guy.
Because there is something innate to that. There is an ability attached to that. The guys that can actually get the quarterback down and the other guys that have a lot of quarterback hits, have a lot of hurries, have a lot of pressures, have everything. And, like, Verse hits this to a T right now at this point in his career because his hurry numbers and his QB hit numbers and his pressures are off the charts. It's actually finishing the play and getting the quarterback down that is just kind of, I don't know, escaped him at this point.
So now, because he's only been a 2-year player in the NFL, I do think this might be the case where he had the reverse of Miles, where like everybody that played with Miles, if Miles wasn't there last year, would have 2 or 3 more sacks because there were so many plays, if you go back and look, like Mason Graham may be the biggest culprit, where Mason Graham was 1 half step off the quarterback and Miles just got there a half step sooner.
Are you talking about the Josh Allen play?
That's one of them. There were a couple plays where
Josh Allen played near the end zone where they took him back, and then Miles ended up getting the credit for it, and it was like that was a Mason Graham play.
Mason literally could have had 3 more sacks last year. I don't know why I said literally. I think that's obvious. The literal sense there is obvious. But, like, I think Jared's kind of the opposite in Minnesota. Like, I think he's playing with Byron Young. He's playing with all these other guys. And I think he was like a half step off. I almost said something else. A half step off. I think he also might benefit by being on a line with a lot of guys who are as good as him, but not playing with a Myles Garrett. And certainly not playing with a Byron Young again.
Yeah, Verse in L.A., he was with a lot of guys that just ate. Yeah. There's a lot of double-digit sack guys on that D-line. There's a reason why if they add Aaron Donald, people are talking about it as the greatest defensive line ever assembled. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, within that, though, and this is something I've kind of been scared of, and yes, I can acknowledge how great he looks at practice, and I can acknowledge that I'm really excited for Jared Verse, while something I've told you for like 5 months now or 3 months since the deal's been made still exists, and that's the idea that you're not going to get as many opportunities in this Browns team as he did with the Rams. There's more opportunities. There's more 3rd and long type opportunities that are going to exist, and more let's get after the quarterback opportunities that the Rams just had being in tight games late that just weren't afforded to the Browns of last year. Now, maybe that changes. Maybe this
if
year,
it's a 7 or 8 win team, we'll see.
If you get to that 7, 8, 9, 10 win team area and you have the offense actually scoring, maybe we do have more of those type of situations. But there's a reason why people across the NFL, as great as Miles was in setting a sack record, believe that he could have had 3, 4 more sacks if he had just been on a team that gave him the 75 more pass rush opportunities in prime time.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. And Nick Wilson says on Nick Talk. What does a monster year from Jared Verse look like? Now, this is where, because I agree, like in the pantheon of possibilities, I do think that, Jared can have a monster year. I just think we have to put it in the right context of what that actually is. And, like, if Jared has 10 to 12 sacks or more, and then Alex Wright has a 9-sack season, and Mason Graham has 5 sacks, that's where my confidence is that I actually think it's going to be better for the defense when everybody actually gets to eat.
I just think there has to be a recognition that Jared Verse does so many things outside of the sacks that disrupts games and disrupts plays and disrupts all sorts of things. Like, let me just read some of these for you, where he ranked last year across the NFL, okay? He was 5th in solo tackles. He was 2nd in assists. He was 4th in forced fumbles. He was 6th in stops. He was 6th in hurries. He was 2nd in hits. He was 6th in total pressures. That is game-wrecking stats, game-wrecking numbers that, again, just don't come with the sack totals that typically accompany that type of production.
All right, guys, let's go with Kurt in Menor. What does a monster year from Jared Verse look like?
Hey there, guys. How we doing? Monster year. He can get those 10 sacks, and if everybody eats, it can be a great year. I don't think he needs to have 15 sacks to prove himself.
Okay. All right. I know you also have a take on Deshaun, right?
Oh, my God, yeah. So I've been holding on for a while. Anybody who says after 2 wins by Watson, if he starts and wins the first 2 games, which he probably won't win, he probably will start, they are crazy. They are freaking crazy. How could you not be pissed off on the worst trade, the worst signing, just bonehead, classic Browns bonehead move. How could you not still be like, this guy's a jerk, get him out of town, he's a serial groper, don't need him.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Kurt, we appreciate you.
Allegedly.
Up until that last
when that
part.
many people allege.
Yeah, but it's allegedly.
All right.
He was sued for it, Kurt.
Allegedly.
We appreciate you, Kurt.
Okay, Kurt. Up until
Just
that
protecting that Odyssey. We're company guys here.
Yeah, that's it. Big company guys. Up until that last part, I was like, where were you an hour ago up against Jeffrey? Could have used you there.
That's right. Could have maybe tagged in. Could have had a Kurt versus Jeffrey.
And then Kurt just laughs after saying groped.
Yeah.
Just you want to know how to halt a conversation? That's how you do it.
I also like anytime you have to throw an allegedly there and he starts laughing. It's like, I understand the point you're making, Kurt, and we appreciate it. But all right, so here's the thing. I agree, and I agreed with you in your assessment that 2 games is not enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
I also think we're just so starved for winning. I just would be shocked if fans don't pivot on Deshaun very quick, because I think so many already have. Like when we had this conversation.
I think a lot have. That's like the genesis of what's pissing me off right now is that a lot have, and I'm at a spot where how has everyone forgotten 4 years of history already? The last 4 years sucked, and it's all responsible. It's at the feet of Deshaun Watson.
But when you and I were having this when it became apparent, and it was right around the NFL owners' meetings, that the Browns were going to give him another crack at this, and that he was not just going to be on the exempt list, I kind of lost my temper, and we had a lot of people like, yes, you're right, we agree. We had that same conversation at OTAs, which was like 4 weeks later. And all of a sudden, we had less people agreeing with us. Then we go to mini camps and mandatory mini camps. And then then it felt like 50-50. Like at some point in the last 6 months, a fair amount of people have just forgotten about the bad that has come with Deshaun, or that we've just moved on to the excitement of a potential with Deshaun, that we've just kind of, I don't want to say all of us, but that a fair amount of us have just been like, nope, that's in the past, doesn't matter. And that's just, I do think that's a sign of just where we are collectively in 2026, because we're always on to the next calamity and the next potential fix.
I think it's wild. The whole thing's wild to me. I think the year off helped, but you said forgotten, and I think that's the important part here. The year off helped. People have forgotten that we're in this mess because of Deshaun. That's the part that people have forgotten, and I don't want to seem like I'm being stubborn about it, because I don't think I am. It's been the previous 4 years of our lives were supposed to be good Browns teams, good Browns football. They set this thing up to fly when they were going to get someone like Deshaun Watson, and it absolutely sank. It sank, and it's all at the feet of Deshaun, and people are just so quick to be like, oh, give the guy a chance. No, the last 4 years of my life has been awful from a football perspective, and it's all because of Deshaun Watson. I'm not going to be that quick to forgive that.
And here's the other thing. I think they're also giving the Browns a Peterlin pass. I spent roughly the first 3 years saying, why are we shoehorning Deshaun? And I think you did too, so I don't want to make it. But a lot of people just kind of accepted that we were trying to fit Deshaun into a system he had never played before in, and that he had never had success in. And then they never wanted to kind of attribute the lack of success to Deshaun in any way to that thing, because that would have meant blaming Kevin Stefanski, who, for the betterment of the Deshaun experiment here, has been one of the golden boys until he wasn't. So what is fascinating about this is, now that Kevin got fired, it is, Kevin was really the problem here. And it's like, did we just flip-flop? Did all the people who spent 3 or 4 years telling us we were crazy for criticizing Kevin, for not trying to build an offense around him and not doing a better job of doing it earlier.
Yeah.
Because by the time you did it, he had failed for 2 straight years. Like, those same people are now like, well, clearly it was all Kevin. It's that's not what you said for 4 freaking years.
They're lining up. They're lining up to take that claim, and it's just, it's maddening to me. The whole thing is maddening.
216-474-0092. What does a monster year from Jared Verse look like? And optimism and how we gauge it with the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$500 off your project. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com.
For those of you driving on 77 South, an accident has the left lane blocked after Harvard with major stop-and-go traffic back to Pershing. With your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Lil Gardo's talk coming your way in the 6 o'clock hour. Also going to get to the Jaden Daniels story. We're going to do that earlier, and then the show is hijacked with a pretty legendary Donnybrook between JP and caller Jeffrey. If you guys missed that, it was about 4:15 when Jeffrey called in. And may I say, points to Jeffrey, points to JP. I was proud of both of you. I enjoyed every minute. People are pointing out on social media.
Yeah.
My glee.
Do you seem excited?
I'm smiling. I'm kind of fist pumping at one point.
Okay, that's fun.
I am a sports fan, so a sports talk fan. So when I hear two people going toe to toe, and both are making good points, I agreed with you more than I did with Jeffrey, Band of Brothers, and also you're making better points. But I liked that kind of thing. If it was 5 hours of it, we'd hate it. But a good 5 minutes of it got the blood flowing here.
Well, the fun part about that, guys, is that if I'm wrong about it, Jeffrey knows where to find me.
Yeah.
But if Jeffrey's wrong about it,
that is true.
I got no way of finding Jeffrey.
I feel like you almost have to put a note in there.
He just gets to disappear.
You need to put in a note there for the day after the Buccaneers game of remember Jeffrey.
Remember Jeffrey. Call out Jeffrey specifically. Who he will start calling in as Johnny instead if he's all of a sudden wrong.
Jeff now.
Yeah, like we know the difference.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we always knew a Jeffrey. I don't know if you saw this, but Daryl Ryder did send out here in the last hour that the Browns will unveil the Browns Experience Center at Cross Country Mortgage Campus, the new stadium preview center for fans to check out what the new Huntington Bank Field will look like and seating options. This is coming up on Monday. They're going to unveil this.
Okay.
Is this an interactive experience? It sounds very new agey.
I hope they get the obstructed sight lines like Buffalo did.
I don't want that.
Obviously, I hope they don't. But that would be imagine finding your seats and then being like, wait a second, I have an obstructed view. What happened here?
It's better to find out the way Bills fans found out and then outed the Bills than you don't find out until the game of. That'd be a real problem.
The Bills and how they did Highmark gave me a lot of confidence in the Browns in this whole entire stadium operation. They're trying something different. And that's good. I just have a strong feeling they won't screw this thing up the way that Buffalo did. And I don't know why I feel that way. I feel like Buffalo went very traditional and found a way to mess it up. The idea that we're thinking outside the box just gives me more confidence to actually get it right for some reason.
I do wish that any sort of interactive map. I wish we had that current technology for the current stadiums. But when I'll just say the event, I went to the Foo Fighters on Monday, and I paid for floor seats, thinking, "Hey, this is going to be worth it." Yeah. And listen, it was a great concert. The bands did great. All three bands were awesome. Great energy. I loved every second of it. Not when they opened with a song, the encore with a song that nobody cares about. That was a little bit of a 7-minute. But the point is, it's
a 7-minute encore.
Well, so it's a song called The Teacher, which Dave Grohl wrote about his mom. The problem is nobody really knows the song and nobody really likes the song. You can't open an encore with a song that has a meaning only to you and everybody else.
He's got to warm up even in the encore, I guess, after doing a whole entire concert.
And then they closed with the most chill song by
was that unique to the Cleveland set list, though? I do kind of like when they do something. No, he does this at every concert.
Apparently always opens up the encore with The Teacher.
Oh, maybe it's meaningful for him and his mom then, I guess.
It is.
But nobody else cares.
We love Virginia Grohl.
Yeah.
We don't like that song.
Okay.
Don't care for that song. But now they've taken my shots.
Yeah.
We even got a Foo Fathers shout out. That made me very happy. But I paid $300 a seat for these tickets. And I was at the 5-yard line near the dog pound. And I would guess to say that Dave Grohl for most of the night was at the opposing 35-yard line. That might not sound like a lot of space. When you pay $300 for a ticket, it would be nice if I'm going to be able to make out any sort of facial recognition thing going on anybody on the stage without having to look at the damn big screens.
How many quarterbacks in today's NFL can't even make a throw that would have existed from you to Dave Grohl?
I think I could have hit Dave Grohl while he moved.
Oh, you could have?
Yeah. Yeah, not now, of course. When I was younger and in much better, worse shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long way, though.
350 now. Not like 350 when I was 21.
What's funny, though, is that if I think of like a 60-yarder in basically in golf terms, and then everything just seems so much easier and so much better.
By the way, Tony, wondering if I get a Peterlin pass for the last Ram promo. Yes, I do. Yes,
what happened in the Ram promo?
So I said, I basically said I do the Ram side-by-side with the competition, and I meant to say I do the Ram side-by-side with the Ram, but then I said, but I've never done the Ram side-by-side with the competition. So basically I just sound like an a-hole. I owned it in the moment. I did own it. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I fixed it. But I do not deserve the Peterlin pass. That was not my best Ram promo.
That's okay. You've had a lot of good ones.
Now, speaking of things that vex me greatly.
Yeah?
The CBS Sports article that, honestly, it looked like AI slop to me. I'm sure it's a real person. I'm sure Brian DiArdo.
Yeah, I know. We're too quick to say everything's AI slop, though.
Okay, I hope it's AI slop.
As a people, have you seen the stuff with the Move the Sticks podcast in the NFL? The NFL's Move the Sticks podcast. People are like, oh, it's AI generated. They replaced Daniel Jeremiah and just did a whole podcast of AI generated. It's not. It's the YouTube game preview guy. I've listened to this guy do previews, game previews for years. And it's his voice. He's the one that does it. They just took all his previews and put it into the podcast. Imagine how insulting that would be to like fill in on a podcast and people are like this AI slop.
Well, be better. I'll say that to whatever his name is.
I would cry. I would legitimately cry.
If
the response was like, nah, this AI slop. It's like, no, I'm a human. I've been doing these game previews for a decade.
But, all right, so it's
you think it's AI slop?
It's either AI slop or Brian DiArdo, who I've never heard of, really stinks at his job.
Okay.
But it was it's basically a copy and paste here. And it starts out, some fan bases are feeling better than others with the start of the 2026 NFL season just around the corner. Nailed it. That is a dynamic lead. But then it goes into, in an effort to find the most optimistic fan bases, Casino.ca recently surveyed 5,000 fans across all 32 fan bases. The common denominators being 5,000 fans. And they've created a whole 32-team ranking system about the most optimistic fan base rankings in the NFL.
Okay.
That's stupid. 5,000 people? 5,000 fans?
Brian DiArdo, by the way, he was covering the Steelers practices the other day.
Yeah?
I feel like you owe Brian DiArdo an apology.
Or I owe him a real comeuppance here because this stinks. You don't put your name on this crap, Brian.
I think he consistently covers the Steelers. Every video he's got has been the Steelers for like 4 days in a row.
That explains the low IQ approach here.
Well, there we go.
So, number 32, the Jets. Ooh, hard hitting here. All right. And it's easy to see why Jets fans are probably more excited about tailgating than actual games this season. Brian DiArdo.
I mean, Aaron Glenn, has there ever been a more pre-fired head coach in NFL history than Aaron Glenn right now?
Name any Browns head coach going into their second season.
Even certain ones we've had where it's like this is probably going to go well, like Freddie Kitchens. You still didn't pre-fire him.
I mean, we pre-fired Hugh. I mean, honestly, we pre-fired him the season before he got fired. Pat Shurmur was definitely. I
don't think he was pre-fired.
I remember Chuck Booms in 2011 firing Pat Shurmur about 4 games into that first season.
Yeah, and listen, we both pre-fired Stefanski relative to the year prior, but it was still it's a long time. Like, there's never been a coach that we are all just more convinced is gone than Aaron Glenn right now.
All right, so mind you, they say they've surveyed 5,000 fans. What kind of interesting amalgamation of thoughts do you get from what I'm about to read you? Cleveland has only made the playoffs twice since returning to the NFL in 1999, and while no one is predicting a playoff berth in 2026, the Browns should nonetheless be an interesting team to follow given all the moves they made this offseason, which included a new head coach, Todd Monken, and 3 rookie receivers.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with fan excitement?
It's got nothing to do with it. Well, I mean, I guess if the idea that fan excitement is built off of how new of a team you have.
Well, but then
Maybe
they had
that's
him 31 out of 32 teams.
Yeah, like people don't like that. People don't like how young a team is. People don't like how unproven a team is.
Whereas I think they just – I'm going to say this, and I hate to do this because Brian DiArdo, what a guy. Okay?
Oh, Steelers beat legend Brian DiArdo.
What a real mensch this Brian DiArdo is guy. I'm going to go ahead and say there were no 5,000 fans surveyed here by Casino.ca.
You think they made it up? They might have made up Casino.ca.
Yeah. Check it in there. Put it on the incognito
tab, yeah.
That's the one. Woodhots, me Nick. But yeah, this whole thing is just the most annoying and futile, dumbest exercise ever.
Okay, preseason power rankings from Pro Football Talk just came out 58 minutes ago and had the Browns at team number 30. Vegas says we're a 5.5-win team. I can't find many people that put us above 27 or 28 in any of the rankings that we're coming across. The reality is just nobody believes in this Browns team, whether that is fake fans that are being polled, whether that is media members that are coming up with power rankings. Me and you are the only people to seem to think that they are at least going to be better than 5.5 wins. We're not even going crazy with it. We say a whopping 7. It's just at a low. Well, what's interesting, though, is that I really generally don't feel like it should be at nearly the same low point as a team like the Dolphins or the Jets or even the Cardinals.
Yes, 100%.
And that's the part that just kind of I just kind of get fascinated by. Why are we being grouped in? I understand why, but the idea that we're grouped in with these teams that I could not think less of. There's talent on this team. I know there is.
And that's why I want every bland, generic take on the Browns out in the open, so that I can just deliver when the Browns win that 7th game. Be it in October, be it in November, be it January freaking 10th. I don't care.
You're going to victory lap on people for game number 7?
I was right on the 7-win team. It's going to be DX crotch chops left and right. And starting with Brian DiArdo, or whatever the hell his name is, for this lame-ass, it's casino.ca.
Yeah, take it, DiArdo.
Oh, he's taking it.
It seemed very aggressive. I don't know. I'm sure he's a nice guy.
All right, after perusing
he looks very Matt Corrali, though, very milquetoast.
Oh, so supple. After me reading just 2 things from it, it's AI slop, yeah?
No, I don't think it is.
Or he's a hack. It's one of those 2 things. You decide.
Jeez. I'm going to lean towards hack.
Okay.
All right. If you're going to make me say it, I'll say it. I'll say it with my chest.
Say it.
Brian DiArdo.
Conviction.
Hack article. But also, I don't know what his boss situation is like. Maybe they're telling him, like, DiArdo, we need 7.
Hack it up.
We need 7 articles a day and piss off as many people as you possibly can in the process.
I'm not asking you to write a Pulitzer, kid. I'm asking you to get clicks, baby.
That's right. DiArdo
turned him into bull.
DiArdo goes home.
Where's the clicks, baby?
You know, his wife is like, hey, DiArdo. Because his wife calls him.
Yeah.
And he just gets a bunch of people yelling at him
That's
in
true.
life. You know,
and this is his only outlet.
His kids think nothing of him.
That's true.
Because he's
DiArdo.
Classic DiArdo. They even know who he is at this point.
Yeah,
And
they call him AI slop. They don't even call him DiArdo. We're having fun. How optimistic are you going into this season, and what are you putting into this AI slop and what they think? Jaden Daniels, big mad in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer. Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes time. Been a busy day here. Had a couple good Deshaun arguments. I think I'm back in on the Deshaun Shedeur conversation now.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's
honestly,
fun to hear.
It was your argument with Jeffrey that started with a question I thought of when we were actually talking with Leroy Horde earlier, and then we never got to ask him it because phone issues and whatnot. It was kind of been a day of that. And that whole thing, I'm like, all right, now I'm back in on it. That was a good argument.
Okay, good. Because there's always tomorrow.
That's right.
And I'm not sure what any day brings for any other host outside of myself. But if people got bored of the LeBron convos, I imagine people are going to get bored of this one. I'm just not going to be one of those people.
At least the LeBron one was, LeBron and not Deshaun versus Shedeur, which it just feels one-sided to me, given my preference there. But the other big topic today that came out, and initially I thought, this is an easy shooting topic here. This is who's going to disagree with us? And then I realized that LSU did Jaden Daniels a little dirty in the way things kind of came out here. So the initial report today was that Jaden Daniels was mad at LSU because they let another player wear the number 5. And that number has remained vacant since he played at LSU and won the Heisman. Now, remember, they didn't win the national championship. This isn't like a Joe Burrow situation where it was a historic season.
Yeah.
That was a good, not great LSU team, but Jaden did win the Heisman. So, and then there was a quote from his spokesperson saying, Jaden was hurt that so quickly after he left school that they would put that number back into population because they haven't given anyone Joe Burrow's old number. Well, then there was also a complaint filed where apparently the LSU Tiger football program is still using Jaden's NIL and name, image, and likeness, despite the fact that their previous agreement on that, which went back to when he played there, expired 180 days after he was done with that contract.
Okay.
So I'm at this point where I see how Jaden Daniels looks at this and goes, why are they profiting off my name, image, and likeness if I'm not making money from them?
Yeah.
I also think the fact that his own team released a statement making it about the number 5 sure as hell allowed LSU to paint him like a fool.
So Lane Kiffin makes this a little weird as well, because Lane Kiffin says
he makes everything weird.
That's true. The player that is now taking over number 5 was promised that one, obviously not from Lane Kiffin, but I would imagine from Brian Kelly, a couple years ago when they recruited him. Like, part of the idea of him coming to LSU was that he wanted that number, and last year he did not wear that number, by the way, but then was going to be given it now this year. And that was part of the recruiting process. So they really seemed to feel like if he didn't get that number, they were going to lose this player, which is insane, by the way, that this player was going to transfer over the idea of not getting your own number. I think that's wild. But ultimately, if you win the Heisman, you should have your number retired. But that's not what it is universally across the board. Like, Tim Tebow's number isn't retired. Joe Burrow's number technically isn't retired. It just hasn't been handed out yet. I used to really believe in the idea of honoring people with numbers. I'm less than I was, but I get Jaden Daniels' gripe here. That number should be retired.
All right. If this is more about the number and less about the NIL, and I think it's always about money, so I tend to think it's about the other thing.
Oh, I really thought it was about the number.
I think LSU did him dirty. I think LSU and ESPN helped this by getting the spokesperson for Jaden to comment on the number and not on the complaint about NIL.
So you think this was his way of basically poking him and reminding him that you haven't, hey, the NIL agreement ended. If you want to keep this thing going, you can pay me.
Yes.
But you have to do something about that?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I really thought it was exclusively about the number because these athletes care about these numbers so much. It's why they pay so much to have the numbers, to buy the numbers from certain players. Like, the number matters.
Yeah, but it just shouldn't compared to the money. So I guess what's interesting is I'd never thought about what happens with a player's name, image, and likeness after that player's no longer at that school. Meaning, like, is there a term of it's a statute of limitations on that school using it? And it makes sense there would be, especially if that guy then goes and is like the face of the Washington Commanders.
Sure, he should get paid for that.
And so the idea that they have it in writing, that it is, again, I think the number is 180 days, I think that's a very valid, like, especially.
Do you know how much the original contract was for that then he's trying to get going?
I've read a couple stories on this, and the original contract wasn't.
What ballpark number are we really talking within an NIL deal within a college school for Jaden Daniels stuff? Which I assume
for
is
now,
just
like post play.
Yeah, if you did it right now,
there's no way
that like a 5-year deal, 10-year deal. I don't even know what lengths they go into.
Probably, but it's 6 figures a year at least, like high 6 figures. I'd assume.
Okay, good. That's a realistic cap on it. I in no world did I think that's a $5 million thing.
No. But I could imagine this being. I mean, I bet if we just go from the LSU side of things, because he is a Heisman winner, because he is the face of the Washington Commanders.
I mean, Joe Burrow jerseys will get sold until the end of time at LSU. Jaden Daniels jerseys got their own limit.
I actually think that might be why the jersey number actually does matter. Now that we're kind of converging the 2 points, I can understand if Jaden Daniels says, every time you sell a number 5 jersey and somebody puts Daniels on it, I want to get paid for that.
Mm-hmm.
And if what's the young man's name? I forgot the other player.
Pickett.
DJ Pickett, who I think is a cornerback. If now all of a sudden somebody's eating into my profits, I can understand if he would be mad about that. That makes more sense than just, I think I'm owed a retired number. That never made sense to me. It's college. They have hundreds of players. They have 120 players in every program. It's physically impossible to not have.
I know, but a number retirement is a really cool thing.
I think I don't think just a Heisman's enough. With love and respect.
It usually is. Shedeur Sanders had his number retired within seconds of him leaving Colorado.
That might have had something to do with his dad being
but it still happened.
And it was mocked, by the way.
Did
you see that?
2 years, and it got... no, I didn't see that, but I just remember when it happened.
I think it was Barstool put out a thing of like, back when we used to honor players or something like that.
That's funny. That's funny about that. But like instantly it got retired. That was... and he came far from winning a Heisman for Colorado.
No, it's at least in this era, where everything's on the up and up. This is more about money. This is about advancement for these young men and young women. I don't think you should care about a jersey unless it is linked to the number 5, name, image, and likeness, selling jerseys, and how that impacts you. And again, that would make sense within the context of you had an NIL agreement with me, you don't anymore.
You can get lost. If your number is retired and it's in the stadium and your name's up there with the number, that exists forever. If it's not, LSU is going to have all sorts of Heisman winners, all sorts of people in the next 50 years. 50 years from now, Jaden Daniels will not be anywhere close to remembered like Joe Burrow was.
Yeah, but 50 years from now, his NIL isn't going to matter the way that it does right now. You know,
I would argue with how much money he already has to begin with anyway. 6 figures isn't going to make or break him to begin with either.
No, but I think it's more of a principle thing, right? Because I actually do think there's some real precedence here that teams are going to have to start paying attention to, especially, listen, for guys who, like Manziel. If Manziel was a NIL era player and then Manziel flamed out in the NFL in 2 years, that, we'll just put a number on it for the sake of the conversation, that $500,000 a year would have real implications for him once he washed out of the NFL and his potential $200 million payday became a $15 million or $30 million payday.
And his number, by the way, not retired by Texas A&M.
Yeah, nor should it be.
They've kept that one in circulation.
And now they have retired.
Well, he won a Heisman. Like if the Heisman is we've talked about how many people like that. If that's the basis that Daniels is going on, is you win a Heisman, you get it retired. We got enough examples of that not happening.
Like I think the fact that Joe's isn't retired and Joe won a national championship and was...
Well, but his has been on hold, though. There's a difference. They have not issued the number 9 jersey out to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is part of the conversation.
But Jaden's not on the par.
It's kind of like how
Joe.
It's like the Browns, though, with like Nick Chubb, for instance. They give out the number 24. Somebody in practice right now wearing the number 24. And then you're putting it in circulation.
Mm-hmm. I just don't think Jaden is on the level of Joe.
No, he's not. He's nowhere close.
Yeah, but I think
that was an undefeated season. That was a national title. That was one of the greatest college football seasons ever.
And probably the best offense we've ever seen in college football. Is that still fair to say 7 years later?
I mean, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Joe Burrow, it's insane.
I mean, Joe Brady's an NFL head coach right now because of that season.
Yeah, no questions asked.
And he wasn't even the play caller.
And that's the one LSU is going to remember for the next 100 years. Yeah. That's the one. And so I there's a part of me that I side with the... So it's complete. There's an awareness by Jayden Daniels that he's showing within this, if it is about the number, and that he thinks he's going to get lost in the Heisman LSU shuffle, so to speak, and he wants to be remembered. He wants to be remembered long term, and because he's never going to compare to Joe Burrow. That's obvious.
I think his camp played Jayden Daniels by releasing the statement to ESPN that he felt disrespected by the number being given away. It allowed this story to be weaponized against him. And it allowed him to be painted like an ass clown of a former athlete instead of a guy saying, well, hey, you're abusing my name, image, and likeness, which that is something that I think is, that is your intellectual property. That is an IP that you own and nobody else owns, and certainly not a school that you played, 2 years at.
Well, LSU, they got a penny pinch after paying Brian Kelly all that money.
And Lane Kiffin.
All of them.
216-474-0092. Jayden Daniels. Actually, let's just start here. Should Jayden Daniels' number 5 jersey be retired, whether it's on the grounds of the NIL stuff or just what he did, just sentimental reasons? I don't think either should, but I understand the business side of this as well. More on this. And then terrible, no good, bad Cleveland Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Coach Riz's daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
All right. I'm not trying to be that guy. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. I'm not trying to be that guy.
Uh-huh.
I have one kind of pet peeve, which is when you just kind of have a basic question, if you respond with a question, the first time you do it, we're fine.
Yeah.
Because I understand you might just be looking for clarification.
Sure.
If I ask two questions in a row, or within the next question have a clarification that you're basically asking for, and you respond to a second question with a second question.
Yeah.
I think legally I should be allowed to punch you in the balls.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I'm not like a real, but like more of a.
Well, if you're asking through text, you're not close enough to punch him in the balls.
I know, but there should be an IOU system.
Like next time I see you, you're getting one.
Yeah, and I try really hard to not answer a question with a question because that's a very. There's somebody who used to be on the staff here that relatively just left that might have done it so much that it drove me crazy. It was one of the few things he did that really made my eye twitch.
Okay.
But I kind of think it's like I've been pretty clear here. What more do you need from me?
You haven't been clear enough, clearly, right? Like if you're following up with a question, that means there's a failure in communication here.
All right. So I will give you I asked if there was a common room in a place.
Okay. The question is there a common room in the place?
Yes.
And this person's familiar with the place.
Yes.
You ask if there's a common room there.
And I think this is fair.
It seems pretty cut and dry.
And then they said, exactly what are you looking for? Okay. I'll clarify.
Are you going to say a common room?
Common place.
Yeah.
So I said, do they have a lobby? Right? Yeah. And then the response was, you mean on the floor? You mean on the floors, each floor? What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's a punch to the cojones there.
I'm not trying to be a D here, but you can see how in the break I got a little annoyed by this interaction.
So how did you end the interaction?
I just stopped.
Maybe this is how this person gets convos to stop, though.
No, you're giving them a lot of credit.
You're perpetuating a bad form of communication by this person, though, because the more you reward just to stop communicating, the more it incentivizes this human to just continue on with his questions.
You and I know this person, and we love this person, or at the very least, strongly.
I definitely don't love him.
We strongly, we like him.
I like him.
I remove strongly.
I do like him.
But we like him. But this is how he's the conversation keeper going. Like, he's the guy that...
He does love a conversation.
You're trying to pull yourself away, and it's like, I need to go now.
Yeah, there's not like the off chance that he'd be busy at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
that's not happening.
Work's done. He's in his personal time now.
He's hanging out for the night.
Probably dreaming about a blue field somewhere,
Maybe.
We'll never know. But, that was grinding my gears for a moment. I'm glad we talked this out.
All right, that's good. You didn't get an answer still, but it's good that you at least feel comforted with this conversation.
Because I didn't want to insult him, because that was where I was going to go.
Yeah.
On the second question, when I've already made myself, but when the first two questions were pretty clear, I was going to be like, are you going to do this or not? We just answer the stinking question?
Yeah.
I didn't even do that. I showed real growth here, and I want to... As annoyed as I am.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't engage. Yeah.
It's not too late.
Just going to think he's an idiot for the rest of the day.
I was going to say, there's some damage that's been done here.
Oh, yeah. But that's most people. That's how.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when you answer questions with questions. 216-474-0092. How many times does somebody respond to a question with a question before you're legally allowed not to punch him in the hoo-ha, but to lose your patience? 2 is probably early. I am being impatient today. I'm not.
I can't think of anybody in my life that I correspond with that would answer with a question. It's not the text message. Even if I have questions and I want a little bit more clarification on it, you just understand it's a text message. You just got to wrap this thing up. Like, for instance, a buddy of mine today, he texted me and said, It was a text. He goes, would you punch your best friend in the face as hard as you could to guarantee your favorite college football team a national championship this season?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to follow up and be like, well, do I know the punch is coming? Is this the type of thing that I have to, like, just kind of, you're going to punch me and I'm not going to know that it happens, but then you'll tell me afterwards? Do I never find out that you punched me for the reason of the national title?
Because you'd like to take credit for it.
There'd be a lot of things attached to this, right? But instead I said I'd accept there was a good reason behind it. That's it. That's all you need to know, right? Like, if my buddy punches me in the face, I'm going to think I probably had it coming for a good reason.
Ooh.
I'm just going to accept that he punched me in the face and it was what it was. And we find out later on it's because he wanted his favorite college football team to win a national title. I guess that's all right.
I think it's apparent that I get annoyed pretty easily, but I don't get it really takes a world to move for me to get I can't even recall the last time I got into an actual physical altercation was my biological father 17 years ago. It's because he pushed me down a hill. And then it was all like Donkey Kong. But once that another guy showed up. So if you hit me, you better have told me beforehand. Good will come of this.
Aren't there people in your life, though?
Because if you don't know,
there's
I
people
will
in your life that
pancake
could
your
just
ass and send you to hell.
They could hit you, and you'd be confused by what happened. But they could hit you, and there'd be an understanding of this person doesn't typically do this. Something's going on.
No. The only time
something happened.
Only time you get away with it is in a professional setting. If I'm worried about my job,
in a professional setting, you could.
Well, no, there was a guy that put his hands on me at a professional setting.
Yeah.
And if that guy was in a personal setting, that guy would no longer be walking right now.
So would you punch your best friend in the face as hard as you could to guarantee your favorite college football team a national championship this year?
No.
That's because you're an Ohio State fan, though.
No, I'm a BG guy.
All right, so BG.
I wouldn't do it for
BG gets a...
Nope.
You could tell him afterwards why it was.
No. I need.
Would you take a punch in the face to promise your friend got a national championship for his favorite team? You're not a good enough friend then.
No.
You're just not a good enough friend.
There's got to be a transaction
said unequivocally,
here.
I would take a punch in the face if it meant you would have that much happiness.
What's your college football team?
I don't have a college football team.
Okay, now I'm calling shenanigans.
What do you mean? I don't have a college football team. I went to Lindenwood University.
Yeah, we know. I don't know why I said we know like that. Sorry. I feel like you can't answer a hypothetical if you don't have a dog in the fight.
Well, so if it's basketball, it's always been the Kansas Jayhawks if it comes to basketball or anything like that, because everyone in my family ended up going to Kansas for some unknown reason. Mm-hmm. In football, it was U of I for the longest time. But growing up, I liked U of I, and oddly enough, I did like Ohio State. It means nothing to anybody here, but that was the reality of it. I always loved Ohio State.
Now, if you said...
But I watch every Ohio State game because of here.
If my best friend got $1 million, if he punched me in the face as hard as he could, I'd take that. I'd bite that, knowing because he's going to kick me back a little bit, right? He might not give me $500,000. He might give me $100,000, right? From that, it's $100,000, not $100. You punch me in the face, and you only give me $100. I'm going to take
your net gain in
all of your ass.
Your net gain in all of this is your favorite college football team wins a title.
No, that does not. That brings me momentary joy.
Move it to the Browns.
No.
Oh, you're not the fan I thought you were. No. You're not getting punched in the face for the Browns to win a Super Bowl.
No, I'm not risking Parkinson's for a Browns Super Bowl.
Euclid and let fans hit me in the face one after the other to get a Browns
title. So Jimmy Haslam can add another zero to his net worth? No, thank you, sir.
You actually would benefit with the Browns Super Bowl, by the way.
What am I getting out of that?
Ratings up the ass.
Okay, easy on that. I'm sorry.
Ratings like you wouldn't believe.
That's 2 extra ratings checks. That's nice.
Ratings like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
But happiness, pure and utter happiness for so many people in your life if the Browns win a Super Bowl. You're not taking one punch in the face for all that happiness?
I'd like Tim Misney to make him pay. That's what I want. If I get punched in the face and there's financial incentive to take that punch, I will take that punch. I'll be pissed. I'll get up thinking I'm going to break your neck, even if you are my best friend. Because again, once you go physical, good luck. But yeah, not for a national championship or a Super Bowl, no, sir.
I thought you wanted it more. I just thought you wanted it more.
How many times have you been punched in the face? I think this speaks to a man that's not been punched in the face often.
Is that what that is?
I think this is a guy who doesn't know what it's like.
I've been one time punched in the face. It was oddly, we were outside of a bar, and my buddy Rob. They meant to hit my buddy Rob. They swung and hit me instead.
That happens so many times.
That's how I got hit. Yeah, that's how I got hit.
All right, so. But where'd you get? Did you get? Was it like a glancing blow? How'd you get it?
Oh no, I got it pretty hard.
Where?
Yeah, it was right in the jaw.
The jaw. No. we're talking nose. That is, I've broken bones. I've torn ligaments. I have been kicked in the skippies. And the most underrated physical pain on the planet is getting clobbered in the nose, dead on. Jaw.
I once had at batting practice,
sore.
high school batting practice. I was pitching BP. I didn't get behind the L screen.
Yeah,
and got hit with a fastball. Just
on
right
the
back,
schnoz?
right back in the nose. Yeah,
Is that
blood,
what happened?
blood everywhere.
Did you have like a more appropriate nose before? We both have schnozzes. We talk about the schnoz.
Oh, all right. I'm mean about it.
I'm not schnoz shaming. I just didn't know if it was like an Owen Wilson situation.
I don't have an Owen Wilson nose.
I know.
I don't have a great nose. No, the nose was big before I got hit with the baseball. Thank you. But there was blood everywhere.
Because that happens a lot.
There was sophomore year of high school. I didn't get behind the L screen, and I paid for it. Right back.
It's a fine nose,
I
by
wasn't
the
even
way.
wearing a glove. It's really not. But that's thank
It's
you.
fine.
I look like Toucan Sam. I know. I know what this is.
It's underrated nose, I would say.
It's not rated. Definitely not rated.
It's properly
one
rated.
way or another.
Yeah, I would just.
There's no Madden rating on
prominent
my facial features. There's not. It doesn't exist.
216.
He was so serious. Is that what happened?
I know. As soon as it left the chamber, I was like, I'm going to regret this one.
Is that what happened? It's just mean.
I didn't mean it in a mean way.
It's mean. I'm gonna get a car. I'm gonna get a car with you and drive by McDonald's and be like, "Is that what happened?"
The answer is yes, by the way. Too many McDonald's Happy Meals as a children. And now I work in sports talk radio.
I just can't believe you wouldn't take a punch in the face for a Browns Super Bowl.
No, there's a certain amount of things.
I just don't believe you.
Jake, by the way, Captain Tough Ass with his tattoos over here, shaking his head.
I would take a punch from Mike Tyson in his prime if it meant the Browns won a Super Bowl.
That's a real fan.
It's one punch, Nick.
That's a real fan right there.
Absolute full of crap.
You would cry tears
Mike
if
Tyson,
the Browns won a Super Bowl. That is worth it.
And
everyone you know.
You'd cry tears if Mike Tyson took your nose off your face.
You're right, but the Browns would also win a Super Bowl, and that would be worth it.
And the happiness of so many people that you know and so many people that you love, like that's incredible. It would be the greatest gift you could give to like 98% of people that you know. That's right. It's bigger than you.
Wait.
This is bigger than you.
I've thought of an angle here because this is all about personal enrichment, right? All right. I'm in my wealth chasing years. Okay, fair. I'm doing a weird thing right now.
Your wealth chasing years?
Yeah, I'm chasing.
Is this what the laundromat thing is about?
This is about anything right now.
Yeah, okay.
I'm about to sell my body on East 9th just to go ahead and make a buck around here.
Your wealth chasing years.
Yeah. Also, that does involve getting punched in the face. However, do I get to take credit for it?
Yes.
Meaning, there's like I get to show people the contract with the deal with the devil, as it were, and generational riches come my way because of this punch being taken.
No, I don't think you get to make anything monetarily off of this. In fact, I revised the rules. Nobody gets to know that you took the punch.
Then no. You just get to walk around feeling like a Goodwill Johnny.
Yeah, the idea
blow it out
is,
your ass.
It's
a real world, Jonathan.
Ultimately, the idea is how much are you want to sacrifice for just other people's happiness in life?
Not for the Browns.
To bring some of the greatest joy for a lot of these listeners and a lot of these people that you know. Some of your family members have been waiting their whole lives.
They
for
get
this.
a lot of joy about the Browns going 5-12.
A lot of joy.
the best joy.
The best joy.
Endless joy. All right, Anthony in Akron, would you take a punch in the face from your best friend if it meant the Browns won the Super Bowl?
First of all, I just want to say I love your guys' show. You're my favorite program on the station. I like that you're not Nick Wilson with JP in the morning. But I will say I will never take a punch from anyone, especially for the Browns or especially from any of my best friends. I've been a Browns fan my whole life, and they have generated me zero profit, zero happiness, zero income. They deserve. I deserve to punch them in the face. I want to punch every single one of their ownership in the. Jimmy has. Hey, I'll punch his wife.
No, stop it, Anthony. Stop it.
Punched. You know how much they put me through.
No, Anthony.
I'm not okay. I take that one back. But I'm a Browns fan. I get heated. But you know what? I do want to say this real quick. This will probably help me prove my last point of me getting heated. I'm a Hungarian man too,
nice.
Nick. I'm a nice hefty Hungarian man myself. We probably share the same cankles.
Finest cankles in the land.
Oh, you're right. JP, I'm also pale, so
We really bonded here.
I really think so. I want to hear what you guys think. I know, JP, you're probably going to jam me up on this take because of what's been said over the past couple of days as far as what's been announced with the O-line. But is there a possibility, maybe within these next couple of preseason games, where we see Spencer Fano shift from left tackle to left guard and maybe see DeJuan Jones play at left?
Okay, so it's not crazy. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen, Anthony. But it's not crazy. That's actually like Coach Riz believes the very best O-line combination right now has Fano playing a guard.
No, I'm not going to do it.
I'm not doing it
Too
either.
rich for my blood.
You spent a top 10 pick on him to play left tackle. He's going to play left tackle. But and this is why Coach Riz's input is valuable on this. He thinks through what makes me win week 1. Where am I the very best there? And as of a week ago, he thought Fano being a guard would be better for the Browns.
Now, would you take a punch in the face from your best friend?
Yeah.
If it meant Shador was the long-term starting quarterback with the Cleveland Browns.
Are we winning a lot in this scenario as well?
Well, you don't get to be the long-term starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns without winning a lot.
Well,
all right, fair. I will revise it to say you won't win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. There's a possibility later. I'm going Trump again.
You won Trump again.
But there is the first 5 years you're not winning it, but you won't have a losing season in those 5 years.
Yeah, that's worth a punch in the face.
All right, lying right up.
If you told me, it doesn't matter which quarterback, you told me that the Browns would not have a losing season for the next half decade, I think that brings a lot of happiness to a lot of people.
Now, is your best friend a little person?
No.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure.
No.
I want to make sure it was somebody like me.
The guy I was actually talking with within this, he played on the line at Iowa State.
Yeah.
He's 6'7", 260 pounds.
Oh.
Not a tiny guy.
A little bit of a lightweight, though, if you ask me.
Not a tiny guy.
Got to beef him up a little bit there. 216-474-0092.
Yeah, he's one of those linemen that got in shape after they stopped playing.
All right, wait.
One of those guys.
Idiot. Rick in Parma, your thoughts on punching in the face and whatnot.
Okay, so whoever's saying they'll take a shot in the face from Mike Tyson at their prime for the Browns to win the Super Bowl, first off, you won't see them win the Super Bowl because you won't survive it. You got to think about it. The guys that were punched in the face by Mike Tyson and survived were professional boxers that could duck and weave and stuff like that. You're not going to survive a Mike Tyson punch.
All right, first
You're
off,
gonna be dead.
it was Jake that said it, but didn't we have that guy on that airplane that got punched by Mike Tyson?
But not in his prime.
But hold on, we're going in a hot tub time machine to get punched in the face to then win the title?
Jake said a very specific thing, so we got to hold Jake to his thinking that somehow we get 22-year-old pre-Robin Givens Mike Tyson here, and he's all frustrated and geeked up, and he just pop.
I did say Mike Tyson in his prime, and I stand by it.
Rick, we appreciate you. No, you don't.
Rick's head just exploded.
Yeah, no, it's because you can't do that. You can't. You're being hyperbolic, and I appreciate that. I'm a man of hyperbole myself.
I think he could.
No, you couldn't.
It would be worth it.
You would You would be dead. It would not be worth it to Aaliyah. It'd not be worth to your family. They would not be like, well, we lost Jake, but we got that Super Bowl, right? No, I don't believe you, sir.
They'll retire your headphones at the 50-yard line.
Actually bury them.
Jaden Daniels is pissed. He's like, his gets retired?
And then Swagger Jr. comes out and deuces right where they...
No, I was thinking.
May he rest in
peace. I was
peace.
thinking open casket like Swagger.
And
who makes an open casket for a dog? What are we doing
with the other dogs?
What are we doing?
Rocking a heater.
It's one of the more wild things that we just never bring up for some reason.
Vacillated between aroused and having to go to the bathroom. He was like a 90-year-old man. All right, we're gonna go to a Matt Corrali 2020 here.
listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back. About 15 minutes, the old flip-flopper himself, Nick Padone, coming up here in for Overtime with Jake Volnick. I'm sure he'll spend the first 15 minutes of that show saying he's not a flip-flopper, which is exactly what a flip-flopper would say.
Yeah. Is he here already? I haven't seen him. Is he already here?
He is. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
him and Markoch are breaking down the Cavs schedule. And
very good. I'm
thought
sure
thought about death couldn't come sooner for me. Yeah.
Is that the 8 o'clock segment, them breaking down the schedule together?
I mean, it's 82 games. You could get a full hour of that if you really wanted to.
Yeah, schedule game.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wouldn't do it. Please don't.
That sounds brutal.
Brown's schedule game, very easy, very fun.
Yeah.
In baseball, you could hypothetically just do the series thing and just predict the outcome of the series. It'd still be tedious as hell. That's like 50 series. That's too many. But at least that's still only about 50, 82 games. What are we doing here?
Meanwhile, they're trying to keep track while listening. That'd be a disaster.
Yeah.
But hey, I wish them the best tonight.
I think they should do it. I think they can pull it off and nobody else can.
Is that right?
Because they're talents and we're schmucks.
There we go.
Now, I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Leroy Horde, former Browns running back, WQAM in Miami. Maybe it's that station. And also, we got to get to Emory Hunt. Cell phone, not great. But the answers he gave us for those first 3 questions were great. We appreciate Emory, CBS Sports, football game plan, and all that. If you guys missed a moment of today's show, the free Odyssey app, it's there. All 5 hours, the chapters, and, of course, 92 Through the Fans YouTube channel. Subscribe, if you will. It is free, after all, to 92 Through the Fans YouTube channel, except for you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. Almost caught you napping there, JP.
I didn't think it was coming.
Yeah. Hear that. And like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off here. Dan Orlovsky. Dan Orlovsky came out with...
bastard.
Yeah, he came out...
We love him.
Wait, is he a foot-sniffing... I'm not going to finish that.
You remember the time he sniffed, I think it was Laura Rutledge's shoe on air?
No.
Yeah.
And his wife was cool with this?
I think so.
I feel like his wife should have a
still
problem
married,
with that.
so
Yeah, right?
I mean...
Is that cheating if you sniff a random person's shoe?
No, but it should be frowned upon.
I think so, too. I feel like that's...
Honestly...
How was that allowed?
If somebody did sniff Vanessa's shoe... we talked about there's not a lot that gets Nick Wilson enraged.
I'd be pretty pissed if I found out another guy was sniffing my wife's shoe.
Hey, friend.
How did this...
That's not your shoe.
How did this go on the air? When did this happen?
Oh, it didn't happen like a year ago? You don't remember?
I don't remember
this. The meme of him sniffing a female shoe.
Yeah, sure. My foot fetish category has run out, I guess. I just don't have the memory for it. No, I don't.
You got so many queued up.
No history of this in the slightest bit. Anyway, so he came out with a list. It's got 7 different trades for quarterbacks, and he ranked out the quarterbacks and different things. I'm going to have you guess who is at the top of these lists, okay?
Okay.
All right. Arm strength we'll start off with. Who is Dan Orlovsky's number 1 quarterback in the NFL for arm strength?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is correct. I thought it was going to be Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's number 2. Who's number 1 for ball placement?
Ooh. Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's 4th on this list. Matthew Stafford is number 1, according to Dan Orlovsky. Mechanics. Who is the best mechanically sound quarterback in the NFL?
Stafford.
Stafford is number 1. Good job out of you. Joe Burrow, number 2 in that part of things. Decision-making with the football.
Ooh.
Who is the best decision maker with the football at the quarterback position?
Oh, I'm going to get this one wrong. Is it Stafford?
He's going to get Stafford for everything.
No, I've been right.
You're getting a lot of them. If you just get Stafford for all of them, you're going to get a lot of them. Matthew Stafford is number 2.
Oh.
Apparently, Dan Orlovsky loves Matthew Stafford. Josh Allen is number 1 with decision-making with the football. Pocket presence. Pocket presence. Who is
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's number 2. Good guess. Drake May is number 1 on that list.
Okay.
I'm with you. I did not see that coming. I thought that answer was going to be Burrow. Drake May is the answer there. And then second reaction ability. Second reaction ability is what we're searching for here.
This feels like another off-board candidate. I'll go Josh Allen, though.
It is Josh Allen. It is Josh Allen's number 1, Caleb Williams number 2. And then the last one we have here is rushing ability. Rushing ability for the quarterback position.
It's got to be Lamar, right?
It is Lamar.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson number 1, Josh Allen number 2, Drake May number 3 on that one. You did very well.
Thank you.
You discussed Matthew Stafford and Josh Allen a lot, but ultimately you did very well.
Listen, don't question my means.
It worked.
All right, real quick, I want to get to Gino. Gino, we got about 45 minutes here. He wants to talk about getting punched in the face by your best friend. Gino, what you got?
Hey, well, my best friend is my twin brother, and we were both state champion wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be a billionaire if I got money for every time I got punched in the face.
But Gino, did you ever get hit in the face by your twin brother and think to yourself, man, I can hit hard?
I hit him more, actually.
Oh, so it looks like he'd be a trillionaire. All right, Gino, we appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
It's Gino. Bringing the heat.
Checking in.
Yeah. Very exuberant household.
I guess so.
Yeah. Is it better or worse if your best friend's your twin?
I think that's nice. I think that's very nice. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing.
I will tell you, I thought we were going to get a left turn there. I thought it was going to be like, I'd kill to be punched in the face by my best friend now because my twin is dead. I thought that's where we were going.
Really?
Because he was given like the subdued vibes, and it sounded a little sad at first.
If it's a real twin, I would think the response would be, man, that guy's strong as hell. Thank goodness I'm also then strong as hell.
Hold the phone. Real twin?
Well, so there are obviously you can be a twin. You know what I mean? Are you a fraternal twin or are you not?
So one's real and one isn't, huh?
Well, one is exact identity, right?
Someone is not going to be allowed to go to Twins Day in Twinsburg. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, one is where I'd look at it and be like, that's me. I look in the mirror and I see me. Hence why I'd be like, I'm impressed. That person's strong. And the other one obviously isn't.
Yeah.
So if you get punched if you're not that set of twins and you get punched, it doesn't really matter the same way.
You just spun your tires. You comported yourself very well there.
Did it make sense?
It did.
Yeah.
It did. You're wrong, but it did.
I don't know.
They're all real twins.
Well, I mean, they are all real twins.
Yeah,
but one matters a little bit more than the other. Everyone knows that.
Even if twins have separate fathers, which is possible, they're real twins.
Yeah.
You didn't know that's a real thing?
I didn't say anything. I just sat there and took in the. You didn't know that was a real thing?
I saw judgment in your eyes.
I just sat here.
I'm the father of twins, you bastard.
I accepted the information you gave me. You didn't know that was a real thing? No, that's why I got so whatever about it. Is you are father to twins?
Yeah.
I was like, did I just step on something? I'm not sure, but you have the good twins, so it is what it is.
I'm going to go home and tell me
there was no insulting.
They're going to appreciate you on that one.
You have the good twins.
Uncle JP said you're the real ones.
That's the real deal right there.
All right, big thanks to Jake Murrin there on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, Cheese D. And we got Nick Padone coming up in about 5 minutes. Enjoy the flip-flops. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Back tomorrow for an F-Off Friday. See you then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.